It's open mic, open panel. Friday evening. Thanks for tuning in. It's Mehdi. We are taking callers all night long. Well, it's night in Europe, per se. We already have people waiting to join. Let me know who is in the house. I'm gonna open VC for, I don't know, let's say 10 people. Anybody can join, basically. All kinds of topics, but of course, I mean, some kind of autism gonna be like pretty much obvious, yeah. Let me know how is everybody coping, what's new. Yeah, I also have Postal 2 on the background if the shit gets too stale, you know. Hey, 10 people in the house. Click on talk. Poseidon, Finley, Broomstick. Hey, Broomstick, join later. Or anybody can join. You can tell us some horror story from your workplace or something funny. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Some guests are already around, on their way. Hey, welcome, Joe.
Hey, what's up?
What gives?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. What were you talking about?
We've been talking about how, well, we were kind of going on a bunch of different tangents. It started with how uh, there seems to be this impression, and I know that we kind of create this impression ourselves, that a lot of these guys want to like put women in cages or something. You know, like there's a lot of memes about that. Like we need to,
Come closer, man.
you know,
I
take away
I
all the rights. You know, that sort of stuff,
can't hear you. Come closer.
right?
Yeah.
So there was an impression that gets made that like we're a lot more extreme in our beliefs towards women than we actually are. And I was saying like if you look at how unusual the existence of feminism is and how it was really only restricted to Europe, and had things gone slightly differently in the world, um, Europe may have ended up not being the dominant global power. It could have been Asia, it could have been China, or it could have been the Islamic world. And we would have never had the emergence of women's rights the way that we did. That women should really look at that and consider that the rise of women's rights and women's freedoms is not an inevitable outcome of history. That it really was a fortuitous event, and that it should be treated that way. And therefore, they should recognize that if they lose this, it potentially could never come back, right? Like the chapter on the relationship between men and women being more egalitarian and not just about one sex dominating the other completely. That chapter could end up being closed, and it will never be opened again, right? And so, with that in mind, on the one hand, um, a lot of these women should be more interested in having a more even-handed and concession-minded conversation, like where we can compromise on things with us, instead of just stonewalling and letting things fall apart and then just hoping that they worked out. That was where the conversation was leading. And then I was talking about how a lot of us, like for example, in my case, I could not be a traditionalist. Like I couldn't do like the trad lifestyle or whatever because I didn't really grow up with it. Like my dad did most of the cooking in the house because my mother's background is English, and the English are just god awful cooks. It just doesn't work, right? Like we would, she would try, but it just we try and keep her out of the kitchen, okay?
That's funny you mentioned this
So
topic, so check it out. There is this, I found this response from Hostage on Discord.
okay.
I'm gonna show it on on the screen basically. So good, he literally gave me one sentence, doctor, like a hospital, explanation. What's the medicine? He gave me free medicine explanation. Yeah, about my condition, I guess. What I'm saying. Yeah,
What
I
doctor
think,
gave you free medicine?
No. Hostage on this response gave me free medical advice.
Oh, hostage.
Because, yeah, Hostage, our friend Hostage, you remember? So check it out.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, I forgot. It's like maybe 20 seconds delay because I have this high quality settings for fucking gaming, so everything is sharp.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
can see it
now.
already.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, hold the truth hostage reborn. Okay, I hear that, bro. They're attached to government regulations. Why men are going global. I think white women in the West don't understand that they have chosen extinction at this point in the eyes of men. I don't think they're ever going to go extinct just because they're so desirable physically. Like, there's a lot of dudes that will, like, they're always going to be, they're always going to be considered a prize. Like we were talking last night about how there's a lot of these really wealthy men in China, like millionaires and billionaires, who are importing white women from Europe, largely Eastern Europe, because of course, why wouldn't they?
Actually,
why wouldn't you import
Yeah.
like a tall, attractive, like Russian woman or something?
Yeah.
If you're a super rich Chinese guy,
I
like,
can
why wouldn't you?
guarantee that no West Slavic foids end up like that. But East Slavic foids, there are cases, not cases. It's actually not a lifestyle, but it's very so common. It became a practice. You are saying, right?
Well,
We are talking
I wouldn't
about
even say.
girls somewhere between Moscow and Vladivostok. Yeah.
Well, sure, but
Yeah.
I would even say it's not just Slavic; it's just women in general. But Slavic women have the best capital, I guess you could say, the best social capital in this regard, because like most other European women have. Now, I'm not saying they deserve this social capital, by the way. I'm saying that they just have this, that they have the impression by other men that they're not as feministy, if you know what I mean. But like this happens all the time here. Like there's plenty of examples of like Polish chicks going to Western countries like Western Europe or North America and getting wifed up by some Giga Chad. Like I saw this personally. There was a Polish chick I worked with. She was nice enough. I mean, but she was quite pretty. And she ended up. I remember I followed up with her on Facebook because this was like 10 years ago that I worked with her. Just out of curiosity, I checked on her on Facebook, and yeah, she's married to some like 6'5" finance Anglo dude who's like really well off and comes from like a wealthy family in Toronto or something. And it's like, of course, because she's good looking, she's thin, and that's just they're going to take advantage of that. And a lot of these Slavic women are a lot more. They're a lot more conscious of this than like Western European women. Western European women usually don't understand, like they're not really black pilled or like pink pilled, I guess they would say, like the female version, where they understand how to use their looks and how to like maximize their looks and use them to their advantage. Like Western European women usually They're taught like all women are beautiful, healthy at all sizes. Like they're taught all this delusional nonsense, and it usually doesn't matter for them, right? Because they do fine anyways, just due to the numbers imbalance, right? And how clown world or the governments are towards women, but they're usually delusional about their attractiveness. Whereas Slavic women are taught from a very young age to maximize their looks and to be like super hypergamous and to like seek out the highest status, the wealthiest, most desirable man. You know, like they're taught that at a young age by their mothers. You know. Anyways, the whole point is that I don't think white women are going to go. Well, I mean, they will go extinct in the sense that they'll disappear as an unmixed group. The same with white men, but if trends continue, that we're just going to end up like getting modified in two different directions.
Yeah, the joke is that the more rare the white woman gets, the higher her SMV actually gets.
Yeah,
I don't know if.
I was going to say, did you guys see the photo of the the Ottoman royal family? They still exist. Like they didn't disappear or go extinct. They're still alive today. Except if you look at pictures
you don't hear
of
much
the
of
Osman. Yeah, but if you look at pictures of the Osman family or Osman Oglu or whatever they're called, that's their official name. They're all a bunch of like white people. Like they're like blonde haired, blue eyed. And because of course they are, because they're royalty. And as soon as they left Istanbul after the revolution in the I think it was like 1921 or something, after the revolution there that established the Republic of Turkey, they just wound up in European capitals, mingling with other royals and other aristocrats. And of course, so they ended up like marrying their kids off to European aristocrats, and lo and behold, like 5-6 generations later, they're all white people. Like that's what you're going to see with a lot of these upper class types, like these super wealthy types. It
reminds me on the theory that that the prophet in the Islamic religion is supposed to have very bright skin and red hair. Actually, he used to have.
The Prophet Muhammad was like a ginger.
Yeah.
we call him the Prophet O-Hamid, O-Hamid. Yeah. Oh, there's an Anglo in the Englishman in the chat. Yeah, I could actually get UK citizenship through my mother, but I'm like, okay, is Canada more screwed up or is the US more screwed? Or not US.
Boys, I have another funny comment that I found randomly on YouTube when I was browsing some pre-COVID stuff. So here it comes. Check it out.
All right, let's see.
Isn't this in such a copious way maybe like a good type of control of having maybe I don't know.
Wait, let me see. So there's a bit of a delay, right?
Yeah, maybe now.
Here we are. Pro about being unattractive, people reveal their true selves right away. Kind of. Because people, I would say people can be nastier than they normally would be to someone but maybe that is their true self, right? So I guess in a way that's true.
No, it's not true.
Because
no matter how you look, people won't reveal who they really are. No. Doesn't matter how you look. Even if you're good looking, they won't reveal who they really are.
No, I believe there's that uncanny valley when people crack, other people crack around. Uncanny valley.
Though I would say,
breaks. No?
like, to dispute your argument that you guys had about how like super fucked up looking people actually have it better than just ugly people, like that's a very recent phenomenon. Like if you consider not too long ago, they used to like if you were an albino, you were considered potentially like satanic, and you were
were cast out.
The church actually had to, church had to go out of their way to try and stop people from either abandoning these children or like killing them because they thought that they were demonic or something, And it used to be like deformities were seen as some kind of curse from the god, well, the gods back in the ancient Greek times and stuff, but God after the Christian era. You know, it was only much later on that we started to view these people more compassionately.
That's true. So
Like
instead,
nowadays being or at least pretending to be sympathetic towards people with like severe disabilities
yeah.
is seen as more like a virtue signaling thing now.
But actually, all the beat down just shifted, to us actually,
Yeah, exactly.
instead of these people who are, obviously hard impacted, who are on the very lowest or the lowest on the look scale. Instead of beating down them, they beat down on the sub 5 guys, on the freeze force, like that, because it's
Yeah,
accepted to beat down on them.
yeah. And now this will be a controversial take. So I'll just preface this by saying it is going to be controversial. It might be like that picture of the guy that has all the swords pointed at him. When you say a take that everyone will get hate from everywhere. But I would actually include an example of this as the predator stuff where people will catch predators by pretending to be underage, and then you see this enormous moral outrage about it, and everybody just feels that they just jump all over the place to scream about how they want to burn this guy at the stake because he was talking to a 15-year-old girl or something. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that these people shouldn't face some consequences, because that's the reason why these laws exist, right? But the very fact that people have such an exaggerated reaction to these things is because this is the only thing they're allowed to feel outraged about now, right? Like, we can't have any standards when it comes to sexual behavior just in general, like not just about age and stuff like that. Like, we have to assume, like with gay pride parades where guys are like slapping each other with dildos while 5-year-olds are watching, that sort of shit, like drag queen story hour or whatever. Like, we have to accept that as normal now. Okay. Yeah. So when you do give people an opportunity to be outraged, like have a moral panic or outrage about something, they go overboard because there's so little that you can actually be outraged about now. And it's kind of similar when it comes to how people treat like normal ugly guys. Normal ugly guys and also, actually, I would also say specifically manlets in particular get hit really hard. Like, they're treated very viciously by women, and that's because I think that's because height is really a male-only sexual characteristic. It's not really a sexual characteristic for women. And as a result, whereas if you look at ugliness, just pure ugliness, like both men and women can be ugly, right? So there might be, if a woman is making fun of a guy for being ugly, some ugly woman might sort of feel some negative attitude towards that because she herself is ugly. Whereas if a woman's making fun of a man for being short, I mean, short women have no issues with their shortness, It's not unattractive for a woman to be short, so they don't give a shit. Like, it's like a free thing that they can attack men on,
Yeah. Oh, well, the aggression has to go somewhere, It's important, actually. It's important to direct the aggression. And we need to be aggressive, or at least we needed to be that way in the past. We will probably also always need to be. And
yeah, exactly.
It has to go somewhere, And it made sense to direct it to the people who were, who didn't win in the genetic lottery, Let's put it like that. It just made sense to direct it onto them. But since
hang on, I just got to say something real quick. Hey, FaZe, he says it's funny how in incel circles everyone thinks they're philosophers. Well, what I would say is, if you can point to me anyone who's saying anything interesting from like a philosophical point of view, I'm open to hearing it, because the official philosophers have not said anything at all of interest, right? Like, when's the last interesting philosopher that we've had? It's been like over 100 years ago. Like what? Like people still quote Nietzsche, I guess, but most people don't even understand Nietzsche because they don't understand Schopenhauer. You know,
Yeah.
like that's the only real philosopher I can think of. Like maybe Karl Popper, but Karl Popper is not even a philosopher. He's just like a policy cell. He just came up with policies.
Also,
Like there's no really interesting philosophers now. Like if you can, maybe Keith Woods is sort of but he's not even really a philosopher. He just sort of regurgitates what other people have philosophized.
Yeah, that's
he
why
does it
people
well. But
always talk about the old philosophers, and and also many of the most respected ones were actually inkies as well. You know, they were inkwells, and so the whole point makes no sense somehow.
Well, I mean, Nietzsche was an escort cell.
Yeah.
Schopenhauer was depression maxed. And he was definitely an inky, even if I think he was married, but he was definitely not a woman respecter. He was not a fan of women. Mostly because his mother was just totally insufferable if you read about it.
I mean, Nietzsche also grew up around women only, so.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, yeah, but his mother drove his father to suicide, I believe. And she was she was pretending to be some kind of philosopher, but she never really said or did anything interesting.
Oh man, check it out. Darzog is asking, Discord really demands phone number verification now? Or I am getting trolled? So imagine how far this verification macros are going. I tried to change a profile picture on YouTube recently. And they literally, they first asked me to verify the account twice through my phone and stuff like that.
Really? I haven't made a Discord account in a long time, so I don't know.
So these verification macros are being placed way too often between
they're trying to track
steps.
us.
But here's the deal: I understand that, like, imagine you get hacked and the hacker is gonna like place some dirty pic on your PFP, so that verification can be useful in that case, I guess. But
That's
yeah,
true.
generally, like, these verification steps.
Yeah. The inkwells, even if they were 10 out of 10 looks wise, you caught me. I am actually a 10 out of 10, but my accent makes me an inkwell.
Oh, it's your voice, bro.
Yeah, that's what did it. It's over. Actually, I have to say, I did get that once, where a chick, I matched with a chick on a dating app, and when we called, she was like, "Oh my god, you sound like you're 15 or something." It's like, yeah, I know. But it wasn't. That wasn't why she stopped talking to me, at least. So, being a voice cell at least isn't enough to immediately turn off a woman. Okay. Unless you have, like, I guess, a really screechy voice, you know. I mean, hey, look at Jordan Peterson, right? Jordan Peterson sounds like Kermit the Frog, and he reproduced. So, you know.
Yeah, look at my accent. Like half of the Americans content creators won't touch me even with the scissors because of this. It's normal, simple prejudice. I don't blame them. The same way I don't do collabs with, like, Curry creators, maybe. You see?
Yeah.
I see the analogy. Yeah, go ahead.
You know who I remember had the best accent back in the day was do you remember Woody?
No.
I forget his whole name. He was this half German, half Mexican guy, and he had like an Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, but he was only like 5'9", and he just kind of looked like a normie. He was a ginger. Do you remember him?
Nope. Don't know him.
Oh man.
Hey, check it out.
Okay, well, he had this
Go
Arnold
ahead.
Schwarzenegger accent, and it just worked. Like, he sounded like a badass, but he was like, yeah, who knows? If nobody knows who I'm talking about, then it's kind of pointless for me to keep talking about him.
Yes. Wait, somebody's asking, Medican, by the way, do you have a girlfriend in LDR Boyo or just Geomax? For the better environment nowadays.
No better, and no, currently nothing better than Thailand is rendered. Yeah, I have a lot of Thai friends in certain neighborhood, and preferably I'm gonna go there. And yeah, the GF, yeah, the last one dropped me, so currently no, Medican is like not only location cell in Gulag currently, but also kind of like, yeah, if you're gonna see Max, basically Medican is solo, basically, yeah. Similar to SEA 4.0, basically, I would be say in the beginning. So yeah, there's if you want more story, I mean, join Discord. I can tell you some funny shit. I mean, CMAX overall is very, it's life-saving experience if you pulled it correctly. Yeah, I will never send like ogres or autists to Asia, that's for sure. Yeah, go ahead, whoever, Joe. What's it you? Go ahead.
I had nothing to say anymore. I think Mercer had.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how about trying Vietnam instead because it's so much cheaper? And like they're used to Slavs, aren't they? Because they've gotten a lot of Russians and Ukrainians.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so that what I had in mind after I watched that JBW video. I remember exactly when was this, in November 2019. Literally 1 month before COVID started, Medican discovered that JBW exists. And then COVID let me wait 2 years to go. Brutal, no? Cruel as fuck.
Yeah, that is brutal.
So my plan was initially Vietnam, yada, but in July 22, Thailand legalized weed. Say no more. God. I'm full on board. Like, let's go.
Medicans,
let's
Gen Max,
bro. Yeah. Can't imagine the world
Gen
out
Max,
there. It's insane, bro. It's undescribable. Like most people probably wouldn't believe if I start talking.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I can't take weed anyways, so I'm pretty much okay with that.
And anyway, Vietnam is slow tempo. It's for people who want to go on 5 dates before Smash. And it kind of is like I guess more
Ayebo's,
like drum and bass,
like
like drum and bass, no metal tempo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You feel me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind wife maxing if I'm gonna go. If I'm gonna do like going abroad, I want to make it like I want to do it as high effort as possible, which means it would be as long term as possible. And Thailand is probably better in terms of infrastructure and like quality of life. I don't know though. I mean, I'm kind of used to shitty quality of life at this point. Like, I don't even consider healthcare anymore because you can't get a doctor in Canada anyways. You have to you have to self-medicate if you have a problem. So I'm kind of used to that.
Why?
Why? Because you cannot have. Okay, actually, here's a good political point to make for anybody who's interested in things like socialized medicine. Okay, you cannot have anything like that with immigration, because immigration creates a perverse incentive because people want to take advantage of these services without having paid into it prior, or having, for example, previous generations that lived in this country and paid for it. If you want to have any socialized services, you need to either restrict them to multi-generational citizens, or you need to close your borders. Okay, because this creates something that's known as the tragedy of the commons, where people assume that if they don't use up something as much as possible, someone else will come in and use it up. And therefore, there's no incentive to preserve something, you know? And this is what happened in Canada. Like everybody, like
What?
every
Tragedy of what?
immigrant,
Tragedy?
tragedy of the commons. Tragedy of the commons. Okay, every immigrant group brought over their parents, elderly parents, and put them on our healthcare system because they assumed that if they didn't do that, they would just be wasting it because someone else would do it instead. Okay, like they have no sense of the common good because they're not multi-generational citizens, right? Like the reason why this would make sense for me and my family is because my family's been in Canada for over 300 years. Like we've had like probably dozens of generations at this point. Well, maybe not dozens, but you know what I mean, like a dozen generations that have been in Canada and have contributed materially to the country's well-being. You know, so it makes sense for my parents to use up that service. But with all these other people, they just see it as something that they can take, you know?
Yeah.
So this is the result, is that it's just completely destroyed the medical system in Canada. Like it used to be that our system actually worked, but it doesn't work anymore. And that's the thing, is people don't realize like socialist systems, they can work if you have like a homogeneous, high trust society where you can assume that everyone else is going to respect the public services and not abuse them because they're offered effectively outside of the, like they're not technically free because obviously you pay taxes for them over your lifetime, but they're like outside of the for-profit system, right? That's the whole point of a public service, right? But you need to have in order to have that, you need to have a society where you know people won't abuse that and they won't take advantage of it, right? We don't have that anymore. So like our healthcare system now, unless you're literally dying or like you have a compound fracture or something, you're not getting in any medical care whatsoever.
Rule.
Yeah. Our
But again,
passport bros simps. Absolutely, passport bros are simps. Like you can, if you talk to either Latinos that are in Latin American countries like Dominican Republic or Colombia.
Not imagine that if you geomax, basically girls gonna simp for you, and you're gonna, if you are not like retarded, you're gonna probably enjoy it, I assume. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, the thing is, these guys like from the US and especially, well, let's be specific, okay? It's black guys in the US. They will go places like Dominican Republic and Colombia and they will just dump money on these chicks. Like they don't seem to have common sense when it comes to how to deal with these women, and it just completely inflates their egos through the stratosphere. So now countries like Dominican Republic are like off limits because they've been completely ruined by these guys. And these are the passport bros we're talking about here. Okay. Guys like us, like in our crowd, are usually a lot more self-aware, right? Like we know that we're not really hot shit per se. Okay, we just know that our relative value is higher in these other areas than they are here, but we're still realistic about what our value is, and we also understand how these other countries work and how to not get taken advantage of. Like this is stuff we talk about all the time. The passport bros don't talk about this shit, really. I mean, they'll generally talk about how to not get scammed, but they don't have any conception of their actual value. Like they believe in the red pill nonsense typically.
Basically, passport bro is like a prerogative insult slang for basically normal, classic, vanilla expats. The word expat came before the word passport bro. Somebody invented passport bro to make it look either you know what I'm trying to say, like put blame or guilt or, you know, shame it. But expatting is ever since like Marco Polo, you know, and stuff like that. exploration, resettling.
Marco Polo was geomaxing. He was rice maxing.
Niche basically look up, I don't know, all kinds of movie about Vietnam War. A lot of these GIs actually stayed in sometimes in Laos and settled.
Yeah.
By the way,
It's
similar
like-
shit
it's like
happened
Ferdinand
with
Magellan.
hold on. Similar shit happened with Soviets in Afghanistan. Some of the Soviets, they deserted the Red Army and they settled in Afghani villages and kind of blend in or, you know, camouflage themselves, you know? Probably heard
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
I can believe that. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Deflection, desertion, and all this shit, it's just a survival mechanism sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like Ferdinand Magellan was like the first geomaxer, the first passport bro. Because he was like, if you read some of these stories, they would just go to these Polynesian islands and like the women would just line up, and because these guys were just completely, you know how they are, well, like women. These are like, these Polynesian islands were very primitive societies, so there was not really any controls on the women's behavior. So like in Hawaii, for example, the European settlers would just show up, and the women would just line up and
Well,
like jump in
Yeah,
front of
yeah,
them.
there was that expedition in
Crazy.
Tahiti, no? The stranded British sailors, or what was it? And they decided to stay. But because they are sailors and they have duties to the queen or something, of course, somebody sent a searching party for them and they had to be taken away from paradise, you know?
Yeah, and be taken away kicking and screaming.
Yeah, it's big time.
Yeah. It's like you were born in the wrong time. Well, I guess, since you're in Slovakia,
Location is
you wouldn't
everything,
have been able
bro.
to do that either, really. Because it would have been mostly like Spaniards and stuff, and French and Anglos, that got to take advantage of that. And like Dutch. Those are the fags that got to sail around the world, Like the Vikings and conquistadors. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know if I know that they were generally guys that were not high status, right? Because if you think about it, sailing across the world, that is a huge risk to take, enormous risk to take, and a lot of these guys would die on route.
Well,
Like they would
you
just
probably
die of
know.
sicknesses on route.
You probably know about that expedition, Franklin expedition, and similar expedition
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Arctic. Well, these
Yeah.
crews, this bunch of, a ship have a huge crew. There are people on the top who are from families and rich families, yada yada, and then hierarchy goes down to the janitors and shit. Janitors and stuff like that, yeah? Even worse, by the way. Basically handling dangerous material, yeah, stinky stuff, whatever. And guess, who or what was recruited for these positions? All the janitors on the ship for the Arctic expeditions, they picked all the incels from the street and offered them a very bad deal. Like, hey, take this 15 pounds British crown for this exclusive four-month expedition through the Arctic, and we're gonna arrive to China in 4 months, bro. Come, join us, And these poor incels joined the expedition, and of course, they got stranded somewhere in
So
North
sometimes
Canada.
they weren't even given a choice.
North Canada,
Like they used to have
between
bus
Greenland.
gangs.
Yeah. Stranded and frozen to death, by the way. Terrible way to go, by the way. Terrible way to die.
Yeah.
Hypothermia, my
Yeah.
fucking biggest life fear, by the way.
Yeah, I mean and the thing is, a lot of these guys would die en route. They would die of scurvy. They would die of some illness. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like a seaborne illness. Maybe they would die of, like, there were some of these ships that the plague would spread on the ships, and then all the sailors would fucking die. Like, it was really dangerous. So if you were gonna go on a voyage like that, your prospects in the old world had to be pretty shit. Like, and this is also why, by the way, if you compare the average IQs of settler populations, and I'm talking old school settler populations, I don't mean like immigrants in the 19th and 20th centuries. I'm talking like Mayflower, the Mayflower wasps, and the original Anglos and French and Dutch settlers and stuff. They tended to be like the Anglos and the French, for example, the Quebecois score slightly higher than the French in France. And the theory, and also the Irish, for example, Irish Americans
Oi,
score a lot higher
oi,
than the
wait.
Irish in
Hey,
Ireland.
thanks for tuning in.
Hey, what's going on?
Crusader, by the
Hello,
way.
hello Mercer, hello Medi,
Should change the name.
hello Joe.
Hey, we were just talking about how the explorers and conquistadors and stuff were the original geomaxers.
Yeah. Apparently,
Yeah.
I heard from a story on Joe Rogan. I don't know how true this was, but like the conquistadors were like famously the unattractive men.
Yeah, I don't know if they were unattractive, but they were from the south of Spain, which was the poorest part of Spain. And it was like, because of how dangerous the voyage was across the ocean, you had to be like, if you were going on that voyage, you had to, your prospects in the home country had to be pretty crap, you know?
Yeah.
And also, if you compare the old school settler populations to their comparative populations in Europe, the settlers tended to be slightly higher IQ. I'm talking about modern day. So, like, for example, if you compare the Quebec French to the France French, or if you compare the Irish that came over in the 19th century to the Irish that are in Ireland today, and if you compare like the Mayflower wasps to the English in England, all of the settlers have slightly higher IQs than the European, because the ones that were able to make it over here, first of all, they had to go through the filter of being able to survive the voyage. And then they also had to figure out how to survive in this completely foreign land.
They had
that was
selective
Norland,
pressure.
you know? Yeah, so there was some selective pressure against
Stupid
sort
people.
of dysgenics, you know? Like the people that were able to make that voyage and survive it were the ones that were a little hardier and a little more resourceful, you know?
Yeah. Are you guys live right now, or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are,
very
yeah.
live.
Hold on, I gotta pull up the chat then. Let's see what people are saying.
Yeah,
what
we
do
were
you
also
think-
talking about how we were born in the wrong time, because I don't know if you read some of the stories of these explorers like Ferdinand Magellan, and they were going around all of these islands in Polynesia and in like Hawaii and stuff, and like they would show up on these islands and women would just line up and just like almost fight their way into the boats to jump in bed with these guys, like, because they're like, these were all super primitive societies, right?
Yeah.
And like it was like an advanced alien civilization landed, you know? It would be like if we got
That's
invaded
just
by aliens.
fucking brutal. Imagine being one of those men. You're like out there
Yeah.
hunting and living in a fucking hut, and then these people just show up in practically like fucking spaceships compared to what you have.
Yeah, and not only that, but your women can fuck them and breed with them. It's like brutal. It's over. Like now you see why, if you look at what happened to a lot of these primitive populations in these places. Charles Darwin writes about it in his book Origin of Species, where he talks about how all of these ancient primitive human groups are going extinct as the civilized man expands his dominions, is sort of the way he put it. And yeah, I mean, if you compare that to, you know, just suddenly these super advanced aliens just show up out of nowhere and sort of take over your country or take over your land, and your women like fall over themselves to try and get access to them. It's like, damn, yeah, I'd be blackpilled into not breeding either. Like I would just, you know, I would be rot maxing too.
No, the same thing is kind of happening in Asia too. Like a lot of Korean men are like importing Vietnamese wives, or there's a big problem in Africa and in like Southeast Asia with the East Asians and the Northeast Asians, like having a bunch of children with the prostitutes or just random women, and then not taking care of them.
Yeah, yes, that is actually definitely a thing that's happening. And I was actually expecting that the Chinese would try and offshore, because they have all these excess men due to the sex selective abortions.
Yeah,
right?
the one birth policy or whatever.
Yeah. So I was thinking like one of the ways they could deal with that is by offshoring them to Africa. But it seems like, and I've noticed this, and you even see this in dating statistics. Asian men are actually rather selective when it comes to different races of women. Like white men are actually more likely to respond to a black woman on dating apps than Asian men. And Hispanic men are about equally as likely. So it seems like they're somewhat more selective. Maybe it's like, especially because skin color is more emphasized as a desirable trait in Asia compared to Europe. But I don't know if it's actually going to be that effective. Because yeah, you can get some of these guys to like fool around, but we're talking about you want these guys to not be a problem in Asia, right?
Yeah.
And eventually they're going to come back if they're not settling down in Africa with a woman there.
Yeah.
Right? They're eventually going to come back to China, right? They're not going to just
but
stay in
the
Africa
thing
forever.
the thing is because they had a child with a black woman, they're not bringing the child back because it would bring shame on their entire family, basically.
Yeah, they need to figure out how to get around that culturally, because from China's perspective, it would be very useful to create a mixed race middle management class between the Chinese and the Africans, because that's their biggest problem right now. Is that like it's like I can't conceive of two races that are more diametrically different in terms of pretty much everything, you know. And it's like you see the Chinese, like you've probably seen that documentary Empire of Dust, right?
Yeah.
It's also tiresome guy. Yeah, it's like you see these guys.
Oh,
It's
wait.
again, it's to bring back the alien space
The
alien
documentary.
metaphor.
That's the meme with that Chinese dude complaining about that ninja workers like being lazy.
Yeah.
What's the name? Because I should check it out.
Empire of Dust.
I mean, it's pretty brutal. Look, I'm generally like I'm probably more sympathetic to Africans than a lot of people in our circles, but I mean there are a lot of problems that they have, you know. And it was really funny, that documentary, because the Chinese guy was like, man, I don't know what these Belgians taught these people, but they're like, as soon as they get paid, they just go out and drink their entire paycheck, and then they're out asking for an advance the next day. It's like these fucking Belgians, like, what are they teaching these guys?
Yeah. No, it turns out there was just the low impulse control all along.
Yeah. So I mean, if they set up a middle management class of mixed Sino-African
Blasians, that's what they call them.
Yeah, I don't know if they would be calling them Blasians though in that
No,
context,
no,
right? Usually,
no.
or
I
they
don't
have their
think
own
that's
term.
the-
Do you have their own term for it that's neutral, like in China?
No, they just call
Chinese
them
African.
They definitely wouldn't. You'd have to have like years and years of basically like propaganda in schools to even get them to begin accepting it, because skin color has been such a thing that's been ingrained for like centuries, like hundreds, like even over thousands of years.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, do they actually have a term for this category of people? Like, for example, the Spanish called the mixed
Mulattoes or
Mestizo.
yeah, they called them mulattoes, right?
Mestizo, no?
Yeah, they called the mixed native and Spaniards mestizos, right? Like, I'm sure the Chinese have a term that they've come up with, like a relatively neutral term that they've come up with for a mixed African Chinese person. You know, because I do know they exist, because I remember looking this up on Wikipedia.
There is a term. There is a term, but it's like Hanzuer something. But that's a person of mixed race.
Yeah, but that could apply to anyone, couldn't it? Like any mix of Chinese and someone else, right?
Yeah, I know it apply to any race, but I can't find anything specific to like black people.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. I could see, but eventually they're going to figure that out, because I remember seeing all these articles, because I was lurking the Chinese internet, just because, you know, Baidu, because it's sort of walled off, you can get access to, you can get a really good idea of what the Chinese think just by using Baidu, using a translator, because they don't censor It's ironic. They don't censor nearly as much as we do. Like, they censor anything critical of the Communist Party, right? Like,
Yeah.
or anything that's politically sensitive in China. But
Yeah.
like race stuff is not politically sensitive in China. Like, you can find articles, you can find blogs by random Chinese guys talking about the you-know-who's and their influence on the United States.
As a matter of fact, I think being racist in China is kind of being is actually embraced amongst local
Yeah, they don't care. Like, they don't
structure.
care. Like,
you
and
know.
they talk about Africans a lot, because the thing is, China's brought in a lot of African. I imagine these are like politically connected Africans.
They
as,
brought
like,
in a lot of
students.
African workers too.
Oh yeah, aren't there a lot of illegals as well in like Guangzhou?
It's the BRICS, no?
Something like that.
I think so. Yeah, I think, but they're only allowed in one city. I'm pretty sure if they leave, they'll be caught by the Chinese police or something. I can't verify that info though.
Yeah. Because I remember there was this big issue with illegals, African workers in Guangzhou.
Yeah.
I was reading an article on that.
Yeah, there's also
But, yeah.
a big problem in Okinawa with African Marines.
Oh yes, they talk about the U.S. soldiers committing rapes and other crimes, and they don't really specify any more than that. And when you read that, you think, "Wow, what the hell is wrong with these Americans? Why are they such savages in Okinawa?" Like, and then you realize, well, it's not all American soldiers; it's certain subsets. You know?
Yeah.
That's what you realize. But yeah. They're put in a tough spot though, because China, they desperately need to have access to these resources to keep the economic machine going. So they really do have to accommodate these African elites, at least keep them happy. So they're stuck
I honestly
in a rock
think
and hard
with how
place.
China is going, I think in the future or soon enough, because they don't have any of the real ethics that the West has, with science when it comes to science.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll find some, like, at least from the West's point of view, a fucked up way of keeping their population up. Maybe they'll maybe they can implant some kind of gene into the woman that specially selects like more for more females or something.
That would be so based. I would create a shrine to whatever scientist invented that, because we need that.
Yeah, I saw this Chinese doctor, and he's like, it's scientifically, it's the the Chinese doctor that made the 2 AIDS resistance babies, and he got put in jail for that.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't recall that. Can you guys give me a quick rundown of that?
He claimed that he did that. It's not proven,
He tried to genetically modify 2 babies to be resistant to AIDS, and it probably worked, but we don't know if it did. But anyways, he got put in jail, and I think he recently got released, and he was tweeting, it's possible, it's theoretically possible to depopulate India within 48 hours.
Oh man, we got to keep this guy away from the alt-right sphere, because he's going to become like the #1 celebrity there soon.
Yeah, no. There was also this Japanese politician that said we should cut out women's uteruses at 30 years old.
Rude.
What, cut them out and like freeze them or something?
No, because he basically said if you don't use it, you lose it. There's no point. You should just become a man.
Because the kids that pop out after 30 are more likely to be all messed up. Yeah, that makes sense. I know that, for example, it's largely anecdotal, but there is some evidence that certain families seem to produce an excess of women or an excess of men, like that in terms of children. And like, for example, this is the case in my father's family. My father's side, he had 5 daughters before me. And this was over the course of his entire lifetime. And this was with 3 different women, because he was married. He was married first once, and then he had another child with a woman that he was not married to. That was actually the cause of his divorce. And then he remarried my mother. And yeah.
There
It was 2 different women. Yeah.
there is a gene that makes it more likely to have women. So we just need to separate that gene and just start slipping it into all of the vaccines secretly.
Yeah, well, I think it would be easier to just create a non-abortive method of sex selection.
Yeah.
Because, for example, and then just incentivize. Yeah, you know what, Tofu, you're probably onto something there. Because my father grew up in a pretty poor family, though. Like by the time he was an adult, they were doing okay, but their origins were quite poor. Most Quebec French were quite poor.
Mercer, there is a question for you.
What's
Tofu
that?
asking, he says, high status men produce more men, and low status men more women.
That's
I was answering that.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I forgot to say hello, but I'd like to
Hey,
just
what's up?
add on that. They said weak men produce more daughters or something. So that might be
Okay,
true.
well, I need a weak max because if I knew that I would only produce daughters, that would be amazing, because that's my biggest fear, is producing a son and then thinking like, oh fuck, how do I make this kid not have a screwed up life? You have to put so much
There's
more time
also
and effort
ways
into
that like
boys
the
now.
elite kind of control. Like there's other ways, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about it. It might get the stream flagged or something.
Smart.
Yeah, we might want to be careful.
Yeah, I talked about it. It's basically you blast the child with hormones, like when it's a fetus, when it's in the fetus stage, and that can like masculinize or feminize whatever child it is. So
Yeah,
yeah, but it's kind of schizo. I mean, it's real, but it's like it's very. A lot of people don't like talking about it. They call me gay or something. Like when I talk about it.
Yeah, does anyone know that study where during war times more women are born versus after, like more boys are born because like during stressful times it's genetically better to have more women. So maybe like the epigenetic factors of your father growing up in a stressful, poor area like altered his genes during childhood. There's epigenetic gene or the genetic expressions causing him to have more daughters.
It's plausible. I do also know that prenatal testosterone plays a role, because apparently if you have higher prenatal testosterone, you tend to be prone to having more daughters. Which seems kind of counterintuitive, because you would assume high prenatal testosterone, that tends to be more masculinizing in terms of like your physical appearance, because it makes you more sensitive to testosterone. It doesn't increase your testosterone levels, but it makes you more sensitive to it.
And it
But
also
apparently that's
causes
one of
more
the potential
masculine
effects.
facial features in childhood and in adulthood.
Yeah. So that's definitely a potential reason. But yeah, I think the easiest way to be doing this would just simply be to come up with a non-abortive way of selecting the sex of a fetus, or just increasing the likelihood of one sex over the other, and then B, incentivizing girls, just giving incentives for girls. And saying like, and then for example, if you have like 3 kids and then you make it so that it's preferable to have 2 girls and 1 boy, over time you could correct the problem really fast. You just have to figure out whatever
there are excess women. I don't assume there'll be as much of a problem as excess men.
Well, no, because excess women, technically that's the default state. Because when you have a young population and you have like not a lot of people on the top of the pyramid, that means that there's not a lot of men competing for women. And because men are typically older than women, right? And if you consider that in the past, men would have a much higher mortality rate due to dying of wars frequently.
So I give you example.
Due to the constant wars.
Excess female is basically a farmer's chicken coop. You have 3 cocks and 15 chicks. So each boyo is sharing, that one boyo can have 5 girlfriends. in chicken coop, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's the default state. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now I get that women wouldn't want to be in that situation either, but
Why not? They can totally
this is
enjoy
something
that.
engineered. This is something you could plan out in theory, at least. Like you could say, okay, well, we're gonna support having more women or more daughters until we even this demographic situation out, and then we have about equal proportions of men and women getting married, and we have like and these indicators of societal health are positive, and then we're just gonna let off the pressure on that, and we will just make it so that there's no special incentives for one side or the other. Like that's how I would phrase it. Right?
No, the way I would do
women-
it, since women want to be in a harem of with Chad, I'd basically just make it so the uglier men can only take like 1 or 2 wives or like 1 or 2 girlfriends, but the better looking men take like way more. So over the generations, you keep pumping out more women, but the men just keep getting better looking.
There you go. That would solve the problem for them, wouldn't it?
But guys,
Yeah.
no question: gay son or thought daughter?
Oh my god, I saw that thread on Twitter. See, I was thinking, okay, thought daughter
Move on to
is
the next
bad,
question.
but at least
Yeah.
no. But if you see some of the posts that people were replying, and they were like, "No, I'm taking a gay son," and they would
Is
post
he a
like
bottom or a
these
top?
horrific shit that these women were doing. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of leaning towards gay son now.
Is he a bottom or a top? And is the daughter bringing the guys home, or is she more discreet about it? Is she like an undercover bop, or like out in the open?
That's a good point.
Depends who she's fucking, right? Like if she's fucking
No, but
the
it's still really embarrassing, right? Like you don't want your genetic legacy to be descended from a thought, right? Like I would rather die out in that circumstance. Like I'd rather
Yeah,
my
but
family line disappear.
Are the sons of whores Chads, or are the sons of whores incels?
Good
Mm,
question.
yeah, but the thing is that they would be Chads because of the Chads that the women are selecting, right?
Yeah.
But they would still be descended from a thought, though. You know,
So maybe
like
it's
it would be kind of like
but it's long-term thinking versus short-term thinking, like temporary embarrassment or genetic like success in the long term.
yeah, but that's kind of like these white boomer sports fags who
Yeah.
who like pimp their daughters out to NBA guys, like NBA black guys, and then they have like these mulatto grandchildren that they're super proud of. It's like, yeah, technically, I guess you could say they their grandsons will be potentially football or basketball players, but
Yeah.
you know, they're like more genetically distant to you than
Maybe you try and pimp them out to
random
like
white
hockey
people.
players or something.
Yeah, no, we can only
Or
do
in my
that in
case,
Canada.
math Olympians.
Yeah. Well, wait, don't isn't like ping pong a big thing in China, or is that just Japan?
It's a big thing in Asia, but I don't think ping pong is really a Chad sport. Well, neither is math Olympians, so maybe
That's true.
we gotta find what's a sport Asian people are overwhelmingly good at. Weightlifting. They're good at the Olympic
that's that
weightlifting.
short Chinese guy that's like
Yeah.
lives like in state. He's like an ant.
Yeah.
Table tennis.
Yeah.
Table tennis is ping pong, isn't it?
Badminton too.
Badminton, yeah. Volleyball is only for the women. Have you seen volleyball girls?
Yeah.
There's
They
like this
mog me to oblivion.
Like,
They are, you know.
I need Central Asian Stacy. That's what I need.
Yeah. Did you see that Kazakh girl who's like 6'8" or something? She's
saw
like
her.
ridiculously tall, but she has like this baby face.
That's what I need.
The one on Discord. You put on Discord, yeah.
Yeah, I posted her. I forget her name, but yeah, she's like 6 foot something, and she has like the face of like a 5'0" J-pop model or something.
maybe the daughter of a certain general back in the day, or descendant of a certain general.
Maybe. Well, the thing is, if you know the genetic history of these guys, in a lot of cases they were a mixture of the Proto-Indo-Iranians who were on the steppes, like they were Scythians, and they were actually genetically, they weren't the same as Europeans, but they were very close to them genetically. Like if they still existed today, they would be the closest group of people to Europeans genetically. And then on the other hand, there was the Turkic peoples that were like almost entirely East Asian, and they mixed together. So they're basically Hapas. Like they're about as close to Hapas as you can get. And it's actually funny because if you look at a Hapas on like a genetic map of like someone who's like half Chinese, Japanese, and half European, they usually crop up around Central Asia. Like you see them next to Uyghurs or, you know. It's pretty
Maybe
funny.
that's where I need to geomax because I'm like a half a cell, so maybe I could just find me a step.
Honestly,
geo.
you would not stick out in those countries. And also, here's something that's funny about that. A big problem that Hapas and other relatively distant races, when they're mixed together, have is that it's kind of like pushing the randomizer button, right? Because like you could have a combination of traits that either fit together really well or they don't fit together well at all, you know? Whereas in Central Asia, because they've been mixed for hundreds of years now, in fact, almost 1,000 years, I think now, they've had a long time to even those out. And so there's a lot less variation in the looks, in the combination of looks, you know, because the really ugly ones would have gotten selected out, like the really bad combinations, and the good combinations would have been selected for, which is why, like, I'm sure you guys have seen pictures of those composite faces of like the average face of a man and a woman in a given country. You guys have seen those, right?
Yeah, and it's way better looking than the actual average person.
Yeah, like they all look attractive.
It's not GeoGuessr, it's EthnoGuessr. It's pretty funny.
I'm so good at that fucking game, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was decent at that, but then I kept getting screwed up by the Native American ones because they all look so similar.
Oh my fucking god, those ones would cook me so bad.
Yeah, I know, it's brutal. But if you guys remember, the Uzbek woman face is like the most attractive face in the whole thing.
Yeah,
and it's because she looks like an exact intermediate of like a Northern European woman and a Northeast Asian woman, and it's like perfectly intermediate. It doesn't look like, it's not like in some cases where you got squinty eyes paired with a big nose or something. You know what I mean? Like it's perfectly averaged out, and that's what a lot of these Central Asians look like. And the guys too. Like if you look at some of these Central Asian guys, they actually look pretty good.
Dmitry Bivol kind of is decent looking, but that's
yeah. And because they'll have like they will have East Asian features, but it'll be like where the East Asian features that don't fit together badly with European features, they end up being preserved, and vice versa. The European features that don't fit poorly with East Asian features get preserved. So they kind of fit together really well. They look pretty decent, you know?
There are even some like those Central Asians with like blue eyes too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the European ancestry.
It's a famous model from Kazakhstan. Her name's like Aya or something. She has like blue eyes.
Yeah.
Some people said she looks like Sid the Sloth a little bit, but she has blue eyes.
Yeah, she kind of has like that super wide set face, the eyes.
Right. That stuff. Yeah, wide part eyes, but I don't think she's bad looking.
Yeah, there's and also if you go into Russia itself, you can find like even more white and mixed ones in Siberia. Like there's this chick who's
what are you coping? Haven't you heard the news? Slavs are not white. Haven't you heard?
Oh yeah,
yeah. This one guy like, but they're like white and mixed, right? Full of Asian people.
Yeah. But have you seen that picture of that? This chick does YouTube videos, and I think her name is like Ali or something, and she's a Tatar, and she's like a ginger, but she looks.
Oh yeah, Ellie from Russia. Yeah, Ellie from Russia.
Ellie, yeah, that's it. Ellie from Russia. Yeah,
like...
and she's like a ginger, but the thing is, she kind of looks ambiguous, but she's in that area where it's like, if you didn't know that she was from a mixed ethnicity like Tatars, you wouldn't necessarily pick it up. You know, she's sort of within the variation of Europeans, but a little bit like on the extreme end. But of course, she is actually a mix with East Asian. And you find a lot of these ethnicities in Russia. There's actually some really stunning ones. Here, I'll send you Medi one because there's this one group called Udmurts, and they're like Huapas. They're like a quarter to a third Asian.
Ellie from Russia's feet.
Has she ever done that? I'm surprised that she hasn't like tried to.
No, it's like it was
advantage
like a
of it.
pre-selected search, so clearly some people are looking it up.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Ellie from Russia swimsuit, Ellie from Russia hot, Ellie from Russian body, Ellie from Russia's
Nice.
feet.
Brutal.
Oh God, yeah. Well, she
Boom,
probably
yes,
knows. This is what I mean, like Slavic women and also women from Eastern Europe, even if they're not like Slavs, even if they're like Tatars or something, they know exactly what's going on.
Dude, like this is the same thing. Have any of you ever seen that thing with Taylor Swift? Like she posted the soles of her feet.
Don't get me started on Tyler Swift. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh God.
Dua Lipa also did the same thing on like an interview. She like wore like a super short skirt and she started like showing off, quote unquote, showing off her tattoos while moving her feet in front of the camera and like spreading her legs with the dress. Suspiciously, like on accident, quote unquote.
Oh, brutal. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, the like super high end ones know what's going on, right? If we're talking about like the movie stars and the entertainers and stuff, but if we're talking about the average chick, they usually like Western European women have no clue. Like we were talking about this before the stream. Like women in Western countries are just brainwashed into believing like all women are equally attractive, all sizes are attractive, or they should be seen as attractive. And like if men don't find fat women attractive, it's oppression or some shit. Yeah, whereas like Eastern European women, like Eastern European mothers will be like, they'll tell their daughters straight up, "You're fat. You're getting fat. Like stop eating so much." You know, like they will just be straight up like pink pilled, I guess is what they call it.
Yeah.
Chinese do that too. What's like from my like background and stuff. They're like what's it called? I saw this one tweet a couple of years ago. It's like we should do like hashtag open borders for hotties, and like only allow hot women to immigrate. And then they said if white women would form SS battalions overnight. That happened.
Yeah. Well, they're already doing it in. I remember that Sweden had this issue that when the Ukrainian crisis happened, and they were like, "No, even though we've taken in all of these like rape refugees that are committing gang violence and like throwing grenades at people, we're not going to be taking in Ukrainian refugees."
Yeah.
You know, and then I, like this was in my video that I made where you see if you look at how Polish women rated Ukrainian refugees versus like all the other groups in Poland, like Polish men, young Polish men, old Polish men, young Polish women were like overwhelmingly negative. Like, they were like, we hate these bitches.
That's like
they're
so.
competing with us right now.
They're so similar. Like as people can debate that, but they're very they're more similar than not. It's not like they're like a completely different race. They're like your neighbors.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They still don't want them there because they're making it hard for individual Polish women, right?
They're diminishing the sexual value of the women, which is like probably one of the only things that women value is their sexual value.
Yeah. Like that's.
But I don't know.
They would probably be opposed
women,
of like Polish American women immigrating to Poland. They would probably have a problem with it. You know, like if there was any large number of women from anywhere, it doesn't matter where, immigrating into a country like Poland, they would be opposed to it because it would make things worse for them. That's all they care about.
Even British women? Shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like now I know British women are kind of subhuman, but I guess I guess it would depend on the women, right? Because it's kind of like comparing Indian men immigrating. It's like they're not really a sexual threat, so it's like not as big of a deal.
I don't know about
but they cause other issues.
Oh, they're a sexual threat, all right, just not in the way you're thinking of.
Yeah, well, that's not my problem. You know, like ladies, you can vote differently if that's how you feel. I mean, if that's their concern, they're free to let us know at the ballot box because I have yet to see them vote properly. Actually, I have to be fair. It really, like, women weren't the problem in the most recent Canadian election. It was boomers.
Oh my fucking god! Don't even get me started.
Yeah. And by the way, what isn't discussed actually, now that I think about it, is that it's not just boomers that were the issue. Because I guarantee you that if we were to look at the data, we would see that it wasn't like all boomers, men and women, voted for the exact same parties in the same proportions. I guarantee you, just from my own personal experience talking to older boomer men, I guarantee you that the boomer men largely voted conservative, and it was boomer women that were overwhelmingly voting liberal. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and women are kind of useless in general in this. Like my mother, for example, I try and explain to her like why she should vote for certain politicians, but I remember one time she was like, "Oh, this PM actually came to my door and was polite to me, so I'm going to vote for him." Like, do you even have any idea what his party represents or like what he's? It's like, no, he was just nice to me, so I'm going to vote for him. Like, fucking hell! Why did we give you the franchisement?
Because equality.
Yeah. I'm like, I love you, mother, but you should not be voting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, and they treat you if you don't want them voting as some kind of like not even human rights violation, but you're violent against them or you hate them. It's like, no, like I like my fucking dogs, but I wouldn't let them drive my car, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, a big problem that we have as well is that guys, they're saying things and they mean a certain way, but they don't understand the way that their language sounds. Like, for example, we have guys that will say like women shouldn't have rights, and by that they mean women shouldn't have political rights, like the right to influence politics. Okay, that's what they mean. But the problem is that when you say that, they think women shouldn't have any like legal rights, like you should be able to like murder them and not face any consequences. That's what they think when you say that, you know.
Wait, it
So
didn't mean take all their rights away? Oh, damn, I
yeah.
don't think I can
Oh,
support
sorry.
that.
I guess I should have.
Crap. Oh,
Man.
shit, no. Just political rights? No, okay. Not for
I'm not,
me.
Yeah.
not on board with that. We gotta take everything.
Yeah. Maybe I should watch. Maybe I'm stepping in it now. But no, but for real, it's like the main focus we have when we're talking about this stuff is their political influence and how they like the way I've put it when I've talked to women is like women should not be making decisions about how men deal with other men from other countries. Like that's how I put it. Like I would be fine if women were only dealing with how women are treated because we know what they would do anyways, right?
Yeah.
Like if we said that women could vote on any policies that are related to women from other countries, and like for example, immigration policy or whatever. And men should have the right to deal with all policies related to other men. You know, we know that wouldn't be a problem because if women were able to vote about women's the policies towards other women, they would just vote to not let any other women in, right? Because they're not dumb, you know. They would want to monopolize their own land as far as men go.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just a race to the bottom.
Future is female. Get with it.
The future will never be female because whenever it's female, all the people they import will just take over.
Yes.
Whatever.
That is
They'll have
true.
fur babies. They'll have dogs and cats. They don't care about like the horde of zombie invasion. It doesn't matter. It's over.
Yeah, they won't care until it shows up at their door, though. That's the thing.
When their cats get eaten, then they'll realize it's too late.
Yeah. We are kind of dealing. I don't know if you noticed that, Crusader, but women in Canada are becoming way more racist in general since the mass migration of Indians. And what I've noticed is you don't see them acting the same way with like Arabs or Africans. and really, I think the only reason why white women are becoming racist in Canada is just because Indian men are just not attractive. I think that's what it is. I don't think they really care about.
Yeah, I
at
don't
all.
know, but they're like the ugliest people possible. You want to know why? Because they're mixed with the fucking Australian Aboriginals.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of a complex genetic mixture, that's for sure.
You know they
I
have
know
over
that there's
40
less
languages.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that? If you actually look at how those languages are different from each other, they're much less different. They're more like dialects than language.
Yeah,
People don't know
I
it.
don't like when people do that. They just claim they speak like 5 different languages. It's like they're all dialects of each other. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's
That's
like Hindi and
BS.
Urdu. Hindi and Urdu are actually they're mutually intelligible.
Same language.
It's basically
literally
yeah. Urdu is just Hindi, or Hindi actually, I should say, is just Urdu with some words that were of Persian origin replaced with words that are more indigenous. It would be like English, but without the French words that we use. It's basically
male.
that's what Hindi is.
Yeah, male.
Yeah. Urdu
Yeah,
is actually
and
the older
Indian
language
people will
because
tell
it
you
was
this too.
from the Mughal era.
They'll tell you this too. Like they'll say like, oh, like Urdu's the same language. They'll also tell you they have like 500 languages. It's like pretty funny.
Yeah, it's like no, that's not the case. But, whatever. But yeah, that's why women are getting all seethy in Canada because they just don't like the look of the men that are immigrating. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't see this shit. Like they were doing the refugees welcome thing well after the Syrian rape-fugee issue where they were
maybe you just gotta keep importing like the most insane people ever.
No, they have
But, like,
they don't have a
are
problem with
British-
that as long as they're attracted to them. As long as
Are
they find
British
them
women
attractive.
complaining about all the Indians showing up and like all the Somalis and like browns? Are they complaining too? Like I don't think so. I mean maybe Canadian women are more based than we think, but it's like I don't know. In America,
Well, they're not
no
based
women
at
are
all.
complaining, especially young people, about immigrants. They're saying you need to find ICE
Dude,
officers and kill them.
Dude, they're not based. They just hate the Indians in general. It's not like they want to stop immigration.
Yeah, and the
Like,
thing is,
everyone hates the Indians.
Yeah, if we're completely honest, though, I mean, look, Indians don't have a good record when it comes to how they treat women, but compared to say Europeans or other groups, right? But if we compare them to like certain Middle Eastern groups or certain African groups, they are still better on average than a lot of the groups that were imported, you know?
Yeah.
But because they're ugly, that's what the issue is.
Yeah.
Like that's what the women have a problem with, you know?
Yeah, it's like I can't fucking remember. Maybe we just gotta keep importing like super ugly men, and then
we just gotta import subhuman men. That's it.
Open borders for hotties. Let's get this going.
That's what we need. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they never happen. The women wouldn't form SS units. They would just complain, and the men would jump into action. That's what always happens.
Hey, are you bothering? Is he bothering you?
Oh yes.
Hey.
You know that meme of that gay bartender that slips the woman the note? Like he gives me the creeps. Like
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to punch that guy's fucking teeth in.
Yeah,
he was
men
one
are
of the
like
best
cartoon
Wojaks.
characters that happen in the world of women.
Yeah, but he made one of the best Wojaks. I'm actually kind of glad he did that because I don't think a more smug subhuman face has ever been created. A smug Sojak.
Yeah, it's like he just has like the most like non-threatening. I feel like when a man has like, I feel like when people look like him, they just look like so low threat and so smug. It just like I feel like what makes a punchable face is just looking low threat and smug.
Hey, check it out. There's a
exactly.
question for you, Master. Are the Koreans immigrating to Canada even reproducing? Because
Actually, you know
with
what?
who, basically?
This is a good question. This is a good question, and I can answer that for you. Hang on just a second. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to send this to Medi, and Medi, you put it on the screen, okay? Because this is actually pretty incredible. I remember because I used to get into. If you're ever on 4chan, it's recently been overwhelmed with, on the Canadian side, I mean, it's been overwhelmed with Indians that just spam seed all the time using Canadian flags. And I've had to get into constant arguments with them because they're always like, "Sir, we are making more money than everyone. We are all richer than you. We're replacing you. Sir, the white women love us, sir." So anyways, I remember looking this data up myself, and actually it was shocking how bad the situation is for pretty much immigrants in general. And it's largely, if you look at the biggest common denominator between these immigrants, it's not race really. They're all confined to cities, and the cities are like death traps right now in Canada, like reproductive death traps. I mean, whereas whites in Canada, only a minority of whites are in cities now, like white men and white women. And we're actually really fucked up as well. Like, we're not doing well either. Less than half of white men aged 32, I believe, is the average age, or 33.
Mercer,
Less than
there
half
is
of white men
picture
have children.
on the screen, by the way, for you.
Yeah, right here. You see what I mean? So, married or common law with children, meaning living with a woman and children, less than half of white men age 34, or median age 34, less than half are married with children, or common law. Okay, so that means it's already really bad. But if you compare it to these other groups like Indians, Filipinos, etc., like these other groups, it's much worse. And look at the difference in education too. Like, that was what was really shocking to me. Like, whites are the least educated in this entire group, but are doing the best in terms of having children. And as I said, the only thing that you can really figure out that is the cause here is that like a good chunk of whites are living outside the cities. Like 1/3 of whites are living outside the cities, and that's probably boosting it, because a lot of these whites are like tradies. And even though tradies are not like super high status, Canada doesn't really have a white collar middle class anymore. Like, it's been completely destroyed. So the tradies are kind of blue collar, lower middle class by American standards, but they're still managing to make enough money to have kids and stuff, Whereas a lot of these guys, a lot of these immigrant groups who are stuck in the cities now, like, look at 71% of Chinese are in Montreal, Toronto, or Vancouver. Like, these cities are some of the worst in terms of cost of living, and probably they're the worst in terms of gender ratio, I bet. Like, they're probably sausage fests. Indians, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese. Well, Japanese are not as bad. And look, you also see this. Like, Japanese are the least likely to live in the biggest cities among these immigrant groups, Japanese and Arabs. And they are among the better in terms of reproducing. They're on the higher end in terms of reproducing. So that tells you something.
So basically, cities are just terrible in general.
In Canada especially, because this is where we've packed all these immigrants, and of course they're living like absolute subhumans at this point because of how many we've packed in, and how it's exploded the cost of living. Like, half of my family comes from a smaller town. You can't just resume max and get a decent job in these towns, okay? Like, you have to, usually it's done through family. Like, you can't just walk into a trade. You can't just like get a trade ticket. You pretty much have to know somebody who's willing to apprentice you, like somebody who's a family member or something, because nobody's going to add to their own competition by apprenticing you and allowing you to become a journeyman,
Yeah.
So in a way, it's sort of a racket.
Anyone want to move to Columbus and study HVAC?
Yeah.
You sound like Steve Hoker right now.
Honestly, I mean,
I'm told there's a lot of job.
The thing is, when I see whites with families here, like I'm not living in a big city, but I'm living in a smaller city. It's over 100,000, but it's not it's not the bigger cities. But anyways, when I see whites with families, it's always some like lumberjack looking dude who's like, the look, like big, burly, over 6 feet tall, beard, wearing flannel or like something like that, and it's always like a tradie guy who's driving like a company truck, and it's his wife and like slightly overweight wife and like 3 or 4 kids. You know, like that seems to be how, and then whoever else is around, as far as whites are concerned, are like not having any kids.
Yeah.
It's like these sort of mid-tier. I mean, you know, they're not. I'm sure they're decent quality people, right? They're probably generally conservative in their way of thinking.
simple.
And they're the ones that are genetically successful right now. And like the higher end people that are in the white collar like mentality or even like color educated, they're not doing well either because there's like as I'm sure you guys know, there's just no work. It's really fucking terrible.
Yeah, I think I talked about this on the Thomas White stream. Like, I can't find work for the fucking life of me.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Because like if you think about all these immigrants that are coming to Western countries, right? They're not coming to Western countries to become a plumber, right? They're not coming to like Indians aren't coming to Canada to become a mechanic or like whatever, you know,
Yeah.
or an automotive guy, right? They're coming to Canada because they want to be some kind of white collar status chief, you know.
Yeah.
And that's because everybody's doing it. Nobody can do it now, and that's the situation we're in. And actually, what's craziest about this graph is if you look at the now it's gone, but if you looked at the number of people working in retail, which is pretty high across the board, like it's like 15-20%. The lowest was whites, despite being the least educated. Again, and this would be like retail would be like cashier shit, you know, like wage cup shit. And despite being twice as well educated, like twice as likely to have a bachelor's degree, all these other immigrant groups are more likely, and in some cases significantly more likely, to work in retail.
Retail only hires like ethnic people, boomers, and women. If you're not like that, you're done.
But nobody wants to work in that, right?
Yeah, that's true. But like they don't want like anything that is like customer service in the last. They don't want like some sad incel that has defeat written on his forehead. They don't want him to.
Yeah, they want beautiful white teeth smile Stacy to please the customers.
Yeah. And they can smell it on you if you try to work out. I know you guys in Canada don't have like Trader Joe's, but like you have to be like a fag or a woman or a boomer to work there. And if you're not one of them, you can't work there.
You have to have the upbeat personality.
Yeah. No, mostly up here we have like Tim Hortons eats.
Oh my!
Tim Hortons.
I never.
They're overrunning. They're overrunning all. Like Tim Hortons has been completely ruined by. And I'm sure you've seen these stories coming out of like hepatitis getting spread through these Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons has been redeemed.
Sing Hortons.
Yeah, what? Sing Hortons. Yeah.
Yes.
Sing.
Yeah. It's brutal.
They moved. First there was the 7-Elevens in the U.S. and now they're like in Canada. It's like the new meme.
Yeah, McDonald's too, but McDonald's like yesterday I was trying to get an order placed and these people, I couldn't even fucking understand them. Like I was like, can I have like one smoothie, like one like the frozen lemonade, or I can't fucking remember what it was. And I couldn't even understand what they were fucking saying. Like, and they would constantly mess up my order. It's like one fucking thing and you can't even speak English and you're working this job, but I can't get hired, obviously.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard someone say, because we were talking about your situation after you, it was me and Broomstick were talking about your situation after you had fallen off, like in the group call before. And he had mentioned that, you were living with your parents, but your parents were renting out a bunch of rooms to these guys.
Yeah,
Jeets.
We have 3 Jeets in my fucking basement.
Why the fuck? Why? Like, are they? I'm assuming that they're doing okay. Like, why would voluntarily do that?
It's not my father. My father was against it, but he can't stand my mother anymore. he basically like he does like this fucking every time my mother talks to him. I can't remember the image, but it's like this Japanese like samurai like meditation face, and he does that face every single time my mother talks to him. And all he does is because he hates being home with her so much. All he does is work, and then he does Uber like as a side job just to make extra money as an excuse to not come home.
Oh, that's brutal.
I think
And we
that's what
live in
Chinese
a-
people or like Asians do. That they do divorce like, but it's like less common. Usually they're like they'll just be honest, like I don't like my husband or I don't like my wife, and they'll just like try to be as far away from them as possible.
Yeah.
See, that's
No,
how you
but-
drive productivity. Is that
Yeah.
you make women so intolerable that men will just do everything to stay away from them and just work all the time.
Dude, and this
I love
guy's
Monday.
fucking this guy's rich too. Like my father's fucking rich, but he just doesn't spend any money. Like I've seen his like fucking investment portfolio and all his money, and it's like it's enough for him to retire right now, but I think my mother makes it so intolerable for him. I think he's probably gonna work until he just drops dead.
That's
Oh, weird.
brutal. Yeah, this seems to be like a thing with not just rice parents, but like rice, curry, any coming from any large agricultural country, where there's just this idea that you can't relax. You can't like even the idea of retiring or like not trying to maximize your productivity. It's like there's something wrong with it. You know, they just can't do it.
No, he would relax. He would retire, I think, if it just wasn't for my mother. Like when she rented out when I told him she was planning to rent out the basement, he's like, first of all, like, why the fuck? We don't need it. We don't need the extra money. Like, we're not going broke. He's like, I pay all the fucking bills. It's a huge house. I don't understand why. Like, my house is like 3 stories tall. It's like pretty big. He's like, I don't understand why she needs to rent out the fucking basement. But he's like, he's not even gonna deal with her. He's just like, fuck it. Like, just let her do whatever she wants to fucking do.
That makes sense. By the way, have you thought of like reverse geomaxing, like heading to maybe China or a Chinese country where, because you speak English as a first language, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Like you could probably take advantage of that.
Yeah,
and leverage that.
I'm not Chinese. I'm like a Jap, but yeah, probably.
You're Japanese. Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Chinese women find me repulsive. Like they never like me,
Usually, when I think of insufferable women, I think of Chinese women.
No, Japanese women.
That's why I assumed you were Chinese. Okay, so now I can make that. Now I can talk about that Japanese guy who didn't speak to his wife for like 40 years because.
Yep. Yeah, that's basically my father at this point.
That's base. Okay, so what you're telling me is that all these fantasies that weebs have about Japanese trad wives is actually bullshit.
No, as soon as you have children with a Japanese wife, the sex stops and basically you just become a house slave. You just get verbally abused and henpecked. Like, this is a common theme across all of Japan. Like, everyone knows it. It's like an open secret. That's why they have like the prostitutes and everything. It's because the wives know that the husband won't. If the husband can't bang them,
there's that
he has to get
article
it
on
off.
the server from Lankelf, and he stole it from some Russian server, and the Russians were describing how it feels to live in Japan. And I think I tried to bring it up, but he mentioned like they put raw egg yolk on everything, like salmonella, like one.
No, you won't get salmonella from that because they have a lot of strict health regulations. It's only a small chance that you get salmonella from raw eggs. I've been eating raw eggs for like my entire life. I've never gotten salmonella once.
Yeah. So you're a raw egg nationalist, like that.
That guy's pretty funny, but I don't really.
Yeah,
I'm not on Twitter.
He's a little Hebraic, but yeah, he is.
We egg
so okay. So do you actually speak Japanese, or do you just speak
can't.
English?
No, my family's been here for like. My family's been here since before World War II. They
so
moved here.
You're like my father's side then, because my father's side does not.
Yeah.
my grandfather didn't speak French, so I have like zero French connections, but I'm
Yeah.
ethnically half French.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually sucks then, because you don't really, because we have another guy that is in the server, Drolix, who's also Japanese, but he's American. But his parents, his father came over as I think it was a chemical engineer or something. So he's like technically a first gen immigrant, but he like grew up here since he was like very small. So he speaks English fluently, but he also speaks Japanese, and that does give you a certain advantage in some situations. But you're kind of fucked because you can't do that. It's brutal.
Yeah, but I'm tall for an Asian, so maybe I can like height max or whatever, like use the, I don't know, like fucking niche max or whatever, K-pop max. No.
Actually, that was something that me and Drolix were talking about, is because he was talking about how at some point he's probably going to go to Japan, just because it's so much cheaper to live there. You know, like because the way that the tech industry is going, even in the U.S., is like it's a race to the bottom there too. And the way he sees it, and he's like a senior developer, he's doing really well technically, but he's saying like it's like a matter of time.
Yeah.
Like the days are numbered for pretty much everyone. And he's like, eventually I'm gonna end up in Japan, so I'm money maxing until then. And then he's thinking, if you're gonna find a chick who is into Asian guys, the best chances you're gonna have are going to be like in the country itself. So if you're in Japan and there's like some random European chick there, odds are she's some kind of weeb.
Yeah,
And
but
so she's
another
already
another
pre-selected.
issue is that I'm not like mainland Japanese either.
Okinawan?
Yeah, I'm like the browner kind, like the more Ainu kind, and they don't exactly like you in the big cities.
Really? I didn't
Yeah,
think
you
they would even
basically
notice that.
you're basically like the Mexicans sometimes. It's not very prevalent today, but it's just kind of funny that the
Don't they have
issues.
better
Hey,
facial features though?
check
Like
it
they're
out.
not as
Well, it depends.
you know,
Like
they're not as squinty eyed and stuff.
Hold up. I found that's Chris. Well,
like I don't have
hold on.
monolids, if that's what
Announcement. Yeah, it's on the screen. So this is the leaked Russian document describing geomaxing in Japan. By the way.
Work culture, hail disguised as discipline. Yeah, sounds about right.
This is what I mean. Number 6. Raw egg
See, we
yolk
need to have
and everything. A seal approval.
we need to
from
have
the world of
Langelf on here to read
salmonella.
it
What?
because it would fit with his accent. This would fit with his accent. It reads really depressingly, and like the East Slavic accent is just naturally depressing. So it would fit.
Sexual deviancy, call a psychiatrist level. They sell used schoolgirl panties and vending machines. Okay, those things are fake. Like they put like, those are just panties that they buy from stores and then put like fake like smells on them.
You know, it is still kind of fucked up.
Sniff maxing.
That's been a meme for a while. Like you
Looks,
see weird
something
shit.
like Lux Maximus was doing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually like a lifestyle in Japan. Are you saying? I mean,
Yeah, they're cunny maxing. That's what they're doing.
oh,
They're going to
But
jail
you know what-
maxing.
You know what is really weird, and I was thinking this would be decent content to make a video on, is now this is like global now, but it started in Japan as the VTuber thing.
Yeah.
Like it's weird. Like when it first started out, I remember it was this Kizuna Ai chick. That was the original one, but then it turned into like this hyper monetized and hyper organized industry of like I think it was called something like Holo Live. I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like this entire industry churning out these chicks that are in these anime avatars with these like manufactured personalities and manufactured traits. And it's so commercialized and so nakedly consumptive. There's just something really eerie about it.
Yeah. No, if you want to know what...
I was going to say, I can't think of anywhere else where, because for some reason in Japan, there seems to be this acceptance of like nakedly transactional parasocial relationships. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they do this with like the J-pop as well. You know, like they don't allow the chicks to have boyfriends because it's like they're the girlfriends of all of Japan collectively or
Yeah.
something weird like that. Like it's really eccentric. Like I'm not saying like that happens here too in the Western like hot entertainers and stuff, but it's not. It's more like
It's seen
they
as
keep
weird.
it
It's seen
less
as creepy.
overt. Yeah, they don't really make that. You know, they're not so open about it. Like it's
Yeah.
just so obvious. Like it's just so nakedly transactional in Japan. It's, like why is it that they're okay with that? Is there like isn't there like a cognitive dissonance there?
No,
That
they
they're
they
like,
fully accept it. It's basically seen as like funny. You know how like if you mention that you're like incel in the West, like you're gonna get the cops called on you. If you mention that you're like you get no pussy,
yeah,
it's like a funny thing in Japan or in you see it in like anime. Like there's always gonna be like the one like the Chad who like just routinely fails with women, and it's like
yeah.
it's like a trope. I kind of guess, or like sometimes you have like the extremely like ugly friend who always fails with women, and it's like a running fucking gag in the anime.
Yeah, yeah.
You mean like a fifth wheel on the card?
Yeah, basically.
See, I get that, but I'm more so talking about like I get that like inkweldom is not that it's not really seen as stigmatized the same way it is here, but more so I'm talking about how like even like the host bars and hostess bars, like it's like obviously this is purely transactional, you know? Like
It's I think it's
there's no
I think it's
pretending, you
because
know?
I think it's because inceldom is not as stigmatized. They basically come up with like the society has basically come up with like these pseudo solutions.
Yeah, but it's like they don't have a problem with even because I'm thinking of like by comparison, if you look at Twitch thoughts and like the
Yeah.
Twitch streaming, where they do the same thing, but it's much more covert. Like they don't actually
Yeah.
admit this is what they're doing. Like you'll have these Twitch thoughts that will hide their boyfriends
Yeah.
because they know that they get more donos and super chats from these parasocial retards. But
Yeah.
at least in their case, like it's never admitted that that's what they're doing.
Hold up. It's even worse. In Japan, there is this weatherman lady. I mean, you know, weather broadcaster station, and they have a bunch of girls like broadcasting. And one of these girls became very popular. Some people probably know that Saya was her name or something. And then
Oh yeah, there
she
was a
had
bunch of memes
huge
about her.
following. Everybody loved her. Many fans, so many fans, whatever. And then somebody leaked that she's dating some tennis player or something like, and everybody like literally she lost her job because of that. She can't
I
afford
was
to
like, what the
be.
fuck, man?
Yeah, she can't afford to be depicted as a non-single
Also in
celebrity.
Japan, there's been multiple cases of like fans getting like married with the idols. It's like very rare, but it's happened once in a while. Like when have you seen that in the West?
I bet you that there's a certain element of planning that out just to give false hope to parasocials and be like, okay, we're gonna have her take one for the team,
Yeah.
and we'll all like donate a percentage of our revenue from these simps because they'll all think they have a chance to.
Yeah, maybe it's all a grand conspiracy. Did you see what I sent you, Mercer?
Yeah, I see what you mean. That actually kind of looks like a Hawaiian, ethnic Hawaiian.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that? So one of my side hobbies is like amateur archaeogenetics.
Yeah.
And you can use tools like there's a tool called Vahaduo G25 coordinates, where they take the ethnic components and then they take your probable admixture and they create a set of coordinates to so that you can use calculators using different populations to estimate your admixture of these populations. And I remember doing this with the Japanese and a bunch of other East Asian ethnic groups using different East Asian samples, like a Northern East Asian, Southern East Asian, and then also a Jomon sample, which is the Jomon culture, was the pre-Yayoi, like the pre-rice Japanese.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because if you look at the groups that also had Jomon like it wasn't actual Jomon, obviously, but it was like similar genetically. It was the Hawaiians, and it was certain ethnic groups in the Philippines,
Yeah.
oddly enough.
You know what I gotta do?
And
Maybe I gotta
yeah.
find a big Samoan wife and just produce sons.
Have you seen those composite pictures of Samoans where they look like the guys look like grug Giga Chads and the women look like absolute monstrosities?
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
happens when like when you specially select for like one gender success.
Yeah, I
Actually,
think blacks are a little bit like that to an extent as well, um, because there wasn't much paternity assurance traditionally. So
yeah.
the most Tyrone blacks would be most likely to reproduce.
But one interesting thing about whites is that they actually have the highest dimorphism in between, like inside of their race. Like they have the highest difference between their women and their men.
Yet I have a speculation on that actually. This is because of historical monogamy that was practiced. It created balancing selection. And in Darwinian evolution, natural selection, balancing selection is where you have two distinct traits that confer differential advantages. So, for example, let's say that you have let's just pretend that height is a trait that's positive for men but negative for women. I know it's not, but let's just pretend. In balancing selection, there would be, because the men that would inherit the tall height would have more offspring because they would have the advantage. But if they have daughters that are tall, they would have fewer offspring and have a lower advantage, and vice versa. The short women would have more children, but the short men would have fewer. Over time, if there's certain variations in how height is inherited, where maybe height would be passed on more along the male line, like there would be a greater variation between the sexes in height. Let's say there's certain genetic traits that allow for that. You would see that be selected for over time, and it would become more prevalent. And you would see the height gap widen between men and women. And now, obviously, if height doesn't work that way, because tall women aren't at any disadvantage really. It's entirely up to them whether
Yeah.
because they don't want short men. But anyways, for various physical traits, like physical appearance traits, let's say, balancing selection would cause an increase in dimorphism if dimorphism is possible. Whereas if you have, for example, a traditionally polygamous society like ancient China, let's say, where
Yeah.
the men could have as many wives and concubines as they want, but the women have no selection. Like they can't select. Their selection is entirely determined by their fathers. You're going to see the selection heavily weighted on the women against the women in the benefit of whatever the men want, but there wouldn't really be any selection for what the women want. And so you would see more of an impact on the females than the males. And in vice versa, in Africa, where there was little paternity assurance, like you can see records from European travelers that would talk about how these African tribes would just offer their wives up to like Europeans passing through to sleep with, just because they found them kind of fascinating and they wanted to be gracious guests. And it was in part of their culture to like offer their wives up to sleep with random guests that were passing through their lands, right? Okay, in those cultures, there's very low paternity assurance. Therefore, the women would have much stronger selection against the men, right? So this would produce more physically attractive men, obviously, over time, relative to the women. So this is probably what was happening in these different racial groups. And Europeans were able to have a bit of an advantage there because of the monogamy, forcing neither sex to have excessive selection on one side or the other. And basically, the ones that would produce the most Chads and the most Stacys would be the ones that had the highest reproductive advantage over time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Japan is further along the fertility collapse. In a certain sense, that's true. But I think Japan, if you look at Japanese total fertility rate, it's kind of unusual in that they've managed to keep it at a non like horrifying level. Like they've managed to keep it above 1.0, you know, like they hover between 1.2 and 1.3.
No, but the
Which is
thing
not,
is Japan's population is completely. It was a balloon. It was a bubble.
yeah, like it's
Past World War.
absurdly, it's way too high for the land size, right? Like it's one of the reasons why they were so aggressively trying to colonize East Asia, because they just had way too many people. You had to figure out what to do with them, you know. Manchuria was almost empty, so it seems like a great idea to just like colonize Manchuria, and then you can dump all these extra people into Manchuria to develop it, right?
Yeah.
But they still managed to keep the birth rate at a surprisingly decent level, especially if you compare it to China and Korea, which are just in total free fall.
I think like people are panicking about the Japanese birth rate, and of course, like liberal faggots will use this as an opportunity to be like, oh, they need to be more accepting to have immigrants. And Joe Rogan's like, they're gonna cease to exist. I think what's gonna happen is all the non-fertile people are gonna be selected out, and then the population's probably gonna end up stabilizing somewhere around pre-World War II levels or a little bit above that.
Well, you know what I think the situation is? Because Japan was unusual in that it adopted Western style, like effectively the traditional Japanese culture was gutted and replaced with 19th century state of the art European social norms. You know, like this
Yeah.
is part of Japan's rapid modernization. They didn't outlaw polygamy until after World War II, but they still were greatly restricting it compared to the past. Like people don't realize how dramatically Japan changed in just 100 years under the Meiji government. Whereas in Korea and in China, these changes didn't happen until post World War II. They were
Yeah.
much more rapid. So I think the Japanese, like there was this actually here, I'm going to send this to Medican. You can put it up on the screen. This is only one genetic trait, but it is something that has a significant impact on socialization. And here, let me just pull it up here. Just give me a second. Here it is. Okay.
So I am
And
gonna
put
upload
this on
yeah.
the screen. Put this on the screen. I'm going to send it to you. So this is an SNP called
it's too wide.
RS53576. Yeah, you can just scroll to the right because the important stuff is like we can read off the little blurbs on the left-hand side. The important stuff is on the right-hand side. So the graph that shows the differences between these different ethnic groups. And Japan, okay, so on the highest end, you see Northwestern Europe and also Northern Europe generally. Then it goes slightly downwards in Southern Europe. And then interestingly, you see
It's
the
still not on the
Southern
stream.
Indians.
Yeah, in maybe 5 seconds or something.
Yeah, can you zoom it out a little bit?
Yeah, it's ready. I
see
think
it, yeah.
the haplotype, right? Frequency.
Yeah, so this is RS. Actually, scroll it to the left first. I'll just read a little bit so that you can see.
Okay, in 10 seconds gonna probably appear. It's ready already.
All right.
Oh, kurva, that's a long delay. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, anyways, I'll read it off a little bit. So this SNP affects your parenting techniques. You tend to be more sensitive to and like less authoritarian as parents if you have the G allele. And it also, interestingly, it affects your perception of loneliness. People with the G allele tend to feel less lonely than people with the A allele. And there's other studies that have been done that show that this has a direct relationship between the tendency of the culture to value collective ideals over individual ideals. And you see, if you scroll to the top right, or if you look at the top right, I should say, there's this trend line, and on the very far end is China, Korea, and then on the very far end in the other direction, you see the UK, the USA, Australia, And then intermediate, you see a slow trend into Central Europe and then Eastern Europe. And Finland is an outlier. And what's unique about Finland is that the Finnish people are not Indo-European people. They're descended from the Finno-Ugric people, who were originally from East Asia. And they are mostly genetically European, but probably their culture retained a lot of East Asian traits. And as a result, the selection for personality types, genetic predisposition to personality types, probably remained more East Asian-like than other European groups because they still speak their original language. They were probably like they've had influence from Christianity in like Germanic people, for example,
Hold on.
but they
Did
were
you
still
say
largely culturally
something
independent.
like they can
So does
they can handle loneliness better, or you said something like
Yes. The people with the GLL can handle loneliness better than the people with the ALL. Right?
So I guess the British people can handle loneliness the best.
Yeah, and if you think about how these cultures are structured, like Scandinavian cultures, for example, were really spread out, right? Like there wasn't really a lot of urbanization. Whereas if you look at East Asian cultures, they're very concentrated, you know? And what's interesting though is that you see Japan is actually on the they have among the highest percentage of this GLL relative to other groups like Korea and China. And what's fascinating about that is that Japan underwent Westernization, like Europeanization of their culture at a much earlier time than Korea and China did. And I think this may have been like natural selection at work, slowly increasing the frequency of this and other genes.
When was this study done? Because I feel like there could be a decent difference if done today, or maybe not.
Well, this study, this is only one SMP, so the actual effect of this SMP is not enormous. But the thing is, if you look at any other SNPs related to socialization, like introversion versus extroversion, and empathy, for example, like effective empathy, like emotional empathy, you see the same dichotomy where Europeans tend to have the more empathetic SNPs relative to East Asians that tend to have the less empathetic SNPs. Though I will say, interestingly, if you look at genetic predispositions to psychopathy, Europeans have those predispositions, but East Asians do not, actually. So East Asians are less empathetic, but don't have the predispositions to psychopathy that Europeans do.
So they are not manipulative, what are you saying?
Well, no, like psychopathy would be, usually there's like a stress and fear immunity aspect to it. And this is why psychopaths can be really dangerous, because they can just like commit murders and stuff. And this is probably why European crime rates are higher than East Asian crime rates, even if you control for IQ. Because there's a certain percentage of people that are just violent criminals, and those are going to be the people that have the genetic psychopathy, you know? Whereas your East Asians just don't really have that predisposition at all. So. But anyways, the whole point of that was that you could probably see over time, because Japan is now forcing itself to have a European style mating system imposed on it, you're going to see the Japanese that do have this sort of more European-like genetic personality type, they're going to start increasing in frequency over time, because they're going to be more successful at navigating that dating culture, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing is that Japan, it seems like, because it was not so rapid, it was over the course of 100 years, it was not as difficult for Japan to adapt to that. Whereas for Korea and China, it's like overnight, they went from an old school Confucian society to what they are now. And it just seems like it's completely destroying.
So it's basically like they wanted to shock.
It almost seems like that, right? Yeah. Because if you compare North Korea to South Korea, I think North Korea's fertility rate's like 1.7 or something.
Yeah.
And of course they are straight up like, they are probably just have arranged marriages. I don't know how it works in North Korea, but I imagine it's like that, right? Like I'm sure they don't have a dating culture, you know?
Yeah.
But it would be funny if the South Koreans just die out, the North Koreans end up walking in and replacing them just because they were unable to reproduce.
Yeah,
Because
they
they
just walk
adopted
into an empty house.
European cultural norms that completely fucking destroyed them.
Yeah. Do you think that basically with the do you think that the inkwells have a higher rate of GALL? Do you think it's like inkwells have like they're selectively like pressured to have these this gene to handle loneliness better because otherwise they rope, so that the ones who are like longer in the community have like the genes, like let's say we did like a test on them.
I actually think that I'm not sure because there would be pressures for and against, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that actually this GLL also influences that would be a negative is that it increases sensitivity to rejection. So if you carry the GLL, even though you're overall less likely to be lonely, and you feel another thing that this gene shows is that people that carry it, or it's not a gene, it's an SNP, it's like a part of a gene, it's just one mutation. The people that carry this mutation are benefit a lot more from interactions with friends than people that don't carry it. So, for example, a study was done where there was like a stressful interview that was done, and they measured the stress levels of the respondents of this interview, whether they had a friend with them that was comforting them in some way, or if they were on their own. And they found that the people that carried the ALL, which is the allele that's very common in Asia but not Europe, they didn't have any difference whether they had a friend there or not. Whereas people that carried the GLL had a they benefited from social support more than people with the ALL. But at the same time,
how does the GLL make you handle loneliness better, but it also makes you more receptive to like friendly support?
Well, it seems to be that it increases your sensitivity to certain hormones like oxytocin, perhaps. Like it's a little bit difficult to determine which one is the most important, but OXTR is the oxytocin receptor gene. Okay, so it affects how your body produces and reacts to oxytocin.
Yeah.
So and oxytocin has also been implicated in ethnocentrism as well.
Yeah.
And other behaviors like that. Okay, so presumably somebody who carries the GLL would be a little more sensitive to oxytocin, and as a result, their baseline levels would be more satisfying to them, so they could be alone for longer periods and need less social stimulation overall. However, but also at the same time, when they're put under pressure and stress, this is where oxytocin would benefit because it reduces stress, right? This is why people enjoy physical intimacy, like hand holding and whatever, right? Because it reduces stress, it increases comfort. These people would experience a stronger dose of that when they experience that like interaction with somebody that they trust. But the counterpart to that is that when they are interacting socially, and whether it's in a romantic setting or even just a non-romantic social setting, if they experience interpersonal rejection, people who carry the G allele feel a much more negative self-esteem and like a negative reaction.
That sounds a lot like a lot of inkwells.
Yes, yeah. Except what's interesting though is that implies that, and this is something I've noticed, is that if you look at like Asians or Indians or other non-white ethnics, they tend to be more likely to genuinely try approaching and like actually try the things that they're advised to do. Whereas if you look at whites that are inkwells, they tend to be much more averse to that. Like they tend to have a much stronger inhibition threshold, right? And I think part of that might be due to the higher rates of this G allele that makes them much more sensitive to interpersonal rejection. Like rejection will make them feel way shittier than, say, an Asian guy getting rejected, you know?
Yeah, that sounds like me having like a multi-day seethe out after rejected by a void.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, it's not 100%, right? Like, obviously, there's variation in the population. So, in fact, it's only in Western Europeans and I believe Black Africans that the amount of people that carry the GG allele exceeds 50%. So, and if you only carry one copy of this LXTR allele, it's the same as if you have two copies. So you actually have to have two copies of the GLL to get the change in the experience. Okay, so if you're an AG carrier or an AA carrier, it's the same reaction, right? So it's actually the more rarer genotype is to have the GG allele, but it is like 50% of Europeans or Northern Europeans, and I think it's something like 55 to 60% of Africans. But finding data on Africans is more difficult because there's not as many studies that.
Maybe that's why they beat the shit out of women after they get rejected. Yeah, have you ever seen those things?
Yes, you know what? There could be something to that, right? There definitely could be a thing, but yeah, as far as that goes, this is probably why, like Asians, Indians, whatever, all these other groups that have slightly lower rates of this GGLL, they're probably more likely to actually go out and try and, risk getting rejected, and they're going to be less. They're going to have less of I guess the word would be neurotic. I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Like less of a neurotic way of thinking
which
about
is
getting
weird because Asians are more neurotic, I think, on average.
Yes. Now there are other things that can cause that, right? So this is just one S&P. There's tons of other issues. Like for example, there's race differences between whites and Asians when it comes to certain addiction predispositions. So East Asians are more likely to get addicted to gambling than Europeans on average. And they're also somewhat more likely to be addicted to smoking if they try. And that has to do with dopamine, actually.
What are Europeans more likely to be addicted to, like drugs or drinking?
Alcohol, by far. Alcohol is a huge one for Europeans because East Asians have that flush reaction, and that's the reason why. The reason why you have that is because it makes you less likely to drink. Because alcohol is, if you look at traits that have been selected for over time, there have been studies done on this. Alcoholism is one of the traits that has had the strongest selection against over the last several thousand years. Because as soon as civilization started and people invented alcohol, like the people that had that predisposition to get completely fucked up would just die out. They would just fail to reproduce or fail to take care of their children. Yeah, because they'd just be alcoholics, right? Like, and we can see today how bad alcoholism is, And here's what's interesting. Okay, you're Canadian. Can you think of any groups in Canada that have extreme problems with alcoholism? Yes. And what else is unusual about them? What else is unique about them?
They're hunter-gatherers. They were basically just only recently made into like a civilization.
Exactly. They never had those selective impacts that people that were exposed to agriculture for thousands of years had. And Europeans are also a little unusual here too, by the way, because Europeans did not, Northern Europeans at least, did not have as long of an exposure to agriculture as Southern Europeans, Middle Easterners did.
In what year do you think the North Sentinel is gonna be join basically, or join the society, the modern society?
They're not. They're just going to get. They're going to get overrun with Indians and
because they are currently in a Stone Age on that island and guarded by Indian Navy.
Yeah,
you know what you got to do.
Only gonna last.
But this gonna end somehow. Somehow this gonna end. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, as soon as the UN cannot prevent things from happening, Indians are just gonna go in there and take it out.
You know what you got to do? You got to start dropping off porno magazines.
Yeah, there you go. So check it out. Every 5 years, some dumbass
Yeah.
tourist or some adventurer
Yeah.
try to make his own personal conquest to that island, and there is 100% death rate
Yeah.
of all of them. They all get like speared, arrowed,
Yeah.
took an arrow to the.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. I don't blame them. I mean, look at how fucked up everything is for us. Like, why would you?
No,
want
what
that?
you got to do is you got to show up in a full like suit of armor.
Something. There was that incident with that cargo ship that crashed there, but I think that those sailors, they barricaded themselves in the cabin and waited for emergency pickup. You actually know about this?
I think I've heard about it.
Yeah.
With the cargo ship who crashed.
I am huge into like this island because I studied like satellite pictures of that island.
Figuring out geomax locations.
No, come on, shit, man. Listen,
Oh well, there's this island. Maybe I could take it over and become
the
new
North
chief.
Sentinel's island. I was
Geomaxing.
looking on the detailed pictures of the satellite, looking for some type of either shelter or structure, and it is extremely well hidden, as if they know they are being observed. You know.
Yeah.
You can't scrape internet for good pictures of anything about life of North Sentinelese, basically. Like people only modern science is only assuming there is like 400 people there and that's it. Nobody can say anything more. You know?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but you know what's going to happen to those North Sentinelese. We already know what's going to happen because it's happened to the other islands. Indians just go in there and they take it over. They just start building like different stores and stuff, and just to make money, and because it's free land. And the other ethnic groups that are related to them, like the Onge, who were exposed to civilization, they just end up becoming beggars, and they get addicted to things. It's the same thing as what I was describing with the natives. And yeah, Europeans are a little unusual with alcoholism because we didn't get exposed to agriculture until somewhat later than Middle Easterners or East Asians or Indians. And so we've had less time to clear out the alcoholism genetics. So that's why Europeans, there's more alcoholism prevalence compared to like Asians and Indians and stuff.
Alright, I just switched my headset. Can you hear me, boyos? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm back. That high headset died, you know. Had to recharge.
Oh, brutal.
I'm using
I had to
cable
replace
now.
my headset. It died on me.
You know, Mirza, the theme, the topic you were talking before, I just don't get it. Why everybody thinks that if women have children with Chad, it will automatically lead to Chad children, because it won't.
Well, I mean, it
you know?
depends on the woman's genetics, right? I mean,
Yes,
the woman's
exactly,
stuff, you know.
and you just completely ignored that.
Oh, when was that mentioned?
That's a while ago, you know.
Okay, well, we could talk about it.
No, we don't
so-
have to. Just, I tried to talk about it, but I didn't
Yeah.
want to.
No, I have a
flow,
habit of
you know.
rambling. That's a big problem I have.
No,
So
it's not a
if I
problem.
am
It's
rambling,
just not.
interrupt me. Medican's good at that. Medican will interrupt me.
The what
Just
community?
thought I'd mention it since we
Yeah.
went out of.
No, but to be quite honest, I mean, I don't like picking on Indians because they're an easy target, but I mean, they are a good example of this. Like, if you look at Indian genetics, they're part mixture of like the steppe pastoralist people who are very similar to Europeans, and the Australoids people that were sort of similar to Australian Aboriginals. And obviously, they are not particularly attractive people, right? So, I mean, they're sort of an example of that, you know.
All
Oh,
right.
remember that video I showed you? There was this artist who let the audience to do anything on her, yeah, without consequences, and it went very grisly. But the conclusion, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I lost the clip, but,
Hang on one second.
there was this Void artist who did this experiment somewhere in art gallery. And she let anybody for like 7 hours to do anything to her that they want without consequences. And as you can imagine, like, it went very wrong. Basically, almost ended up in tragedy.
I see.
And basically, yeah, people can look it up. Yeah.
What
But the
was
thing
that?
is,
What
the
was that?
conclusion is, like, if you leave your art to your audience, they're gonna kill you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think Big Boss in the chat, he mentioned, the artist. So yeah.
Yeah, that chick. Well, she's into some really weird stuff too. Like, she's tied up with some strange names.
Oh, we have people dropping. Welcome back.
Yeah, so what do you think, Medi? Do you think if you had the opportunity, you would North Sentinelese Max?
Hell no.
No? Why
I
not?
am
Can anybody hear me?
it's a hard one.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I've been asking. I've been screaming into the void for like 2 minutes because my mic wasn't working. But my question
Oh,
is
brutal.
related to the European alcoholism. So,
Yeah.
are
Hey,
Southern Europe
welcome, Ugly. We are live on YouTube.
are Southern Europeans less alcoholic than Northern ones because they've been exposed to agriculture for longer?
Well, that's speculative, right? Like, this is just my speculation. But if you look at alcohol consumption rates, you do see it's significantly lower in Southern Europe than Northern Europe. It's highest by far in Northern Europe, both Northeastern and Northwestern Europe.
Okay, yeah. Also, there's this story that I read. This female solo traveler found a Japanese man hiding under her bed in Tokyo.
What the fuck?
Let me read you the story. A female
Alright, let's hear
solo
it.
traveler made a horrifying discovery after she found a man hiding under her bed in a Tokyo hotel room. On April 25th, model Natalisi Takishi took Instagram to share a creepy experience she had while staying in a Tokyo hotel. In the post, Natalisi explained how she returned to her room after exploring the city only to find a weird smell was coming from underneath her bed. After a day of sightseeing, I came back to the hotel room at 7:30. I unlocked my room like usual, took off my clothes, lay down on the bed, and then I noticed a weird smell. Initially, Natalisi thought the weird smell was from the hair on or her bed sheets, but then she realized it was coming from underneath her bed. When she leaned over to check, I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me. The model recalled in her Instagram post, I saw an Asian man under my bed, and I started to scream and jumped to my feet. After being found, the man climbed out from underneath the bed and briefly stared at Natalisi before screaming and running out of the room. Those seconds felt like my life was over, Natalisi said. I screamed for help, and the administration came and called the police. Upon their arrival, the authorities searched the room and discovered a power bank and a USB cable, which were left underneath the bed. According to Natalisi, the hotel staff explained that the police wouldn't be able to find the intruder due to the lack of CCTV in the building.
Oh man, that's crazy. You know what it reminds me of? That reminds me of that story of that Japanese idol, I think it was, this female idol, that her location was discovered by this guy by looking at the reflection in her eyes or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, dude, rice stalkers are next level. Like, they're so
That's
hardcore.
the Asian work ethic.
You're damn right.
I mean, it's the intelligence too, right?
What the fuck? Like, dude, imagine you lean over your bed and you just see a fucking Asian man underneath.
I'm sure it's been done in an anime before, okay? So it's all right.
Yeah, there's like plenty of like horror manga which like cover the themes of like people living in your house. I feel like that's a pretty common theme in like Asian Japanese horror manga.
Well, there you go. She got to do the real life experience.
I think
That's pretty exceptional, I think.
I think
she should consider herself privileged.
Screenshot from .es. There was this screenshot and there was top 10 manga or anime, was it? Blacklist. Kinda like lookistic animes. Yeah, it was crazy descriptions like that girl left that guy because of that dude and that is shit because of that, you know? Hoping so hard, man. But it was a good list, I mean. You know what I'm talking about? Top 10 Black Pill manga list from .es.
I don't know if they could be black pilled the same way that we think of it, though. Because the cultural differences are so large there that, like, I've never found anything in Japanese media that I would say is identical to what we consider black pill.
No, but I do know Koreans have like very like they have like these anti-feminist boards which are very similar to like the old incel boards.
Yeah, well, I think it was like 63% of Korean men under 35 voted for the current president. He ran as like an incel president, or he ran at least as an anti-feminist president.
Dude, Korea had, I know feminists whine and complain, dude, like Korea had like a feminist secret cabal running the government for like multiple like years.
They were actual witches, weren't they? They were like a weird cult.
Yeah. So like, and women are surprised that like men don't want that.
Yeah, I remember that. It was like this chick was a shaman or something. Or like
it was
some
like
religious.
It was 7 of the top female CEOs, I think, or something like that.
It's like they had to learn that shit from a white woman somewhere. Like creating a feminist cult is straight out of European paganism.
Yeah, you're gonna have like the fucking fertility goddess worship soon.
Yeah. You're gonna have altar fans.
Hey, Ugly, welcome to live stream. Do you have some story?
Yeah, thanks, man.
How did you find us? Tell us a story. How did you find us?
I first found you guys through Guidance Vault. I saw the debate between you and Guidance, and then I subscribed to you. Then I saw a couple of your live streams. I saw this one and I think last week's one. I forgot when the second one before, if you get what I'm saying. And then I heard you guys were talking about stuff in the Discord that you couldn't talk about on YouTube, so I decided to join the Discord.
Yeah, for sure. This Discord is like an after party and we have memes and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys have what?
Meme.
Oh, meme.
Memes.
You mean memes?
Yes.
Oh.
You see, this is why Americans don't want to work with me. Oh my god. I fucking cry in the corner. Yeah, go ahead. So you from East Coast or something?
Yeah, I am from East Coast. How did you guess? Oh wait, I mean, yeah, most Indians are from the East Coast anyways, right? In America.
Yeah, big time. Yeah. mean, after all, nobody lives in the places like Kaczynski lived, you know?
Yeah, that's true. No, if you're stuck in the East Coast, you're probably one of us. Pretty brutal out there.
I don't know. I mean, where are places in America where it isn't brutal?
That's true,
Who
actually. You're
knows
right.
if it comes to meteorology, probably Miami, you know? I mean, sorry, Florida. Like, if you want,
Florida's pretty bad.
if you don't want to freeze to death, no?
Miztow on the
Like,
server. Miztow on the server is in Florida. It's not good.
okay, so question is, if you don't want to freeze to death in USA as an old man homeless, where do you go?
Abroad.
No. Let's say you are stuck within the Gulag borders of America. Where do you go as an old homeless dude and that you don't want to freeze in January during blizzard?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of, if we're talking about climate, like the South is really warm, but that doesn't mean you're going to do well with women there.
You go to
The
like,
first big problem
yeah.
America has is everyone's fat. The obesity rates are really high, and that puts a massive premium on thin women.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I
just
have a
being
theory
thin
that if you're
boosts
like
your
white,
STD.
Yeah, go ahead, Ugly.
no, I was gonna say I have a theory that if you're an average looking white woman, as long as you're thin and young, you're basically like close to like a 7. And in
Yes.
terms of like
Yeah,
in terms of like how
yeah,
men
that
view
sounds
you
about right.
in an SME sense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I would say it's going to be 7, then 8, then 9 because of inflation. What do you think? Being slim,
I mean, it
and
depends on
young,
how.
it's so rare in the future. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, this is another issue with the black pill community is like there's not really like a solid way people rank each other. Like the way people consider a 7, some people they'll be like, "Oh, a 7 is top 5%. Oh, 7 is top 10%." Like people don't really have like a solid understanding of how to really rate people.
Yes, it's always in relation to something, like Joe said.
They don't understand the standard distribution, normal distributions.
But yeah, that those predictions you made, Mercer, they look terrible. The future is like it's only shrinking and sausage fest, yada yada. How bad can it go?
Well, I mean, every country is going below replacement fertility, which means there's going to be excess men in every country soon. I mean, by soon, I mean in generational terms, not like in 5 years, but we're going to see it everywhere. And of course, another big problem is the most populated countries have typically selected against female fetuses. And so there's already a deficit of women in these countries. So they're going to get really bad soon. I don't know what that will mean for the rest of us, but I almost wonder if India, Pakistan, China, if they're going to like have some sort of gentleman's agreement to start a war and just wipe out as many fighting age men as possible. Like, it sounds ridiculous or cartoonish, but I could honestly see something like that going down.
Do you guys think there's gonna be a point in time where escorts will like have like a looks requirement for their clients?
Well, it's
They're already
it's already going on. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's only like if you're like sub 2 or like sub 3, but like I mean, like if you're like you can't be like even sub 5. Like you have to be like above a 5 if you want, and on top of that, obviously, like you got to pay them too.
I have seen posts about escorts saying that they have a requirement of looks or like certain behaviors, like you have to actually take them out or something. I have seen that, so it's not crazy. It could happen. but I don't know if or when. Like in Western countries, anything's possible at this point.
Look, I'm not into that lore, but everybody knows that every country have some escorts pages with profiles. It's highly categorized, and there is like a description, and they write a long list of requirements, and that's how that industry operates. So your question is a slam dunk, basically. Yeah, of course they discriminate. I mean, so yeah.
Actually, the only thing I've heard, right, based on like the research I've done into escorts is that they usually discriminate sometimes against black men. Not
Yeah,
all the
because
time, but it does happen.
a lot of
I
the
haven't
time,
heard anyone
Yeah.
discriminate against like any other race
No,
though.
normal stuff in Europe, it's common knowledge. They discriminate against like gypsies and stuff. Yeah. Or basically they write foreigners with connotations. So
I saw a lot of
locals only for some girls. Yeah.
there was a documentary with pimps, and I saw that a lot of them were like, we don't let like black men sleep with our women because they're too like violent or something.
No,
You're like
from what I've heard,
yeah,
it's a combination. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying I've heard that they also try to get out of paying or something like that. Like they're less reliable as customers.
Yeah, no, there's like three main things an escort really cares about. Like, imagine like there's like a triad for looking, face, height, race. For escorts, there's also like a triad where it's like hygiene, money, and then like being respectful. As long as you kind of like do those things, which I mean, yeah, as long as you like follow those like three things, like you're gonna be fine. And usually, black people, like in their experiences, have a higher rate of not following through with these three categories. So that's why they usually discriminate against them.
That does make sense. But the fact that they can discriminate like that tells you that they're already able to do it now. So it's not like they're in a seller's market or buyer's
Yeah,
market.
no, 100%. Escorting definitely got worse because of simps. Because dudes at this point will literally throw money at anything. Like prices have gone way up. In that sense, like escorts definitely have like a premium in like their pricing, and is obviously a lot more expensive, not just due to the economy, but because of simps.
Yeah, you know where it's getting really bad is California, and it's because of all the tech immigrants. Like they don't realize how to deal with these women, like local California women. So they will just dump money on them without expecting anything in return. We're not even talking sugar babies. Like I knew this California girl when she was in college. She would get invited to mansion parties, and they were like, they wouldn't exactly pay her to be there, but they would give her like free food, free drinks, free everything. Like just being a young white woman in California is life on absolute tutorial mode. Like it's life on cheat mode. And it's all these guys coming in, getting either they're Americans or they're H-1Bs or immigrants, and they get these very well-paying jobs in tech, and they just completely destroy the market for everyone else, just with all the money they dump.
Do you guys know who Playing with Fire is?
You mean that YouTube channel like dating, playing with fire? That one?
Yeah.
I only remember before COVID, I think Face and LMS had argument, a live stream with him, and that's how I recall, as far as I remember. But I don't know, man. These guys, they are so loud. They are just screaming at each other and mocking each other. It's so weird. What do you think?
That's funny. Wait, so they had I didn't know about this. So they had a is there like a recording of this live stream somewhere?
Somewhere for sure, but why do I ask about what's...
No,
This
the
is
reason
like
why I brought him up is
some
because
kind of red pill stuff.
he,
Go ahead.
yeah, he's like a red pillar. The reason why I brought him up is because he did these like Tinder experiments, and in one of them he had this like short bald Indian dude. And I mean, obviously he was like money maxed. And I was surprised, even though he was money maxed, how many like likes he got in this like Tinder profile. So I mean, I don't know. I was just like trying to relate it to what Merker was talking about with like these tech bros that just have a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, LMS, money does matter. Now, you could say that these chicks are just looking to use this guy, but you know what? I mean, it's something. It's better than nothing. And these are chicks that would have maybe gone out on a date with a guy that had other qualities, let's say, that maybe didn't have as much money, but had other traits. And because there's just a limited supply of these women, all that matters is what they choose at the end of the day. And it's completely ruined it. Like, if you want to see where there's a whole bunch of inkwells, it's California. Like, if you talk to Americans, the best looking of the inkwells that are most obviously location cells is Californians. Anyways, guys, I actually have to get going. So I'll have to bid you all farewell. It was a great conversation, though.
Oh, joining.
Yeah, see y'all later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you. See ya. That was kind of interesting because I was like literally about to ask him, what state do you think has like the best looking people in the U.S.?
It's probably it's probably California or someplace like that.
So yeah, 29 people in the house. Mercer maybe return later, I don't know. But it's open mic. It's Friday, Saturday night. I want to carry this longer tonight. It's a lot of excess male are coping out there. Yeah. Basically. Be shame to send so many people to the streets to inhale copium. Yeah, go ahead.
Mehdi, what do you think about what Thomas White said about the Slavs on last stream? I kind of disagreed with what he said.
I don't know. He should probably smoke some weed or something because sounds very stressed and yeah.
Yeah, probably he should. Man.
Bro, does anyone ever have any good weed experiences? Cause like I've tried weed before too. Yeah, no, I've tried weed before too. I've never had like a good experience on weed.
I did, but I get your point. You know, when I was a younger man and I tried it out, it was really not nice. You know, wasn't that fun at all. But later, way later, like 15 years later, something like that, I tried it again. It was very nice. I had to laugh all the time, and I enjoyed it. It was actually fun. You know. Also, when I was as a guest visiting a friend in Switzerland, and he had a vaporizer. It was quite nice.
Yeah, I think if you take like the more natural one, it's obviously like a lot more better. Rather than the synthetically made whatever THC.
Yeah, maybe that was the difference. I don't know. I don't know what the first one I got I really don't know if it was if it had anything on it or something, you know. I don't know. I was a young man. Didn't care.
Okay, let's see if the OBS gonna crash if we switch to postal. Moment of truth. Yikes. Okay, it looks like it works. We good, Joe. Hey.
Oh yeah, how old is this Discord server?
Basically in like you see the Discord. This is already third iteration. Basically, tech companies are making spring cleaning every 2 years or something like that. So we can assume this server started in 2019, basically. Yeah.
Oh damn, that's pretty
But
old.
it's hand in hand with like YouTube, basically, and YouTube started in 2006.
Oh shit, you started in 2006?
Yeah, sure. Look it up if you don't believe me.
No, I believe you, but I don't know your channel was that old.
Why did you restart? There is no restart. Like I said, companies are doing spring cleanings, which mean they nuke like tons of servers.
server?
Yeah, so basically I became just a collateral damage. Every 2 years they nuke the server. It became a bloat and they nuke it. Then you start, I mean, of course you have a copy ready, yeah, you have backup, whatever. And then you migrate people to the backup, that's it, yeah. That's how it works.
Dang, I didn't know that was a thing. Wait, is it
Normal
like they
stuff,
nuke
yeah.
it because like it's old, or is it like they nuke it because they know like it's
For
an incel server?
many reasons. Basically, this is how companies are fighting with bloat. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bloat, basically, too much unnecessary data. They can afford to have it on live support. Probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably some AI also doing some keyword scan and yeah. It's like data management, basically. It's highly complicated. It's cryptography, you know, and stuff like that. Hey, Hellbane, thanks for tuning in. People who are new here, let us know where did you came from, how did you find the channel. I think we need some music or something. Say something, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, critical error, boom.
Do both of you guys have experience dating in C? I know you do, but do you also have experience in Nocturnal Joe?
Yeah, but I visited Thailand, Cambodia, and Myanmar.
Who that?
But not as much as the others.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, it's Ayebo.
What are you talking about?
Your favorite topic.
Bitches.
Talking about
Asian
relaxing.
bitches.
Yeah.
Brutal. Bobs and vegana.
Niggas.
Wait, are we allowed to say that?
Of course not.
He
But
is.
autistic.
He's the only one who is. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome
Oh
to.
wait, Ayebo,
welcome
are
to
you
YouTube, by
black?
the way. We are live.
Of course I'm black. I'm from Romania. I'm a gypsy.
Yeah, don't you know?
Oh.
Slavs are not white anymore.
Yeah, don't you know?
Big news.
Too much Mongoloid blood with the Slavs, right?
I'm actually
What was
not.
the topic? Come on, what was the topic for real?
Wait, who are like the
what was
most
it?
like?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about C-maxing. Who are like the most like nationalist European countries? Like, what country has like the most pride in like their
Everything,
own nation?
everything east of Austria and West Germany. Okay, probably the Czechs, maybe the Czech people are also not nationalistic. I think the Slovaks are more nationalistic, right?
Because I heard like
But-
Romanians too, like they're also, you know, pretty.
Oh yeah. We like talk shit about gypsies and other minorities. We don't care.
Like I
Jews,
heard if
niggers.
like you're literally the other town away, like people will like say racist slurs to you.
Oh yeah, sure. No one cares actually, because we know how to differentiate. We know when a guy is he really means it or when it's just like go home, fuck off. You know.
Yeah.
I would describe it in that kind of fashion. It's like no one is really offended. I mean, you just insulted people back and then you just go home and that's it. You know. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
like
just
a
banter.
game, like yeah, banter. Like why would you be insulted like those idiot Westerners? Mandy, what do you think? That's how it goes in the East, right? It's not a big deal.
Do you have come closer? A better mic kind of sounds like you are in a can. And
I'm saying it's not a big deal, Mandy, to insult someone with racial slurs. It's just everyday banter, yeah. I think in East Europe.
it's hard to tell.
No, but it's
I mean,
more.
if I had to guess, I would assume like Russians or like Slavic people, they're like a lot more crude in their language than like compared to every other
Dude,
European.
especially Russians, man. It's like literally like half of their how you say sayings or what's the word for it? You know, when you have some
Euphemisms? I don't know.
euphemisms. Yeah, like not even half. Like even most of their euphemisms includes word like shit and pussy and whatever. Yeah, so yeah, brutal. A Russian, or actually more than one Russian person told me that. Fuck is Nirnroot? Yep. Блядь.
Yeah, I mean Europeans are how to say this, swearing over the top, something like that. You don't see in Thailand like people swearing, no? Ayebo, there is no such thing, like almost.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I remember witnessing an accident and people just, Germans, they would get mad.
Yeah, very mad. Road rage, basically. Road rage is very common in the West, but I never seen it in Thailand.
No.
My God, this game is so beautiful. I'm so in love with this game. It's unbelievable.
Are you playing while you're on the stream?
Yes, of course.
Wow, coping
Not
hard.
always. I'm just visiting shortly. I just wanted to say hi before I go to sleep.
You talk about that remaster Oblivion.
Oh yeah, it's such a good game.
So imagine
It
if you
stays-
have it modded. Yeah.
Oh yeah, could be even better.
Of course, it's
Well, I have a
basically-
PlayStation. There's nothing to mod, but I agree.
Yeah, when I someday I acquire new hard drive, then I'm gonna mod this new Oblivion. There's already 2,000 mods for this shit out there, by the way.
And you need a better PC or else this won't run. Seriously.
Yeah, you don't have to worry. I'm gonna optimize my potato to such.
There's nothing to optimize. But believe me, Unreal. If you have problem with the other engines, 5 is the newest tech.
Well,
It's even
look,
janky. It's even janky on the latest graphic card.
that's why we have those unofficial FPS fixes, you know.
Question is, how much does it help, right?
The question is how much you tweak it, you know.
Okay. Yeah, but then you would play an ugly game. I'm just saying, I mean, look, it's the same Oblivion. It's like great story making from like great world, great NPCs, great story from back in the days, right? They don't do this nowadays anymore, yeah. And they
Sure.
just like changed the front end. They just changed the graphic engine they actually improved the backend, so they actually improved the code on which this runs, because there is new fighting animation, there is a different leveling system. The leveling system is a mix of Skyrim and the old Oblivion, many people say, right? And then they just the front end, the graphics is completely UA5, which is just the newest tech. So
By the way,
it's really good. Mhm.
remember that game I played two weeks ago, Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. That is actually slightly better than this new remaster, I would say.
I wouldn't say that. I haven't noticed things like what this new graphic engine does is like when you're in the desert, there will be some rolled up sand flying around and all of these effects that make everything more realistic. Or when I walk here and I pick some flowers for my alchemy skill, then suddenly some butterflies fly out of the bush I'm picking the stuff from. You see, and stuff like that. So I didn't see that in that other game.
Yeah.
It's just really good. Old storytelling with new graphic. What do you want more? Game from 20 years ago, without all of that new day stupidity, right? You know what I mean?
Sure, I bet
Plus,
some of that inventions that from current days are not that bad, by the way.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
sure.
it's just, it's a shame they didn't implement, but kudos to them, like for the UA5 implementation.
Yeah, but they don't try anymore, man. You know, I feel like. Well,
So there was a 2 gigabyte update. You already have it?
huh?
You are already running that first patch?
No,
So you are still running the release version, yeah?
I don't know if there was a. I don't think there was a patch.
Yeah, there
on
was
PlayStation.
everywhere.
It's okay then,
Yeah.
and I'm running it.
Apparently fixed a lot
Just
of this junk. Yeah.
You have auto update on, right? So I don't even notice.
Oh, Shrimp Cell, I was actually observing that scandal around ABC body type. See you later. Brutal. Body type AB, see you later. But like the sanity prevailed, I guess, yeah? It had a good end.
Mercer was here today, or
Yeah, it was here.
He just left.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna leave as well. You wasted. Okay, guys.
come on, wait, stay here another 10 minutes. I need to collect some flowers here. Then I leave also.
Okay.
Would you guys say you guys have like a personal era in your life where gaming was like the best?
Yeah.
Or like
Up until the 30s, probably, or at best it was as a kid, of course, because your mom had to buy you games, so you were hyped for the few games you got, right? 2 or 3 or 4 games per year, and that's it.
The 90s.
My first what did I have? I think I had a Nintendo. Yeah, I had a Nintendo first. An NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. My other friends who had money, they had the Amiga and Atari before that.
I had that. Amiga 500 from Commodore. That was a pretty nice one.
Yes. It was pretty similar games. Like you would run DOS games and simple games on it.
Yeah.
Pretty similar to the first PCs, and also to the first consoles. Yeah, it was not bad. Which one was better, Atari or Amiga? What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't have much to do with Atari. I had my Amiga, and I was very happy with that.
Yeah.
I love that one. And I had that very first Game Boy. That was also awesome as well.
And I
Then
mean,
we-
also the gaming community, right? It's like,
Mhm.
it was a lot more fun because it wasn't really based on competition as much.
Yeah, and you were sitting because you were sitting in the same room. You know, there was no
Oh yeah.
internet back then, and you were sitting together in one room, couch co-op. You know, that was
Mhm.
just fun.
Just
I
great
mean-
games. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Mario Kart back in the days, right? The classic. But even
Yeah,
you,
that
I
was
have the
fun.
Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8. That's really a great
Oh man,
couch
check it
co-op.
out. I remember playing PlayStation 1 with my neighbor, like NASCAR racing together against bots.
Nice.
And check it out, I didn't have that chip in PlayStation 1, so we had to do this magic with flipping CDs in the beginning with open mechanics. I literally had to jam the mechanics, like mechanical hacking, and load the game that way. Hard to explain. But
Big
yeah,
brain.
you can only play burnt CDs on PlayStation 1 if you have this special third-party chip installed. And back in the days, the local hackers, they wanted 1,000 crowns for it, which is, I don't know,
Which was
30
not-
bucks, 30 bucks.
Yeah, same here.
Too much back then, bro, in 2001, yeah, or some shit.
Come on, but compare it. 30 bucks was a game, right? So you install the chip. It's what the chip was the price of a game, so you could play every game, huh?
Yeah, but at the same time, it was hard to get around those CDs in my neighborhood. So yeah, I just had vanilla set up and we switched those CDs. Yeah, I see Guidance Wall in the house. Thanks for tuning in. If you have
You know
some
what-
good topics, then you can join us tonight.
You know
Yeah.
what is really bad? That well, if you look at it, they want to make physical game releases disappear, right? And I believe with the next or the generation thereafter, it will be gone. Yeah. So you will download it. Everything will be digital only, just like Oblivion Remastered is
So-
digital only.
Check it out, there is somebody mentioned Dota. So I was autistic in Dota, that I was played exclusively as a Dwarven sniper, you know, because he had a gun, bro, and I hated magic bullshit and mutants and shit, you know. And I always maxed that sniper to a point where you had that ultimate shot, long distance bullshit.
Yep.
And I was doing that to other team, and they hated me so much. Every round, everybody hated me with passion, bro.
What is wrong
Yeah,
with you?
because of that.
Why you attack your teammates?
Because that
Nothing
was
better
actually
to
a
do.
highly unfair ultimate for that Dwarven sniper. You can snipe people like over half of map, by the way.
Yeah, I know that game. It's actually a nice game, but the community is, a bit special, let's say.
Yeah, like
Especially
these are
the
in the
Russians.
house, sure. Yeah.
I don't know why, but the Russians love that game. They really do.
It's like a match in heaven.
Those
And the sad
times,
thing is-
so good. We used TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. Yeah. And then how? Yeah, but I think like it was kind of replaced by Discord actually. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just thinking about this, like you know all of these Xbox and PlayStation Game Pass and all of this, right? So I don't know, you pay like $15, €15. Okay, there's also premium, which is 20 or 30 euros per month, yeah. And now you assume and so from PlayStation 5 to 6 or from 4 to 5, it's basically always like 9 years on average. They come up with a new console every 8, 9, or 10 years. So let's say 9 on average, yeah. So the PlayStation 5 will last 9 years, and then PlayStation 6 will come, and in between they do some slim and some pro editions, right? Now if you count those, let's take 20 bucks a month for the Game Pass, right? Yeah, you get pretty new games, right? You get some good games there, also some new games every month, right? But if you count 20 times 12 for a year, so you're gonna pay $240, yeah, euros, dollars, doesn't matter. Then you multiply it by, let's say, 9 or 10, so you spend, let's say, 2,000 something. Yeah, to spend 2,000 something dollars for the Game Pass if you want to play those games, right? And you cannot play them if you don't pay the Game Pass. Yeah, you have to pay the monthly fee, yeah, or else you cannot play any of the games. Yeah, they give you every month they give you some free games, right? Or not free, because you pay the monthly fee, right? So it's 2,000 bucks, 2,000 something bucks for the lifetime of a console until the next one come out. Now, if you buy a game, a physical game, yeah, for a discount, you never buy full price. It's nowadays you have to probably wait like 3 months, something, 4 or 5 months. For the top sellers, you probably wait 5 months, 6 months, and you get it for half the price or even lower, which is 30 bucks. So you can buy 60 games, yeah, which you physically own, yeah, okay, for the same amount, for the 2,000 something baht. So if you buy the Game Pass, all of this digital nonsense, if they close the services, you can pay nothing. Once you play, nothing. Once you stop paying the monthly fee, you don't have access to a single game in your library. Yeah. So imagine you pay 2,000. Yeah, they close the games, the services. Yeah. They don't support the old PlayStation, the old system anymore. It's you cannot go into the shop anymore, so you pay for nothing basically, right? While, as I said, you can buy around 60 discounted physical release games, yeah, and you will own something, and you can use those things to, like, you can, firstly, the benefits, you can give it to your friend, yeah, or anyone you know, and he can play without paying for it, right? All he needs to have is the physical copy. You give him that,
Yeah.
and he's gonna play. Yeah, he can finish the game for 4 weeks. He gives the thing back. Okay, he paid nothing, and you still own it. And 10 and 20 years later, you can still play it, unless, of course, a few games have to be. There is a need to be online, right? And these services will close. Yeah, when they don't support the old system anymore, they shut down the services. So some of these games you cannot even play, although you have a physical disc, but only some of them. So basically, it's the old concept. We all know it, right? The World Economic Forum. You own nothing, and you'll be happy. So you are renting. You are literally renting a game, or you are paying a monthly fee for the benefit, for the right to play that game. Once you stop paying, all of your library is blocked. You cannot play a single game. Yeah, there you go. And some people still believe that that's a good deal. Well, okay. Yeah. You own nothing,
Yeah,
and
I
you'll be
mean,
happy. Well, in this case, these people are happy, right? Because they think they made a good deal, but they haven't in the long run.
yeah, I mean, part of the issue with the gaming industry is like the same thing with like Simpson Woman is like people will just pay dumb shit, useless amount of money for like dumb shit that they shouldn't be doing. It just makes
Right.
the industry even worse.
Yep. But people are so fucking lazy. I don't understand this. You just sit down, you think about, right, and how much is this gonna cost me? Yeah. If you have this monthly fee for the whole 9 years or 10 years before they come up with the next PlayStation, the next Xbox, you lost 2,000, let's say 2,200, 2,400 bucks, yeah, and in the end you'll own nothing. So there you go. Yeah, I still don't know why people don't just, sit down and think about what they are doing and just do a basic calculation. I think people nowadays are too fucking stupid and too fucking lazy to just do a calculation. Yeah. And now I just want to think this idea further. Now AI will come in, yeah, and the new age of AI and digitalization, yeah, and basically AI will be used. Everyone who tells you that AI is a good thing for humanity, you shouldn't trust that person, or he's just outright mad, yeah, because AI in the first place will be used to scam you even more, yeah. I wouldn't wonder if soon they come up and they show you on television and in the news, yeah, in the States media or even in the private media, they show you some AI generated clip and they tell you this is
Ayebo.
what happened in Ukraine. You know what I mean?
Ayebo,
Total
so
fakery.
remember our friend hostage. I invited him today, but he is in a wage gauge in the USA time.
Right.
But I accidentally came across that clip, the ghosted movie, the Captain America.
Mhm.
And he was right. Like in that movie, the Foyd is the boyfriend, and he is the beach.
Yes, exactly.
I couldn't believe, bro. It was painful to watch, bro. The trailer.
I saw that. Yeah. I saw that movie because I was on a plane and they didn't have a better movie, and I thought to myself, "Oh, cool, Captain America, right, in an action movie." But he was a total loser, and the woman was like the tough action hero, the secret agent, and he was just a loser. Yeah, it's not a good movie.
That's a
Yeah.
whole other issue, bro. It's like the same thing as some chads because they don't understand how like their looks potential or like their SMV properly because they're like so blue pilled. They will like simp, and that makes the dating market even worse.
Oh yeah, of course. And also globalization and also geomaxing makes the dating market worse because there will be more chats in outside of their countries, right?
Yeah.
Also globalization generally. Now a woman from the whatever from the countryside in some third world the worst third world country now has access to some Western chats. Yeah. And if she's young and good looking, she probably can even convince one to settle down with her. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Maddie, right? We were talking about this a lot, right? In the geomaxing community, it's like it's already what's the word for it when more and more chats come to Thailand and they destroy the market? You had a word for this, I think, Betty.
Yeah, there was a word. Which one?
I can't remember. You came up with that word, but we were talking about this. Remember?
I can't recall the word currently.
Anyway. It's true, right? You can notice this in Bangkok. Just it seems like every month, every year, there's more and more talk.
Look. If the reason why I am pathologically staying away from Sukhumvit and Pattaya is that the tourists are ruining it for me, then yeah, I literally can't go into those areas. The tourists give you a look of death. Nobody give you a second look. You are almost invisible. It feels like fucking Barcelona, like Rio. It's what? Like, yeah. The only way for me to be is on the outskirts or somewhere almost rural, but not like very rural. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Dang, bro. Sounds like geomaxing is gonna be dead soon.
It's unless there is
It
still
will never die.
outskirts. I don't know. It's like a fashion. It's still going forward, basically. Yeah. What do you think, Joe?
It cannot die, because if one country, if the amount of tourists rise and if you have this chatflation or however you want to call it, then people will just resort to another country. It will never die.
Yeah, and also there's not enough snowflakes like me to go away. By the way, yeah, probably like 3% people left on the planet that look like Mr. Bean, like me, basically. So I'm just saying, you're gonna be swallowed, brother.
Well, at least you got Chad voice.
No, I actually am using equalizer on OBS.
Yeah. It sounds more like a chat.
Low mid, high bass. There you go. For the OBS sales in the future, if you want to start YouTube, ask me for advice. I tell you how to be cringe.
They're voice maxing. Imagine we gonna come to like we become famous by doing some stupid stuff, right? It's like you know, like these other geomaxers like Johnny Somali or these idiots. Imagine, yeah. And then the Western media shows a picture of us and reports that we do bad things in those countries and also with these women. Imagine that would happen.
Brutal, and like in
Brutal,
Japan,
huh?
you have these people who are hanging from the cherry trees, and it's very bad for the image. Like,
Oh my, yeah.
Japan currently, it's anti-tourist, even though they have problem. Tourist places are
You
really
guys
crowded.
remember the Logan Paul incident?
Huh? Again? No. What was it? I don't.
You guys know who Logan Paul is?
Of course, yes. An idiot.
The boxer, no?
Yeah,
I
well,
think I
Yeah.
know that guy.
a famous idiot who thinks
Yeah.
he's a boxer. Yes.
Yeah.
No, because he had a controversy where he recorded he went to like the suicide woods, I forgot what it's called in Japan.
Yeah, the
And
forest, right?
yeah, he recorded like some dead person that was there, and he got like a lot of shit for it. But he made like a really like stupid, obviously like fake apology video. And basically like even though like social media wise like people were shitting on him, like obviously nothing happened to his channel. Like you can even still see now like he's still like succeeding and making like millions a year even after doing such a shitty thing.
And what do you expect? Like Zoomers nowadays, they grow up with TikTok. It's like this app is like total cancer. Yeah, it's like even, and then of course YouTube took the concept, and now there's YouTube Shorts, which is almost as cancerous, right? It's just like these people
YouTube
are.
Shorts is so bad.
Yeah.
Oh my, the amount of stupid red pill like improvement Sigma mindset shit I see on there is so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, we have guys like Mercer who,
Yeah.
in a polite way, in a politically correct way, with statistic proofs and studies, right? Explain normies what's up. Thank God.
Yeah, Mercer's like high IQ.
Not only high IQ, he knows which words to use. That's also probably high IQ, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just sad, man. This state, like people is like, of course, all of his followers, yeah, Logan Paul, mostly Zoomers, yeah, mostly kids and young people will still like follow him and think he's super cool, and like this is just totally respectless. And as you said, like of course his apologies was just fake. Of course, what do you expect? There are all sellouts. All of the guys, like the longer I watch this, right? If you watch a YouTube video now, right, and then the advertisement comes, right, because you don't have YouTube Pro, yeah, it's only scammers basically. I'm not kidding you. It's either a guy who wants to teach you how to invest money, right, or it's a red pill scammer. It's some guy who always wants to sell you some service, right, or some whatever, right? So yeah, bad.
This was actually a question I wanted to ask Mercer is like, I mean, maybe it's obvious and I'm just like being oblivious to it, but the average IQ in America, is it dropping or is it increasing? Because it's like I mean, it seems like it's obviously dropping because you can see literary rates are like falling, you can see like teachers complaining, and obviously like because of the brain rot and how much more immersed we are getting in technology, it's like you can just see how like brain rotted the kids are. But at the same time, it's like because I'm like right now I'm in college and I'm in STEM, it's like I see such an increasing amount of like STEM nerds too as each generation goes by, and it's getting more and more competitive. So it's like harder for me to like understand, is IQ really increasing or is it decreasing?
Who wants to go first?
You,
Do I sound like American, bro? Come on.
Mercer. He's not here.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, yeah, I wanted to ask
No
him, but
idea,
he's
bro.
not here.
No idea, to be honest.
I think overall it's decreasing, of course. Like people use social media that like there's probably a benefit for in reading books instead of using social media, right? It's like these people they never learn to concentrate, you know? It's like yeah, that's what they say about especially the last two generations. They say like they're not able to like sit down and concentrate for longer than 30 seconds, right? Which is the maximum length of a, or the former maximum length of a TikTok video. Yeah, and I'm afraid that's true.
So I'm
That's my
inviting
opinion.
all the viewers to open some kind of beverage, drink, you know, and join us. Yeah. Your
Who knows?
prime,
Probably I'm just
your prime on the YouTube, bro. Imagine.
Yeah.
Chat key, I can't breathe key. Anybody remember in the quick chat?
I don't think Maddie's trying to make a living with streaming. Or do you, Maddie?
You mean like those gestures on the Twitch? You know, the chat is rolling like a machine gun. You can't even like acknowledge there are people, you know, that type, you know, you have in mind.
I ask because this guy in the chat, he's asking, he's saying there's zero chance for you to become a good streamer and make a living right now.
Yeah, well,
he's not wrong. I mean,
yes.
There is the format have a big range of creators because you have people like Joe Rogan, right? He's podcaster, and you know, and on the other hand, you have people who have 0 views forever. Nobody will ever know. But there is some kind of like middle ground. Oh no, that would be overkill. Yeah, like a underground kind of. You see 20 people in the house, like.
Well, Black Pill content in general is always going to be censored by like, or like shadow banned secretly by like the media and like big corporations. So like, it's going to be impossible for Medi to like incentivize on that.
But it's not the only reason, you know. Since, for example, red pillars, they're selling their snake oil, and it's just easier to sell hope fuel, you know. Hope just sells better than the truth. It is how it is, man.
Yeah, it's because like by human nature, as like dudes, we will like rather cling to hope rather than like accept brutal truth and just accept defeat.
Yeah, who likes to hear that the chances of ever getting true affection are incredibly low for him? Like,
that's actually an interesting thing. Is like, when you guys first experienced the black pill, did you experience some level of denial at first? Because that's what I experienced. Is like, what would happen with me is like I would like, it's kind of cringe, but like again, this was years ago. But when I first got black pilled, I like had like a really like strong hate towards women. I mean, it's not. I mean, again, really cringe, but I'm not really like that anymore. And it was really just a manifestation of my denial, of just not being able to like accept the brutal reality of where I am and not being able to get women. So it manifested as that hatred. What about you guys?
It's the natural state.
So
it's a natural progress.
look, even back in 95, when I was in kindergarten, I noticed how girls are reacting with positive reinforcements against like the dudes who are much bigger than me and taller than me. And I was thinking I'm tripping. I was thinking I'm the idiot thinking I am being discriminated. And this shit went good fucking, let's say, 15 years, no? 20 years? Yeah, 20 years I would say. Because then eventually you discover red pill, and after that you discover black pill. Yeah, so... But red pill I discovered, I think, 2011 maybe, I discovered red pill. And then black pill probably 2017 I would say, yeah. Because I was thinking I was crazy because I tried to explain to my environment that looks is everything and that's how women select, yeah. And everybody was gaslighting me when I was teenager. And yeah, and then in 2017-16 you came across stuff, content like Space Analysis and like, and now you see evidence of you thinking the same and you know you are not stripping, yeah. And you realize, wow, there's like 700 other men saying the same shit than me, and you feel like, wow, you just discovered America, bro. You know, that's how I felt when I discovered black pill. Like, wow, it was like such a discovery. Like, I'm not tripping in some hallucination, bro. Being gaslighted. Yeah? And then, like, you start making content because you feel like there's not enough men knowing the truth. You have to spread it, bro, you know?
Yeah.
Melt it and let it flow. Like lava.
But that phase where you get enraged, that's only natural, you know, that red pill rage. You have to go through it, you know, the baby can't walk.
Red pill rage, you
crawl.
test out all the scams and then you figure out nothing works and somehow you came across black pill and I guess, yeah.
It's just natural. First you get through the red pill rage, then you calm down a bit, and you get...
It's the 5 phases of denial, no? You mean?
Yeah. Then eventually you get to BP depression, and then at some point you also leave that also behind, you know. You have to go through it, man. There's no way around it. You just have to go through it.
Yeah, look, like nowadays it's unbelievable. Like, come on, like it's so bad, media and everyone. Like if a man cannot be angry, right? But not for a single minute. Yeah, but a woman can be angry for her whole life because Chad pumped and dumped her, right? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Like,
what you
women,
mean.
this is such a joke. It's like, yeah, you know what it is.
Yeah, it reminds me on what they call hate crimes, you know. I mean, it's literally a joke to call an emotion like hate to paint it as a crime, because of course you are allowed to hate just as you are allowed to love. It's the idea that you are not supposed to hate something or to express your hate, because if you're not allowed to express any kind of emotion, then that's already such a strong restriction that it will cause mental illness over time in the population. You have to be able to express any kind of emotion at all times. It doesn't mean that you should be hurting anybody, you know. But you must be allowed to show discomfort and that you dislike something, and even that you hate something. You must be able to say it, you know, because they're pretending that your words can be some kind of physical attack, and that's simply not the case. You know, there was when they started to implement these laws that make it so that you get punished equally strict as when you would be hurting somebody. You know, like somebody gets. In Britain, somebody got into jail because he made a meme, you know, things like that.
Oh yeah.
No, it went too far, bro. It's crippling society.
Written someone went into jail because his parrot was talking some words, some far right words. Yeah.
What the
Yeah. He
I mean,
teaches his parrot.
what a total chat, man. I mean, I gotta give it to him that idea to let the parrot do the talking.
What's this YouTuber? I can't remember what his name is. It's a Irish or British guy. Yeah, he's such a joke.
That reminds me, I think one of like the most funniest memes I saw like as a kid, as a teenager, was when I would like scroll the 4chan like poll boards, like obviously the far right wing boards, right? And I would see this meme where it's like when your mom tells you to like get off the computer or something, so you call her like the hard R. And I remember that. It used to be like the funniest shit back in the day.
I mean, 4chan is also a very disgusting place, but at the same time, it's a very great place.
Hilarious.
Because,
I mean, a lot of memes, a lot of like popular mainstream memes, like first started off at 4chan.
I also like that the people from both sides. You know, I'm not a fan of either side. You know, neither from the ultra net nor the ultra leftist people. You know, but on 4chan they actually come together. You know, and sometimes they even like each other. And that's
Yeah, no, one of the
amazing.
things about 4chan, one of the hidden gems that people don't know about is that there were these threads where people would share their favorite music, like they'll like clip it or like they'll add like some sort of like animation that they made out of it or like some sort of animation that they like took off of like some sort of like media and they'd like mix it with the music and these boards were like really creative and I like have like I have like a personal archive of like the best ones I found. But it was really like there are like really some hidden gems in 4chan which are like, you know, kind of just overlooked and it's just seen as like a degem place, which I mean for the most part it is, but
It is,
yeah.
but to the same extent, I would say it's also a great place. You know, because
Yeah.
they through the ability to hate each other. You know, they are just allowed to hate each other openly and to be racist to each other, and through that, somehow they are healing. You know, I know
Yeah,
it
it's
sounds
kind of like
strange,
a reverse
but they are
psychology
allowed to
effect.
let it out. You know, and they are actually talking to each other. That's the most important thing. You know, the people who are supposed to hate each other, they're talking to each other, and on some things they're agreeing because they're sharing, you know, their hobbies and what kind of music they like and what movies they like, and no matter where you're coming from, you know, or what political views you have, you sometimes you just have to agree, you know, and that's pretty important because that's when you notice that other dude is actually just a human, just like you. And that's when people start to heal, you know, that's when you feel it makes no sense to hate that guy. You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
Why should you allow this as a governing instance? Yeah, if you wanna control people by dividing them, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to imagine the collective emotions, you know, as just like a bow with an arrow, you know, and the politicians are wielding it, you know. It's like when they push the people, you know, more and more, and they are building up these emotions, these strong emotions, then it's like potential energy. And the politicians, they know exactly how to use that energy. And in the right moment, they just need to release, you know? And it's enough when a man with a, you know, with a tiny mustache shows up and the people will be ready, you know? It can also be,
Angry.
yeah, it can also be a man with a small hat on his head, you know? It can just, there's always somebody who knows how to use this potential energy, you know?
Always someone who can promise you a lot
Yeah, yeah.
and
I mean,
delivers nothing.
yes, of course. I mean, imagine somebody would just appear right now and tell us, you know, especially the Inkies, like guys, I can bring back the 90s. I can make it how it how it used to be. I can give you back all your respect and your freedom and your options. Many people would give anything for it. Even if it's impossible, they would still be voting for that guy. And that's why I think what Mercer is seeing coming, that will probably come true. He's foreseeing how the left side is taking care of these men. At some point it will somehow connect net ideas, with their left ideas, with their liberal ideas, and that will be the ultimate movement, and all the people the young people especially, will just be hooked and swept off their feet, or will just they will go for it.
Didn't
Wait,
happen
so
in history.
no, I was just saying. So Mercer said like he thinks the young people are gonna be, they're gonna create a future that's a lot more like mix of liberal and left leaning.
Yes, but you
Well,
can
look.
only do so with a identity, with a cultural identity. You need to implement net ideals to do so. At some point, you just, no matter how many immigrants you already invited, or how many are in the country, at some point you just have to close the borders, or you won't have a country anymore. No matter how liberal you are, because you won't have a state at some point anymore. It will break down completely.
You cannot provide enough jobs. Like everything will be, more and more people will get unhappy because the crime rates, the addict, the people who are addicted to alcohol, to drugs, to whatever will rise. Yeah, like everything will just get worse and worse and worse, and then like people will be, the majority will be unhappy, and they will just constantly,
Liberal or not, at some point they just have to
doesn't
accept
matter.
these net ideas.
Everything is a market. Yeah, everything is a market. Like what they are doing now, I'm not per se against immigration, but it's not this immigration like back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, when the West had enough jobs and was still growing, had a growing economy. Now, like what are you gonna do with half of the people who don't get a job, right? You took them in your country and your economy already is bad.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do with them? Yeah. So no one is talking about this, because the moment you come up with this topic, you're just a ultra right wing guy, right?
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
okay.
Exactly.
And another.
They never paid in, but they're taking money out of the social security net, for example. And just like Mercer said, he made an important point. The people who are going to other countries, they're not going there to do the same shit jobs they have done in their countries, because that's what especially the right is always saying. We need these people to do the shit jobs that we don't want to do. But they don't want to do them as well, bro. It takes a maximum of 1 or 2 generations, and the kids don't want to do it as well, bro. What do you want to do then? Get more immigrants again? At one point, you won't be able to take it anymore. At least, usually now today it's like this. The first children already of the immigrants, they don't want to do it anymore. That shitty jobs. They don't want to. And they don't need to. Because they can either study or they can just do nothing and become neat. Just cashing in and maybe even selling drugs or something, getting extra money. So that way they, together with the social money they get, they actually make more money than a wage slaver like me, for example. It's possible. And then when a wage slaver like me sees that and understands it, it creates some kind of chain reaction. Now somebody like me can get the idea, okay, if this fucker is doing so, I will do the same. I will become neat now. I'm done. I'm not working for that asshole, because I'm working and I'm paying into the social security net, and he's taking that money out and also selling drugs, or doing other things like that, and he's getting more money. That's just you. Of course, the natural, reaction is to hate such a person. It's just natural, no matter where
the
you are
thing is,
from.
Mhm. I saw a documentary recently, and it was about like African immigrants to France. Some activists, because there's not enough jobs in France, and so is it everywhere in the West, and so they became activists, right? And they had an argument, which I fully understand. It's just they said we just want the state to provide jobs for the young people, yeah. It's
Yeah.
about the young ones coming into France from Africa or forever. They should be able to work. They want to work. They should be able to. Not, of course, not everyone, but yeah. So you take in too much people. You don't like. What are you doing? You cannot provide them jobs anymore. Your economy is shrinking.
Yeah.
Why do you allow a high number of immigration? It's just really bad planning. Like it's. Yeah, and it's totally understandable that these people who have nothing to do, they become activists, yeah, and they, there's every weekend there's a revolution in France, yeah, and all they want is they demand some job for the young ones. I understand that, yeah. So then also what I wanted to say about all of these ideologies, yeah, well, it's like you shouldn't follow any of these ideologies, yeah. Look like they for years, yeah, it's just there to give you goals, to steer you,
Yes.
to how to say, to manipulate you, yeah,
Yeah.
once you join a group, once you join a belief system, ideology is a man-made belief system, yeah. From it doesn't matter from the far left to the far right, it's just there. They give you a concept, they give you some ideas, they tell you what to think, yeah, and they tell you to never question, and per se never questioning is just stupid. And then look at the heroes you get from the media. I mean, Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and these guys, come on, these are your right-wing leaders, right? What a joke, seriously. Like, unbelievable how mainstream these guys are, yeah. And their talking points is such a joke, yeah. And if you believe as an incel, yeah, the right, the nationalism, the whatever, call it whatever you want, will save you. No, they won't. They will just tell you to work more and pay more taxes, yeah.
Yeah.
Why the left lets in too many people, and everything is a market. Everything, dating, the job market, everything is a market. So there's more people in the country now, yeah, and the salaries go down, yeah.
Yeah.
So you work the same amount of hours, but you earn less, while the right tells you to work more, so you can be taxed more, yeah, and to do it for your country. It's what? There is no country. Who the fuck is telling me? Like, look at all of these rules. The West is becoming authoritarian more and more, day by day, month by month, year by year. Who the fuck are these? Who the fuck is the government? What? I want to build a fucking house. I want to build a shack. Who cares? It's my property. If I cannot build nowadays a fucking shack out of wood or clay or whatever I want to build it, who are these guys to tell me anything? Like, what the fuck is going on? Here, like in many countries, you want to do a demonstration, you had to get a paper for it. You have to go to your government and ask them if you are allowed to protest for X, Y, and Z reasons. Like, what is this? Look where you are living, man. Just open your eyes and think about it, how everything is going, yeah? And then you have like there's like at the same time, just look back in the last centuries. They tell you that the commies are fucking evil. They are our arch enemies, yeah. And they tell the Chinese and the Russians the same about us, yeah. The so-called free West. While at the same time they build up China, and now China is an unbeatable economic powerhouse, the factory of the world. So how could this happen? How How? Think about it. You see movies like Rambo and whatever bullshit propaganda from Hollywood, yeah, telling you that those are the bad guys and we are the good guys. And they, of course, also the Chinese and the Russians do the same movie, of course, and we are depicted as the bad guys. But at the same time, our companies, our governments, yeah, like build up China, yeah, and invest there. So how is this possible? How can every Chinese person be a evil communist, and then you build them up? Like, what are you doing? You invest in the economy of your worst enemy, right? It's just, give me a break. This is all ideologies. This is just for you, for me, for everyone here in the channel, for the 99%, yeah, just so you believe something, yeah, so you don't start questioning, you don't start coming to your own conclusion, because there's always a stupid guy like Peterson or whoever who tells you how it was in his opinion. Like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, this
That's
is all
why
like, yeah.
That's why I appreciate Mercer's take. He's, he remembered me on the quote. I think it was Rockefeller who said that competition is a crime. The powerful people, they have no problems to work together because they don't care about the stupid fake
Yeah.
ideals that we believe in. This
Yeah.
religion cope or the net cope or the liberal cope, whatever cope. They don't believe in these things. These are tools that they use to control us. And they don't
Ever
believe in
used.
them, and they work together against us, always, no
Used
matter where they
for
come.
always.
Yeah,
Since ever, since
yeah,
the first humans were on this planet, walked on this planet. So yeah, it's and then like they like, doesn't matter if you're far left or far right or associate with any group. Yeah, you can even associate with whatever. Like, I don't care. You can call yourself like a independent or wherever, and you don't like, it doesn't matter. It's just like, you have now the new left. Yeah, you have the new left, which
yeah,
has an overlap with the old left, with the communist left. It's rampant in the West. So you first tell me until the 90s that we are the good ones and the communists are the bad ones, and now the so-called free West is turning left. Yeah, it's a new kind of left. Do not get me wrong. Yeah, it was created to, as Mercer said it, right, to counteract the real left, the Marxists, yeah, or the let's call it Eastern left, the old left, yeah. So to give a outlet to the West, yeah.
yeah.
And it's unbelievable. I don't know. So probably the Chinese soon will come up with some. How are they communists when they are highly nationalistic at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
And also
Well,
capitalists.
yeah, also, like, come on, this is all of this is only for you and for me. It's for the 99%. So we fight about this, yeah. And then all of the other divisions, like, they are dividing you nowadays. It's not only, you don't only get divided by, like, back in the days you were divided by, let's say, religion, and there wasn't even politics because you had a king. Yeah, we were divided by nations and by religion. Later came politics, right, with the democracies and the so-called democracies and the so-called republics or whatever. Yeah, and now you are divided by the media and by you are divided by your government. Yeah, in gender, in race, in by classes. Always there was always a division by class, of course. By gender, race, whatever. Yeah, age, and so on and so on. Yeah, so
Hey,
it's
how you guys
unbelievable.
doing?
Hey,
Hey,
great.
Harvey.
Hi,
Why?
Hey, it's nice to see you guys again.
hello.
I don't have much time, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, because I gotta do yard work. But I just wanted to drop by and join the conversation, contribute to the conversation. But
Nice.
just a quick question though. Like, when do we know, like, when it's like people's turn to speak, or do we do like a system? Because like you were talking for a while, but I didn't want to cut you off. Like, I don't really know when is a good time for me to like
Just,
speak. Like, I don't
just
really know
speak.
what that.
Just
Hey,
speak.
Oh, just speak. Okay. Well, I thought of two new things, like two new topics. Okay, we talked about one of them. One of them was about the height surgery, but we talked about that when I was in the chat. So now it's like maybe we could do it over voice chat. And the other topic I had about is what do you think about like my theoretical success in India? Like, is India like any good on the level of Philippines for like a 5'5" black guy or African American phenotype? Like, do you think I would have success in India as well in like the dating market or not really?
Why would you go to India in the first place?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Why would you want to go to India, bro?
Yeah.
It's literally like Manila in a sense. Philippines. It's
That's
like an
worse. Yeah.
absolute ghetto. It's disgusting. I've been to India and I'm Indian, so it's really gross there, bro. You do not want to go there.
I mean, it's if it's like the same thing as Philippines, then why not? It's like right.
It's worse, in my
Okay,
opinion.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's worse because it's the lookism culture there is a lot more like white based. I don't think I honestly don't think if you're not like rich, if you're not like really light skin handsome or you're not like white skinned, you're not really gonna have dating success there.
So they don't like black guys there.
I mean, again, I'm not entirely sure, but if I had to make an educated guess, I don't think so.
Okay, so basically it's like Japan, but it has a Manila, what's the word? Manila environment, basically, like of
Yeah, so like
lifestyle.
the worst of both worlds.
You would be better off in Japan than there. Why would you go to into a country where the man to woman ratio is so severely effed up, and the men are literally fleeing from there? It's just it makes no sense to go there, in my
It's
opinion.
really disgusting, bro. There's like shit everywhere. It's smelly.
Oh wow.
It is really
All right,
as
well
bad as it is on social media.
that's interesting because I was messaging an Indian girl before, and she was giving me some really good like ROIs, but I never. Oh no, I did tell her my height, but she was like, I don't know, she was just the way she was talking to me. It seemed like there was
Well,
interest. I
well,
didn't
an
really
Indian girl
know.
from India, or do you mean like an Indian girl from like the West?
No, an Indian girl from the West, there's no chance. It's like it's too hypergamous. But in India,
Well, no,
she
that's
was
actually
telling me.
interesting because it's interesting you say that because my friend he has a black friend and he goes to the same university as me. And apparently because of like how slutty college kids are in general, apparently if you're like black and you're like at least like a 6 out of 10 in college, the bar scene it's very easy for you to get laid.
No,
But
but here's the
this is
thing.
just an anecdote,
No, the
so
thing
take it
is
as you
I'm
will.
5'5" height. No, my
Oh, you
height is
said you're
5'5".
5'5".
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I would in any bar environment, I would just get obliterated and destroyed. Like there's no hope. Like, am I wrong about that?
I don't know, man. You are the one who knows best because you know yourself best. You just have to look back. How did women react to you? When you said the same things as the successful people said. And did you have
They
success? Well, then
no, bro. There's no success. They just look at me with the expression is not good. Like
Yeah,
um,
I know what.
it's not. Yeah, it's not a facial thing. It's really a height thing. And another thing is people say in the West, oh, just date a short girl. But the thing is, short girls are even more hypergamous because
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it's
yeah,
because yeah, I think
Yes.
it's because they want to save their genetics. I think
yeah.
it's that one. And the second
Yeah.
reason is because it's not really about in a social environment, it's not really about how taller you are compared to the girl. It's about how tall you are
Mm-hmm.
compared to the other men, because
Yeah.
her boyfriend is a social is like in a way a social status or like a social cue. So if she has
Mm-hmm.
to date a really really short man, it's like indirectly saying, oh, your value is lower because you have to date this kind of
Yes,
guy versus
Look,
absolutely.
something
it's
like
like the height difference in couples in the West is just enormous. It's so huge. There is 5 foot
yeah.
5 foot 5 foot nothing fights running around with 6 foot plus guys, yeah, and you see this
Yeah.
every day. So
Like
no
6 foot,
chance.
like yeah, like Chads have a monopoly on the market in America. Like 6 foot
Mhm.
and up, it's just ridiculous. And then they're further enforced by TikTok. Like everyone on TikTok is saying the same thing. It's not even TikTok. It's just any like really affluent country. You know what I mean? Like people want the best of the best, right? And also it becomes a matter of if everyone has money, it becomes a matter of instead of uh, want, it's more about look because they have their own money. Like looks, face and elements already explained this all, but
Yeah.
basically I won't go like you guys already probably know. But
Yeah.
on that interesting topic, so the
Yeah, it is.
only way for me to like compete outside of like Philippines or in any dating market, like especially in the West, is height surgery. So my thought on it is, if I do height surgery, I'm 5'5", so the minimum I'm willing to do for it to be worth it for me is 5'10", right? But ideally, you want to hit 6 foot, right? But I don't think my proportions will look weird at 6 feet. Do you
Yes.
guys think my proportions will
Look,
look weird at 5'10"?
every inch will help you, right? But the more you
Yeah.
try to squeeze it, the more likely something can go wrong, yeah, either immediately or later, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the risk because 5'5" is like death tier, right? So I'm willing to just risk everything because it's like it's over anyway. It's
But
over
still,
anyway.
look, like
I mean,
5'8" isn't that bad. And even if you go to 5'10", yeah, you still will get nothing in the West because you told us your other data, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You are not a Chad, you're not a Tyrone, and so in the West with 5'10" you'll get nothing. So and you go to South America or to Asia, it doesn't matter if you are 5'8" or 5'10". Yeah.
He was making a great point. See,
Yeah.
if you are below the bar, it doesn't matter how far you are below the bar, just a little bit or very much. If you're
As
below
I'm
the bar, then
saying,
Yeah.
you're below.
No,
yeah, but
I agree.
every inch helps you, of course. Every inch helps you, but if you are, doesn't matter if you told us your other specific data, right? You said you are a sub 5. You're certainly not a Tyrone, not a Chad. Yeah. So if you would be 5'8" or 5'10", that 2 inches will not help you much. Yeah. In
Well,
the West.
okay. I'm sub 5 because of my height. If I just went directly off my face, it's like a 5. It's like a norm. It's like a maybe
Yeah.
5.5
It's not good
right
enough.
now.
It's not good
Yeah, it's
enough.
not. It's not. Yeah, it's not good enough. But um, yeah, you're right. I was thinking. I don't know. Maybe it's cope. I was thinking if I got the 5'10", maybe I could get like a low tier Becky. Maybe like an overweight low tier Becky in the West. I don't know. Is that cope?
Get out of
Maybe,
the West.
maybe it depends. Man.
I mean, if you're like if you're like Tyrone maxed, Doug maxed, and you have the height, maybe like you're gym maxed, maybe.
Yeah, but I
But
don't
gym
really like.
action, but being gym max means you take roids, yeah, and work out every day or every second day. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want a thug max. That doesn't really fit my personality. Like, it's like there's no point even faking it. Like, I'm too old to fake a thug max. That's more like a teenager kind of culture, you know?
How old are you?
Or I'm 20. I'm 24. So
I mean,
another
it's
thing.
kind of a spectrum. You don't even gotta like hard Doug max. You just gotta like kind of flaunt your body, like kind of fake being like kind of like an influencer, kind of like having money, shit like that. And it could maybe work out to your favor, but again, it's kind of complicated because you're trying to like tread the line between like trying to at least reach like a 6 or 7 out of 10 and then trying to fit into a certain niche.
Yeah, elbow
So
society, right? Ayebo.
I'm
Niche.
just saying, you gotta like it's gonna take more than one conversation for you to kind of figure this out. Like you gotta really go to like multiple sources and kind of like set out what kind of cards you have and what you can like dish out.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like my face is like normie tier, and I haven't like looks maxed. Like looks maxing, what I mean by that is like I guess like there's techniques they talk about like the bloating the face, becoming more chiseled, stuff like that. So maybe like I could ascend because
Right.
I have a lot of facial fat, right? My face is like puffed out, so it's like
And then you
really
need to
bloated.
lose weight.
Yeah. Get
Right.
lean. Do soft looks
So I'm-
maxing. Go for
yeah,
the
and like
cute boy look.
yeah, skincare techniques and stuff like that. So I'm thinking if I look max
Damn, that
and I get
sounds
the
almost
high,
insane, bro. Like using skincare as a man and stuff like that on
I know, yeah,
listening to
it is
this and
insane.
shit, like, come on, one-way ticket to Bangkok and you will have problems like resisting temptations and not thinking about fucking makeup, bro. Come on.
I don't like to admit it, but I think Mehdi is actually making a good point here.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Continue. Sorry.
If I think about the amount of money and the risk that you will take by going through such a procedure like getting a leg lengthening
Insane,
surgery,
bro. The West is gaslighting you into thinking you are not enough.
and instead of doing that, just at least try it. Just fly to Thailand or whatever
in
country
his
there,
case, I think
Philippines or whatever.
Manila or something.
Yeah. Look, it never doesn't matter where you are. Every
Rio,
inch
Dominican
helps.
Republic,
Yeah.
Rio. What was recommended last time, yesterday, by Gold Pill? That was some very good intel on Dominican Republic.
You said it doesn't matter where you are. It's like it still matters on your, what did you say, your SMV or something?
Yes, sure. But
Yeah.
I just think that you would have a chance there without doing the
Leg lengthening.
leg lengthening surgery. And
Yeah,
So
I mean, leg
the leg-
lengthening, it's like a long process. You
It's
should probably
sabotage,
first
bro.
test out. I think this is a smart idea. First, test out going to C countries first, and then
Yes.
see if you can
Yeah.
like get success. And then if not, then
you can
consider
still do
other
it.
options.
Yeah, you can still do it after. But once in your life, leave your country and look around, man. You're still young. You're 24, you said.
Okay, what if I do this? I'll give it 4 more years. I'll wait until I'm 28, and if all else fails, I'll do leg lengthening to 5'10". Because like the thing is, like I'm like in a objectively bad situation. So I'm basically desperate for SMV, right? So like I'm even considering like this sounds kind of weird. I know some people use makeup. Like not like hardcore makeup like how girls do it, but just like like a foundation to make your face look more healthier, like stuff like that. Like any kind of trick, any kind of illusion to boost SMV, right?
I wouldn't wait in your place because
You
every year is
wouldn't?
important for you. You need it now. Actually, you need to get to see as soon as possible. Check it out, and if it doesn't work, you can. I would do it in your place.
And
if
this
you
is
really want to do
this
it.
and this is what a lot of geomaxers will tell you. Yeah, I started geomaxing. Well, I geomaxed in it's gone. All right. Yeah, that's what a lot of beginners or a lot of guys who start to think about this get wrong. Yeah, what if I do this in 4 years? Nah.
Yeah, he has no time, bro. He's 24. There he is again.
So a lot of you hear us?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, don't worry.
No problem. You need your success now.
Yes.
You need it now, not in 4 years.
Yes. Your SMV every day you wait, every year, every month you wait, your SMV is gonna get lower and lower and lower. Yeah, you need it now.
And your health. The longer you wait, the harder it will be for you to take that surgery.
Your health and your energy levels.
To restore your health again.
Yeah. So.
Hey, thanks for joining us, Guidance Vault. We are live on YouTube.
Like when I go to see, and if it's not working out, how long do I wait until I I just say like a month, a year, 2 years?
No, you don't wait.
So like if I go there for a week, if I get nothing, just immediately get the
A
surgery.
week is not enough. A week is not enough. You need to set up some dates. Yeah, it's gonna take some time. Yeah. You need at least a month. At least, I would
At
say.
least.
Yeah.
Better would be free, something like free, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can also
You got-
just you get the maximum of the maximum permit you can get, and then you can just go into one of the neighbor countries and then return to
Yes.
Thailand. If you
Do
like
some
to.
border runs.
Yeah.
I took some interesting. So I did something kind of interesting. So I was so basically about the proportions of getting limb lengthening. So what I did is I took a measuring tape and I measured some of my body proportions. Like take it with a grain of salt because it's not like I think like the head one is pretty accurate, the torso is like kind of accurate, but the leg one is like not really. I don't know because some people for the leg measurement they say, oh, take it at the crotch, or some people say take it at like the hip line. So like the leg one is like debatable, but let me just tell you guys this really quick. So my skull height in inches from the chin to the top of my head, right? So it is it's roughly around 7.2 inches skull height vertically, and the average skull height for a 5'5" male, 5'5" height male, is between 8.1 inches and 8.6 inches, and the average skull height for a 6-foot male, this is supposedly 9.1 inches to 9.8 inches. I got this information from ChatGPT. That's what ChatGPT told me the averages are. So basically, I'm a skull cell. I have a smaller skull, right?
Which will look even more stupid if you get leg lengthening.
Right. So that's why I won't go to 6 foot. I'm gonna put a limit. And then
No, look, you do your homework, find out what is doable without any risk or with a very low risk, and you do exactly that. Yeah. Do not gamble on 1 or 2 additional inches. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and
If you are
hold
old,
on.
you
And
still want to be
hold on.
healthy.
The opposite of this is taking all the surgeries and ending up alone in the basement, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
so
I
you're
don't
saying
know if
like
you,
if the surgeries go wrong.
Go ahead.
Brazy, do you know Rehab Room? He made a clip about just that. A dude who did leg lengthening surgery, and then he basically crippled his legs. And in the end, it was over for him, but also he had crippled legs. So that's
Yeah,
not
but
the
like
outcome you want.
I know, but like from my perspective, it feels like it's over anyway.
It's not over. You will get older, and look, I'm 45 now. Yeah, I do as much as I can for my health and for my energy levels. Yeah, and to stay useful.
Hold on.
And
It's over only in your location.
yes.
Like with me, it's gonna be always forever over in my location for me. Basically, that's the narrative. I mean, that's the consensus. That's the axiom.
Yeah, I mean, Brazy, just listen to what we were initially saying. Just try to C-max first.
Yes, good idea.
All right, so
Like
basically,
C-max right now and try to like analyze like where you stand SMV wise. Like Ayebo said, give it like a full month if you can.
okay, so basically you go. So just go straight to Philippines and see
Yes.
how I do.
I mean, okay,
Yes.
first soft looks max first and then do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few months of looks maxing, then just go there.
Well,
Yeah.
you can do it simultaneously. You don't really have to wait. You can go right away.
Yeah, but
my
soft
opinion.
looks maxing. This means like losing weight, whatever, gaining muscle as much as it helps. Obviously, you want to like to have big muscles, you need to roid up and work out every fucking day. So that's another thing. But like, I would even consider like a nose job or a hair transplant a soft looks maxing thing.
Yeah, because the African American phenotype has bigger noses, right? That's not really. I mean, I feel like only black girls would like that, but like the other races don't really like that. The other races usually like more white eccentric features. But the thing with black girls is you can't get them unless you're really tall. Like, you know?
Well, it depends on your nose. It's like there are black people who have like look like Will Smith and Denzel Washington. They have perfectly fine noses, for an example, right? So it depends
Yeah.
on your nose. I don't know about. Yeah, and as some there is some looks maxing like everyone can do, and I would even say that like a hair transplant and a nose job is a soft looks maxing. I would say that, or a
Does
ear job or
rehab room
whatever.
still do face ratings?
Nope,
Nah.
I don't.
Okay, I mean,
I-
okay, this will, I think it will help at least a little bit. Try to get a face rating from Wheat Waffles.
Oh, I
That's
do
a
the face rating
scam.
myself.
Basically, you can measure your SMV just by using dating app in your current location,
Yeah.
and that's how you measure SMV.
Well,
Also,
I can't use my current location. Oh, you mean for other people? Okay, yeah.
why should you pay a dude to tell you how you look? I mean, nobody knows.
I just mean like facially, because he says 5.5, but I mean,
Yeah, I get
again,
your
like
idea.
no one really knows like how that is, because there's like so many, like I said before, there's so many different ways you can rate a face.
Well, yes,
But
but
I
it
mean,
doesn't really
again,
matter because he has something better than a face rating. He has the experience of his life until now, So he just has to actually analyze how women reacted to him, and by doing that, he will get a better picture of where he stands than somebody giving him a face rating. It's just
Well, I mean, I can't do it in America. I would have to do it in C. But when I was younger, girls did say like I had a cute face when I was younger. I don't know if that counts. Maybe they don't mean sexually. Maybe they just mean like a cute cell. I don't
it
know.
still counts. Yeah, it still counts. It's good, bro. Many don't even get that.
no, the thing is, here's the thing, right? I'm assuming when you said younger, you're talking about like maybe like 15 years ago, if I had to assume.
When I'm like around 17, 18, 19. I'm 24 now, so that's like 6 to 5 years ago.
That's not bad.
Okay.
Unless the chick said it out of a pity, because women sometimes do this. They call you handsome, they call you nice, whatever, and they don't mean it actually.
Well, that's the thing, is if you have it at least from multiple women, then most likely that's not the case. Like if you at least have like,
Unless he had many female friends, right?
yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't
yeah,
have
that's another thing. If they're all from the same group, that's a different
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
It was like workers, co-workers, a job. It
Yeah.
wasn't.
So they lied to you. They will not call you ugly.
Oh. Well, I didn't like.
Yeah.
I didn't like ask them. I didn't ask them to say it. They just said it. Does that still count or no? Like I wasn't questioning it. They just said it on their own.
Sometimes women give you such compliments, and they don't even mean it. Yeah.
The best way to find out is to just constantly keep trying, keep talking to women, keep hitting on them. That's the best way to find out where you stand. Just instead
Okay,
of
well,
asking these questions, you can just go look for yourself.
Look, what you could do, you install those dating apps, you set your location to Philippines, Thailand, whatever, and see what you can match, yeah? And
Yeah.
see who writes you back.
Yeah.
There
Should
you
I
go.
list my first?
I don't know, that's your thing. It depends if let's say at the moment you don't have a job, for example, and you have a little bit of savings, then it's the best time to go to Asia or to South America or whatever, right? It depends on your situation also.
Yeah, and besides that, no, even if the stakes are all bad on any kind of dating sites, it will still be an indicator for your attractiveness.
Yes.
See, even if, let's say, the average guy gets just one message back from 100, let's say that's average, then you can still, by knowing that, you can still have an indicator for yourself if you look how many you receive back. You get me? You just
Yeah.
need to know the relation to how much the average dude gets, and so you can get an idea, at least a slightly idea of how attractive you are for this woman in that particular location.
Mm-hmm.
So you should just try everything, man. Try everything. And keep talking to women so that you get used to it. That you develop social skills, because of course they're not as important as how you look, but they are still important. You know.
Yeah. Do you guys know any apps that like only talk to like Filipino women and
Yeah,
stuff like
but
that?
we can disclosure these details
Dang, bro,
after.
Guidance left.
Yeah, after the live stream we can disclosure with you details about these apps. It's not really good to like spill it here.
Yo, Guidance, you want to add anything?
Oh, you don't want to
Yeah,
like
by the
write
way,
the method
Guidance,
or
thanks
something?
for tuning in. You have something to add, maybe?
I don't think he's here.
Maybe his
That's
mic
good.
is not plugged or something. I mean, wrong input. So when you said hitting on women, he meant on those dating apps, of course, because in the West it's like if she's not chasing you, she's not interested, basically. I would say.
Yeah.
Uh,
Aren't all countries like that? Like if they're not chasing you, they're not interested, or is that only a
Yes.
West thing?
Well, that's
Yes,
kind of
more or
everywhere,
less.
but you have good odds in probably Manila, Bangkok. You know, you ask people
Well,
around
of
here.
course you have to like keep going, right? You have to. Sometimes women will tell you they don't have time that weekend or that day. You ask them if they are free. Yeah, which may be true, which really sometimes is true. Yeah, and especially is in Asia where they have 10-hour work days and only 1 day per week off. Yeah. So probably that's already planned with her bestie or her family or whatever, yeah. Or she takes a short vacation trip or something. So yeah, you also have to stay in contact and ask. But you should probably ask 2 times. If you get 2 excuses and she flakes 2 times on you, it's over basically.
Yeah, I know. I know in the West, girls do that a lot. They just say, they just be like, "Oh, Oh, no, they go like, "Oh, I didn't see your text," or they'll go,
Yeah, that's
"Oh,
bullshit.
yeah." They go like, "Oh, I'm busy tomorrow," or "I got work," or like
Yeah,
if it
but
was
then
chat on the other.
no. But then
Yeah,
again, if
if
she's
it,
interested, she will not. She will tell you, "Yeah, I'm busy tomorrow. I got work, whatever. I meet with my parents, whatever." Yeah. But then, if they are interested, they straight after telling you they don't have time, they give you another date, or they tell you, "I let you know tomorrow," or "Let's meet in 2 days. Let's meet tomorrow instead." You know.
yeah, they'll give you a follow-up date. Yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense. If there's
You
no
see.
follow-up date, that's like a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So basically, yeah, the answer is basically the same. Just go to Philippines as fast as
Yeah.
possible.
I would look
And
from my experience because Maddie and me we were in Bangkok now for 2 years. Yeah. And I saw some mixed Thai black kids or people around your age in the 20s and the 30s. Yeah. So it's not uncommon. I would still recommend Thailand. I would recommend like 1 month of Philippines and then 1 month of Thailand. So at least you have also not only a comparison to the West, to the US, right? But you also have a comparison between two Southeast Asian countries. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It's not
I
that
get
bad.
that.
It's not that bad as for black men in Thailand. It's really not. I know other places where it's bad for black men. It's probably Vietnam and those places you would be doing worse. Yeah.
Really, girls in Vietnam don't like black guys?
I didn't see a single couple who was. I didn't see one black guy with a Vietnamese girl. Not a single one.
Were
Not
there any
not.
black guys there?
Huh?
Were there any black guys there, like living there, or?
Yeah, yeah, like yeah, yeah. Tourists. I saw a lot of black tourists from America. There's actually quite a lot of American tourists there in Vietnam. Yeah.
Okay. What would you say the best places are for black guys? Like somewhere in Africa or something?
Well, there are some nice countries in Africa, I heard, right? There's like the capital of Ghana and Nigeria is pretty nice, safe and developed. Yeah. So I don't know about Africa. I cannot tell you this, but certainly there are some countries in Africa are okay. Yeah. But still, I would recommend in Southeast Asia for black guys. I would recommend Philippines #1, and then Thailand #2, and then I would go as a black guy from the US. I would go to South America because it's just in proximity and it's a short flight, right? And I would go, as we said before, to DR and then to Brazil. Yeah, that's what everyone hears from the Passport Bros. Yeah, that's the two best places for black guys from US, and it's a much shorter flight than to Asia, right? So I would go there. I cannot tell you about Africa. I don't know nothing, but I only heard that from some travelers, from some geomaxers, from some travel bloggers, that there are some nice places. Like for example, the capital of Ghana and Nigeria is pretty safe and developed and clean. Yeah.
What about for
Okay.
guys in the US? What do you think is like the best place to see Max, or is it just over for them?
I would go to Mexico. Actually, I hear good things about Mexico, but of course not whole of Mexico is safe, right?
Yeah.
The last thing I heard that like the prices in Mexico City go up because there are so many American expats and remote workers living in Mexico City now. Yeah,
Interesting.
rents go up.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, with guidance, I finally get to meet him.
Wait, okay,
Nice to
so
meet
you said
everyone here. What would you say? You discuss different ethnicities. What would you say about MENA? What would be the best best CMX location for MENA guys?
What is MENA?
Middle Eastern North African.
Oh.
I don't know. And
Malaysia, definitely Malaysia.
maybe
I saw a lot of Arab tourists in Malaysia, and of course they are also a modern Muslim country. So definitely Malaysia. Yeah.
Didn't Mercer say Middle Easterners have like a good chance with white women?
maybe I don't know.
yeah, they are,
But I gotta
they are
go,
passable
guys.
everywhere. You know, it's very.
I'm out. Thank you very much
versatile.
for the discussion.
Bye bye.
Appreciate
Joe.
it. Goodbye, guys.
See you, man.
yeah, I see it, bro. I gotta go too. But really quick, you said Philippines, Thailand, Dominican Republic, and Brazil are the best places to go.
Yeah, and
But
they are nearby.
Brazil's dangerous though.
No, not that. Well, certainly you have to know where you are, right? So
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Brady, make sure you do a lot of research for each of these countries before you go.
well, for Thailand, there's no the crime rate is so low. You don't need to research Thailand. Yeah, the whole of Bangkok is safe, right, Mehdi?
Yeah, very safe. Yeah.
What about Manila? Is it safe?
No. I mean, apparently to Ayebo, no. The only thing you got to be wary is pickpocketing.
Pickpocketing, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, guys, when I was listening, like for where you were talking a lot of points. I have noticed this theme like that is not really discussed a lot, and I want to ask about it. When you talk about the age, like the optimal age for geomaxing, I have noticed this in a lot of aspects where a lot of people think like 24 and 25 is too old for stuff. I mean, what's your take on how age, like on when you should do it? Like assuming like you have the possibility, because sometimes it's not possible when you are younger, much younger. But how would you integrate age if you had to make a video about age in geomaxing? How would you put it?
As soon as possible. We have one
No.
guy from ours from. Yes, yes, definitely. Yes,
No.
let me finish.
Okay,
We have
go ahead.
Syra. Yeah, Syra is on Medi's server. Yeah, and he's geomaxing in Thailand now. And he's 20. His Thai girlfriend is 20, and she's really good looking. She looks like, I don't know, she's a 7, 8 out of, let's say a 7 out of 10, and she looks almost like a Japanese girl, light-skinned Thai girl. Yeah.
How tall is he?
Yeah,
Mehdi describes Syra
Um,
looks wise.
I
What
think
is height?
he maybe have look-alike. I can't recall. I don't know.
Well, let's say he's 5'8". I would say he's 5'8". He's white. He's 20 years old. He's slim, and his face is a 6 out of 10. Yeah.
okay. I wouldn't have like a lot of point of. I would have a lot of point of
Alright.
contingence in like the lower, like
Okay, the
as soon as possible seems to be, as soon as possible seems to be the right approach. But I hear a lot of guys saying like as soon as they are 24, 25, they say like, oh, it's too late. That's like the part I wanted to focus on.
Oh no, I mean no. Okay, I'm gonna say my take. Basically, the red pill. Actually, men in the West should go through some amount of red pill bullshit to test out how much bullshit is too much, and after that, realization they can geomax. Because imagine being thrown into C-maxing with from the beginning, from the start, easy mode, and you don't have nothing to compare with the pain in the West. You can't compare with the paradise in the East. It's like
Wait, I have.
So you
I
want
have
to
one
feel the struggle first.
it's not because it's there is a value in it, you know.
That's too
I
much
have-
ideology for me.
Yeah.
I have one last thing to say before I go. About the age pill thing. I think all the way up to like 30 is okay for C, but I think that there is an urgency to go there.
Okay, I give you
and I don't think
example.
it's
Hold
not-
on, sorry. Imagine you throw a blue pillar into C-max. First thing he will do, he will fail for some love scam. This is why I'm saying you need to gain some experience in the West first. Okay? Even the failed ones, even by the way, including rejections.
Yeah, but usually fights in the West do not scam you for money.
Anyway, this is my opinion. Why not to do this early? This is insane. Like, what the fuck? And that's it. Imagine sending kids to Asia. You crazy? Come on, like.
No, but you're not a kid with 18 or 20 anymore, so.
Teenagers, yeah.
But I mean, he has a point. Like he has a point. If you don't know how to game, if you haven't tried, if you haven't see the extremes or like what women are capable of, what they do, like if you have no idea and you're thrown into a market that is favorable for you, I mean, you might even develop the fake realization that okay, this is not bad at all, and you can think you can go back to America and apply everything you learned now, which will not work. For example, I think there are a lot of problems. A lot of problems that will be like by geomaxing too early, but yeah, I can see that totally.
Yeah, this is
but
what I'm
what
saying.
about like too late? Like if
too late, this is the beauty of
if
it.
I'm
Even
38,
I'm saying probably best after 26 because that's when you finish your last moral development in your brain. And like,
what if I'm?
By the way, that's the thing. We keep seeing literally corpses in Thailand dating fitness milfs, bro, and I am like sitting so much, bro, and I keep asking myself how much, like how late is too late. Yeah, go ahead, guidance.
Yeah, you should also ask yourself how much money you need to pay a 30-something-year-old fit girl as a pension.
80-year-old dudes with 40 years old fit, like Asian noodle.
No, but this is why I think there's an urgency, not because of age, but because I feel like C-maxing is going to come to an end soon because all the foreigners are doing it. Like, they're just doing it too much. It's going to, like, blow up. What do you guys think about that?
Rainer is doing it too much. That's such a vague statement, you know. That's how the tourism bicycle is running. Like,
Yeah, but
Well, the
everyone,
price is so.
like everyone, because like in America, if you're not the top percentile of men, if you're not the top 10 percentile, your dating life is like really, it's not gonna be really that good.
It's not existing,
Usually.
bro. Literally.
Yeah, but then you underestimate the amount of people who would not want to date Asian, who would not want to accept the defeat of leaving their country. A lot of men are actually shamed into staying into their own countries. The average American man, if you tell him like to Geomax, he'll tell you like, "What do you think I'm a loser?" Well, he's actually is. He's a loser. He's struggling, but he don't want to admit to it and like take the necessary steps.
That's
Yeah,
a very good
this
No,
argument.
is
I
the
don't. I don't
current
even.
state of Inkelosphere. Exactly this.
I don't
Ayebo.
even really like the word loser if someone doesn't have a successful dating life because it's all about how you're born. It has nothing to do about being a loser or not a loser. Like people can't choose how they want
I am
to
saying I'm not saying that he is a loser in terms of like because he's done it himself. I'm saying his response as a blue pillar would tell you, what do you mean go to C Max? Am I a loser to you? That's how he's gonna phrase it. So I'm using their phrasing. I'm not
yeah.
calling them losers by any means.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's
Then
like,
again-
hold on. That's the same way in the guidance. Remember how you asked me, like, Medican, what if I meet you when you are 25 years old? And I tell you, you will be happy in Thailand some days. And I would not believe you or think you are crazy. And 5 years later,
Yeah.
like, with a black pill perspective, I was actually sent to CMAX, So...
And that was the best decision of your life.
Yeah, I think you first have to realize. Yeah, you have to try because you have to realize. You have to you have to be defeated, right? You have to they have to punch you down. Yeah, they have to knock you out, and then you realize. But some people realize this nowadays. Probably even the Zoomers, they realize this. They wake up with all of this. Yeah, they get rejected all of the time.
They get maybe rejected. Go ahead.
I didn't even realize by going out there and trying and getting rejected. Like mainly, I realized through black pill ideology, because I saw, once I learned the black pill, I was like, whoa, it's really over for me, Because I used to think it was a personality thing or confidence thing, but once I learned about black pill, I was like, I just kind of woke up. I was like, whoa, okay, this is what it's about. It's about how you look.
Yeah, I would say...
Well, you have your answer.
Yeah, most millennials, black pillars, went through the stages of red pill 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
we were kind of lucky,
COVID,
the older guys that has a little bit of trying before the learning the black pill, because once you learn it, it's gonna be hard to try. And I'm gonna hammer on the point that you said about not going too early. To make it clear, because without saying it into concepts and theory, I'm just gonna run you through an example, right? Let's say I am completely KHHV. I haven't even talked to a girl, right? I've never even approached a girl, and I go to Thailand and I'm getting choosing signals because of my relative SMV and stuff, and I'm getting choosing signals.
Yes.
Okay, if you go there to try for 1 month, it will take you more than 1 month to start actually talking to girls. You see, you're gonna be sitting in the corner talking in your head. Should I go talk to her? Should I not talk to her? What should I say? What if she doesn't speak English? Should I speak English? Should I learn? You're gonna be there sitting in your head, and you're gonna go there for 1 month. You're gonna think that, okay, this is hard, but in reality, you did not have the training to start approaching. With the information, with the experience I have now, if I go to Thailand tomorrow, I will be approaching 500 girls a day. I don't care. I don't feel rejections. But that's me now, not me when I was 18.
But then again, where does a sub 5, he's gonna approach, but he's always gonna fail. So how does he know what?
How much PUA do you think is needed before you see Max?
How much of what is needed?
PUA, or day game.
Listen, first of all, let's drop this whole PUA stuff. This is 2010, relic of past. This is not even applicable in a modern society. We'll have cops being called on you, by the way. if you like, you know, harass boys in the streets. Am I right, buddy boys? Did I miss something?
Yeah.
All right.
Nah, I'm not saying I'm not saying in terms of PUA training. I'm just saying that he will be having, let's say, girls who would, in theory, respond positively if he actually approached. But since he has not been approaching or interacting with women, he's gonna need time. So what I would say is not like train in your country, because you said it. In your your country, you cannot just like approach randomly and expect anything, because that's gonna be a no, and you're not gonna learn. You're gonna be refused the opportunity
I
to even
give a
learn.
better example. I had a co-host during COVID, read info, and he said if sympathies between men and women are mutual, it's like a tennis match. And basically, in Thailand, you can have this type of interactions, but in the West, it's almost impossible. The girls gonna get sarcastic on you and stuff like that. So you're gonna shit on the game.
Yeah, you're not gonna
Am
be
I
taken
right?
seriously.
Am I right, guidance?
Can't you
I'm
PUA and C though? Can't you PUA and C?
That's the beauty of it.
Yes, but
you don't have to. The girl gonna give you like sympathies automatically. It's
gonna
so
be
easy to work
organic.
with. Yeah, it's gonna be organic. Exactly.
It's gonna be organic. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you have zero experience, like if you have zero experience, like, okay, let me say this, and it's gonna make my whole point clear. The less experience you have dealing and interacting with women in an organic way, the more time you need as trial in C-maxing. If you are new to this, you need like 3 months to understand. If you're someone who's experienced in talking to girls, all you need is 1 week or 2 weeks or even less to understand how it's gonna be for you there. That's my
Okay, I
point.
tell you an analogy. I tell you a practical thing. Okay, I was a basketball coach for many years. Yeah. When I got people starting, I trained exclusively boys. Yeah. Because I don't want to train girls, because it was just too complicated. It's just a different world.
Dangerous.
Yeah, it's just I saw how they treated my friend, because he was training the girls and later the female team, yeah, the women's team. I didn't like it. Yeah, anyways, so whenever a new guy started and he couldn't reach success, he usually gave up. Yeah, many of them. Some guys, they keep fighting for 3 weeks, others keep fighting for 3 months, half a year, but like many of them just gave up too early. You know, you don't get much playing time as a new player. You have to learn the basic, you have to get good in certain things. Yeah, so it's also like, I feel like the black pill is like a coach. Yeah, you get, it's theoretical, of course. Yeah, but it's like coaching. Yeah, and it's real coaching. It's not PUA like where you go into prison, right? So, and then I think C or whatever is an easier market. So you have the theoretical knowledge. Probably it's better to start in an easier market. You know, like if you start in the West, like you're gonna get like punched down, and I don't know. What are you gonna learn when you have no success? Yeah, you're gonna give up. More likely to give up.
Okay, so is a better term exposure maxing?
Is it exposure? I mean, it's the minor leagues, yeah. While the West is the major league, yeah. So where you want to start, right? What's a better place to start? Yeah. You want to play with the pros and have zero success and give up really quickly, yeah, or you want to go in the minor leagues where you at least can have some progress.
Yeah, but then the only listen, wait, I'm gonna respond to his analogy, because it goes perfect the whole like areas, but then it fails at one point where the minor leagues and the pro leagues or whatever, they are not located like the same distance from your house. So if you're gonna try in the West, it is true that you're gonna be punched down. Like the first, it's just gonna be girls laughing at you and destroying your ego, right? But that's gonna happen in your city. But trying to go to another country to start trying, not everyone can like afford to go to another country for 3 months just to see if it is gonna be possible for him or not.
Well, sadly, there is no minor league in the West. Yeah, so I cannot create one for you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I mean, even if you ask, like, even if you go like Tinder and you change look in Tinder, or you ask a friend who looks like you, like a looks matching friend who went to Thailand and stuff like that. So even like you have to try it on your own hand to see your abilities, your I know how, because you can have it in theory in your mind how it's gonna pan out, and then you actually go and you just
Ex-
like spend
yes,
the whole 2 weeks drinking alone and
yes, yes,
not trying
yes,
anything.
yes, yes.
Do
Okay,
I
you,
think
yeah,
that
I agree.
so
Yeah, yeah.
in C, do they approach you like naturally, even if you're 5'5", 5'5"
No one
height?
approaches you. No one on this planet, girls, will approach you unless you are Chad. And then they will approach you passively. They're not gonna come and stay in front of you and ask you 500 questions.
They will
Wait, I
start
thought maybe.
orbiting you.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what you mean by
I,
approaching. Maybe they
I
orbit you.
mean,
What?
yeah.
I mean, I think there is a spectrum. Like, I'm not saying like this. They would they would approach you like as in a guy approaching a girl, but I think like there is a spectrum in terms of availability. So if she's gonna like, this is how I noticed this myself. I'm just gonna explain really shortly. There is a girl like who's fat and I'm not interested in at all that I see every day in my gym, and she's throwing like heavy shooting signals, but she's like 2 or 3. I'm not interested at all. So
Mm.
I saw her from like a distance walking on the street, like not far from my gym, and I changed the street I'm walking in just to avoid her. And then I thought about it later. I said, okay, so this is what women do when they want to avoid someone. So actually, when you are, for example, in the gym and the girl you find attractive is never actually working out next to you, it is not random, it's not luck, it's because she's choosing to avoid you. That's like how I came to that realization. So what he's saying by like girls approaching you, I think like on that spectrum, I would first I would assess like how girls stay next to me in the metro or avoid me like in public transport, or do they work out next to me, or if for example I ask a girl, hey, can I work in with you? I'm assuming if I go to Germany and I ask like a tall blonde like Stacy, hey, can I work in with you? She's gonna be so annoyed that she's gonna be telling me like I'm finished, and she's gonna leave me the stuff just to avoid interacting with me, right? And you see how girls are okay with these things, and that's how I become better at judging all these things. But that is skill I acquired. I don't want to send someone to see Max and he doesn't have the ability to assess how interested a girl is by these subtle cues, like is she around you, is she looking at you, is she avoiding you. That's not easy for the average young cell that you're trying to send to see. You see my
But
point.
there's no minor leagues in the West. Where you gonna learn this? What about if you only have beat downs? What about if the girls all beat you down and you have zero success? So
Well,
how are
okay.
you gonna learn?
Okay, well, even if it's a beatdown, there's still like a spectrum, right? Like similar to what Guidance is saying, of like the type of rejections that you could see. Like, not every rejection is going to be an absolute beatdown, and
Okay.
if that makes sense. And when you get that experience, you can still tell like where you can improve in terms of like how you approach women. And in general, you kind of just need that because it's not also just getting beaten down, it's also just getting used to getting beaten down and the anxiety and the nervousness. Being able
I would
to
agree. I would call it something else. Probably it's like good to reach to a certain point, when you just say like, I tried it. Yeah, I've done everything I could. I was stupid and even did PUA in the 10 years ago. Yeah, if you are that age group. Yeah. Okay, like nothing worked, or only a few things worked, and I put in so much effort and my rewards were non-existing, or I had a few lucky hits, right? A few lucky punches. But overall, it was just not efficient. Okay, then you agree. Then the thought or the experience is gonna tell you that like probably go to other places and try there. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay, yeah. From an experience
Well,
wise, yeah.
okay, but if it is in the West, like I'm just because I do not know how good it is in Thailand or in sea. I don't know how good it actually is. So my question to you, when you say that in the West, like I'm hearing a noise, no? I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
gonna mute him. I
From
think maybe ugly. No, we have a noise
yeah,
from you.
Oh,
yeah.
shoot, my bad.
So
Yeah, okay.
so yeah,
Wait,
when
No, guidance.
I have one
Continue.
more question.
Guidance. You said you don't know what.
yeah, I don't know how good it is. So when he's saying that someone, the same person in the West, is like zero opportunity to get any sort of feedback or to get any sort of opportunity to try his skill and see his chance, is that person a good candidate for CMAX? Could it be like an absolute zero, zilch nada in the West, and then you go to CMAX and it's an actual good chance? Is that like the case? Are there
Guidance.
people who fit in this category?
That's exactly how it is.
Mhm.
That's exactly how it
Okay.
is. You get 0 in Gulag. You are a location cell. You and me, we are stuck in Gulag. I mean, I see you can pull some scraps from time to time, and good for you, I guess. But for a lot of men, Gulag, and then if you go to Asia, to Southeast Asia, suddenly you have dating options, bro. Suddenly you can have meetings every
Yeah.
day. Suddenly you can have dates.
You get,
It's
at least you get your looks match.
yeah, you can.
Wait, I have a
Yeah,
question,
yeah.
right? Is Tinder, Bumble, like Hinge, do those apps work in C?
So the details, the technical details on this, we can disclose after the live stream. Yeah, because we are already pushing 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah,
Need
well, the
4
reason
M.
I ask Medicam because
Yeah.
when I'm talking to my countrymen from not like Russia, from Tunisia, right? I'm asking them when we're talking and they're asking about their chances in like other countries, and I'm thinking like, listen, the market right here, like the market down here where we are, is not the worst, so it's not comparable to the West. So if you are like 20 something and you have zero action, like zero girls texting you back, if it's over for you here, I think like I just assume that it's gonna be over for you in other places, or even if you go like to CMAX, you're gonna be like normie treatment in CMAX. You're not gonna be enjoying, or maybe they go there and like use their money like to buy fun, and that's an alternative way, right? But you are saying that it can be completely over in someone in the West, like he has absolutely no chance, like he doesn't
Yes.
even have friends, right?
Correct.
And then he goes to the CMAX and he can have a decent life.
Correct. I literally, in my location, 0 friends. Yeah, everything disappeared basically before COVID. Much. Yeah. It's only international
Okay, and
friends. Basically. Yeah, go ahead.
and with your new because I'm pretty sure that the time you spent there, it kind of honed your skills a bit. It kind of gave you some sort of hope, maybe some sort of confidence in yourself. Haven't you like when you're coming back? Haven't you like at least tried to see how the new you would do, or you were given up completely on your original country? You were like, no, I'm not even gonna try.
No, don't get any. Don't start to think that you can apply some kind of knowledge gained in Thailand to have results in Europe, back in Europe. I mean, all the Gulag, Northwestern Hemisphere is just one lost, empty vacuum, and there is no place for improvement. Yeah, go ahead.
You say here that it's zero for you. Say here that it's hard for you, like no friends and stuff. But I'm saying, is it like true things, or it is like you gave up on your own? Like, is it like truly like impossible to get a girl, even if you settle like
Actually,
points or two
I
below?
tasted. No, I really pushed the limits of the city and tried to socialize, make friends, whatever communities, whatever sport, whatever you name it. It simply won't pan out. It won't pan. 500,000 people. It won't pan out because likability is not non-negotiable. People either accept you or they gonna push you out. It's elbow society. It's battle royale. Hey, this is Central Europe, and like, yeah, this is collapse, bro. If you don't escape to Asia, you're gonna freeze to death or something like that. Yeah.
Yo, got it. If I'm like a 6 out of 10 in the West and I can get like at least a little bit of matches and likes, right? What kind of city in Russia do you suggest I change my Tinder to? I want to get more like symmetric.
You see, like the only black guys I have seen with Russian girls, they would like it would be this case, right? If the girl is decent looking, then he's a Tyrone, and if he's like in height or normie, then the girl is chopped real bad. So that's the only cases I've seen. And the amount of shaming is heavy too. So the girl who's gonna
Yes.
be dating you, the girl who's gonna be dating you, she has to have that kind of like I don't care, like I
Okay,
don't give a fuck
let me finish
personality.
this. Everybody in her life gonna gaslight her for dating that person. Am I right, Guidance? Nobody
Yeah,
gonna
you
accept
are
a Russian
limiting.
girl dating, basically,
Yeah,
you know,
you,
Ninja
you're
Samurai.
gonna be limiting.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're gonna be limiting the pool. You're gonna be limiting the pool so hard. Like you're gonna be like you know the one I thought about this when I saw an Indian guy dating a Russian girl when I was working as a waiter in the restaurant. So I waited on this table and it was a couple with a decent, like a very good looking Russian girl and an Indian guy. So he was clearly Indian. Everything about him is Indian, like the accent. He's not like half Indian or anything. He's totally Indian. He just happens to have like a good, decent SMV, right? And I tried to see if this is some sort of like she's using him for his money. When she ordered a glass of wine, we have this thing where you can suggest if she wants a double, like instead of 125 milliliters, she can hit it to 150. And that's usually something I would say to couples just to pressure because the girl will say yes. The guy doesn't necessarily want it, but then he's gonna pay double, right? So that's like just some sales strategy. And the fact that she told me no, and then she ordered like a small salad and that's it, I'm saying like, okay, so she's not even with him for his money. She's here like actually like enjoying his experience and stuff like that, right? And what I thought about it is, okay, so this girl, this blonde girl with blue eyes, who's dating this Indian guy, she must be top 1%, or if not less, in terms of not caring about the pressure that she receives. Because I'm believing that I know for sure that the pressure is incredible. It's unreal. And that guy to meet that girl, I'm pretty sure that he got rejected 2 million times. He must be like, or maybe like won the lottery on his
Yes,
fourth
good
pull, right? But
analogy.
then
Yes, I like the analogy. Yeah.
because there is no way to find a girl that gathers all look at what all she has to have. She has to be like so open-minded that she does not care about your race, therefore she can be attracted to someone who doesn't look like her. That's like first criteria. The second one would be a personality strong enough that she can like not care about what her family and friends will judge her for that. And third, she has to be like herself, good looking enough and worth it for him to go through all that effort. And like the amount of conditions that you're laying right now, they are too much. So as a black guy, it needs to be in Russia. It needs to be perfect. Like it needs to be pitch perfect. You need to be like the place. I know like the strategy, right? The best strategy for a black guy in Russia would be when they dance. I don't know how you call this style of dancing, but when there is like some soft music playing and they dancing and they switch partners, like two dancing. You know this?
Or Django?
Yeah. Yeah, like these sort of styles, if you're not that kind of black dude, forget about it, because that's the only area I've seen like black guys and white girls interacting as equals. That would be the only place I have seen it. And then still like they might dance with you all night and then go back to their white boyfriends. That's still also a possibility.
Yeah. Just real quick, I gotta go. But Meaty, when you said that you don't have to use PUA on C girls, it's just like organic. Will they also do that to guys who are 5'5" height? Will it be organic as well?
Yeah.
Is Meaty here?
Yeah, what you said, because your mic is so muffled. I don't not
Oh,
sure.
He said when
can you
you're
hear
short,
me?
when you're short, can you? He said, can you when you're short, do you have to rely on PUA or something like that?
Well, okay, here's the
Oh,
deal.
MC,
You
MC.
basically, actually, somewhat gesturing and personality will take you far in Thailand. The locals gonna enjoy if you can gesture with some talent or some language, by the way, and they're gonna totally overlook your height. I mean, This is what damaged Western brain. You see, worry about. This is what I'm saying.
Also, even if
Actually, I
you're
don't.
5 foot,
Yeah.
even if you're 5'5" height in Philippines, it'll still be
Yeah,
organic.
because they are kind of tiny actually over there. Actually, I actually
Yes.
mocked them. I'm mountain in the West, but I mocked highs, and I actually feel guilt kind of for mocking them too much sometimes. You see.
Filipinos are even smaller than Thais.
Yeah.
They
I
are
mean,
with
Ayebo knows me. Tell
Vietnam
them
and
how.
Laos, they are
Tell them how I dress down so that I don't shine too much, because I'm so fucking pale.
Yeah.
It's like against my attention rules, you know. Like,
Yeah. It's like Filipinos are one of the shortest people on this planet, like, or at least in Southeast Asia, together with Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia.
it's
I
basically
think.
totally different plan, and half of the dating rules don't apply there, basically.
Yeah.
So the best way to look at it is like, well, instead of just asking questions, where the Chad Light who does some stuff that you look like, okay, if I did this, I would definitely look cringe. I mean, if I did this, people would make fun of me, but he's doing it and he's getting away with it. That's how you should see your life approximately in those places. It's just relative. You said the Western brains are ruined or something because they do not react organically. I don't think Chad would agree with you. For him, like, girls in the West are totally organic to approach. So it is like just the subjective matter. It's like it depends on when you stand on that market. So for you, the same girl would be like maybe someone who's like a 2 out of 10, who's like short and ugly and everything, and he goes to C-Max and he's gonna tell you like, oh, the girls require too much game, this is impossible. So you understand how kind of relative it is. And also another proof I would add to this is the Vietnamese girls, the Filipino, the Thai girls who are in other countries, they are as hard, if not harder, than the actual local girls who are there.
Yeah, if the girls go to America and become westernized, they just like suddenly become hypergamous. I don't know.
Well, yes.
I don't like.
Yes, the environment dictates how she behaves in that case. Yeah. So
I'm saying not even equal.
I feel like some Filipino girls though.
But what's your question?
Don't
What's your
become
question
hypergamous.
again? Because I'm not sure what's the problem here. I mean,
my question or guidance?
Guidance. Yeah.
No. I just said like it's not even. I'm just made a remark, not a question. I said like I would say like for cause of compensation, an Asian girl who's in a Western country would be harder on the ethnic than the white girl. So as an ethnic in for example the country I am in, if there is a girl who's like Asian from a country that I could do better in, like let's say I go to Uzbekistan, I will have better chances than that I have in Russia in theory, right? But if I meet an Uzbeki girl in Russia, I would have a lot of trouble with her because she came here for the white boys. She did not come here for me.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. That's a good point. Well, I mean, but people come there for all types of reasons, to like visit or family relocated or all kind of stuff. But yeah, I see what you're saying though. But yeah, guys, I gotta go. I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate you guys talking with me, and I appreciate the insight. I'll see you guys.
Yes, thanks for joining.
Okay.
We need to wrap this in 10 minutes maybe, because my PC lagging so hard from the length of this tape, by the way.
Is there anything you want to discuss or you want to do? Was there anything you want to say like while closing?
No, we still have 20 minutes, so if you have some ideas or topics, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, in terms of like trying, the plan I have is because I just had this. It's not related to girls or anything, but when the World Cup is gonna happen in Mexico, Canada, and USA, which gonna be, if you buy like tickets, you're gonna be given a visa to all these 3 countries all together. I think like for me, if I manage to gather the money, I think it will be a very interesting experience to compare these 3 countries at the same time. Like I tried different cities in the US, different cities in Mexico, and different cities in Canada in less than 2 months. I know it's gonna be intense in terms of time, but since I have experience, I can understand easily which market, like faster, like than average, which market is gonna be more suitable. So I think that would be a massive experience because I'm gonna be exposed first time to a market that is easier than I actually am. And if I say like if I go to a small city in Mexico and I feel like my SMV is, I don't know, I feel the effect that you're talking about, then I would be like, okay, so if this is the case in Mexico, what would be like the case in like a country you suggest, for example, like Philippines or Thailand or whatever? And then I might be tempted like even more because who doesn't want that? Like, who doesn't want to live? Because if you don't have that, it's not even a life, right?
Well, let's see. I actually don't like travel and relocating and sitting in vehicles and stuff like that. It's more, I was kind of sent, you know. It's not like I am an adventurer chasing like, yeah. But it's
So
good
if
thing
you
that it
could,
happened,
so
I guess.
if you would stay, right? So if you could, you would stay where you at. You're
It's,
not interested about moving.
No, now I discovered I need to not stay, actually. But when I was younger, I was thinking, I need to stay. There's nothing else exists, only me. I have to stay. And now I basically, yeah, my body only thrive in that warm weather and with friendly attitudes, you know. That's what I discovered so far. So yeah, here in Gulag it's over.
And I think the standards of living this is something that Westerns they cope about a lot, like the white Westerns. They would say like, I don't want to ruin my quality of life. Well, in reality,
I have no idea what they
the
talk about.
technological advancement. Huh?
They have no idea what they talk about. They
Yeah.
don't even see a fucking picture of Asia. They don't even know what is going on.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of like the technological advancement that happened in the last like decades would just make that and then we have a stagnation, right? So we had like a big boom and then a stagnation, which made the third world countries have sometimes and in a lot of cases better living conditions than European countries, and Westerns will always cope about that. And the lack of knowledge, the first time it struck me in my life, I was in Dubai, so I was 16-year-old and I was in Dubai. Okay, I had an uncle who works there, and I went there like to have a couple of weeks in Dubai. I was swimming in some sort of pool, and I've seen this American redhead. It was the first time ever speaking English in public. I think I have always like only spoken English in school. So I started talking to her, and when I told her that I'm originally from Africa, her question was like, I remember her asking me if we had computers there. It was 2000. Yeah, it was 2000 something. I was 16-year-old, so it was like maybe like 2010 or 2009.
Yeah. It's gonna sound so cruel, but the girls have no idea like about history, politics, and this type of power. Sciences.
She thought that I was like in a family of like doctors like who are volunteering, and she thought like we're volunteering in Africa. Like she could not believe that like I'm genuinely living there, like I'm actually from there. So if you extrapolate this and you think, if you tell someone like hey, you're gonna move to Thailand, also he's gonna be coping like, okay, so I'm gonna have like shitty life conditions just to be able to talk to girls. And
yeah. So check it out.
That's not the case.
Me before I went to Thailand, I was thinking I am going somewhere where
no internet.
I'm gonna be eaten. I was thinking I will have problems with insect, and I was thinking the streets are infested. I was thinking some kind of, not even propaganda, but literally I swallowed lies of the haters, and I swallowed it with a hook, like a little retard. Yeah, I was thinking, wow, Europe's probably the top of the cream, yeah, bro. Everything was totally around. Everything was totally lie, basically. It's fucking Bangkok mocks so hard. It's you will have like mental breakdowns from architecture and from smells and stuff like that.
This is not discussed. Like even if
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if Can you hear me? Yeah. Even if the country does not provide like good services, even if it's not like the cleanest, the friendliness, the vibe that you get, your positive interactions with people, they are so important to your psyche as a male, as a man, as a
it's
human
about
being.
positive
that
reinforcements.
it
Yes, it's very needed.
you need that, even like you need that like as much as like food and water. People
Correct,
underestimate it. So
correct.
you're living like you have like a 6-year-old depression, like a 6-year depression, and you're like you know, every time you're coping it away with something, like you have like few good, like I don't know, like, but what kind of life do you want if you have like in the amount of in 365 days you only have like 5 good days, 60 okay-ish days, and then 300 hell days, right? Even if you have the best internet, you have food, and you have like comfortable public transportation, it doesn't matter. You're having 300 bad days out of 365. So if you're gonna be like in a poorer country and you're gonna have like few days because of like some problem like in your house and you have to fix it, and you have, but then like with money you can fix anything, right? But you will not be having 300 bad days out of 365. That's not gonna happen in a place where people are nice to you, where you actually can go on dates. Even it like works out, doesn't work out, at least like you're in the game. Because there's nothing like worse than being left out of the game. You're not even losing, you're not playing. Like, if you tell me like kids are playing football in my in the yard, like just next to my house, they're playing football, and you tell me like, okay, you're not gonna win, you can play and lose, or you can not play. Well, playing and losing is always better than not playing. So you see why I can see like now your determination on debunking the how to say this, the hesitance in terms of geomaxing. It might it looks to you like like not unrelatable. I would say, you can correct me, right? But it looks to you kind of frustrating how people like don't take geomaxing seriously at all when they are the need of it the most.
Yeah, it's like almost with weed. The people who basically like hating the most, need the weed the most. And also, what would I say? Yeah, I would like to know like how and when people discovered like JVW or yellow fever, and what it did to them. Because, like I told you, I was brainwashed 10 years ago. I had no idea about the fact that Asian girls like white dudes, and I happened to be white. And basically, for me, it was huge hope fuel, almost like it seemed like a solution, and I went for it, bro, and it worked. So, just saying.
I'm asking this guy, Buddy, if he's still in the comments because he asked a question. I want to answer him. I will answer him anyway, but I hope he's here to hear the answer. So he said, like, bro, no one needs you to rate US and Canada. But I do not want to rate them for you guys. It's because there is something between, like, no matter how good you get in theory, no matter how good you get at understanding concepts, there is nothing like first-hand experience. You need to actually try these things. I can never imagine like I'm here and I'm selling like comparing Russia and Thailand without ever stepping foot in Thailand. That would be crazy. I mean, I have been in France and I have tried to date in France, and it is brutal as fuck, but I do not spend enough time there. If I go to US and Canada and Mexico and like this World Cup, I would be basically mass approaching, doing everything, but not to prove to you guys anything. It's not like I'm gonna take a camera with me and document my journey. I just want to see like, is everything these people told me is actually accurate, or most of them are projecting, because people don't give the average person doesn't give fair assessment. They will always give a biased one, and that's natural. So I would want to see for myself, and it doesn't mean like I'm gonna debunk it. It doesn't mean like I disagree. As the same thing I want to do in Thailand. If I'm gonna go there, I'm not gonna be neither overly positive nor negative. I would just want to see it for what it is, because later when I'm gonna make decisions to my life, like where I want to live, where I want to stay, I don't want to make them on biases. I want to make them for what it actually is. So you see the point.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have no idea how it's gonna be. Hopefully it's not gonna be bad for me. Like I don't wish for it to be bad, right? But if it is gonna be bad, I'm gonna be like, okay, so everything they told me is actually true. Because I use this example like a lot when people ask other people about other countries, and I tell them like I was once talking to a girl and she told me that Italian people are the best and she had such a fun time in Italy. And I told her basically in my head, I did not actually tell her, okay, so you are a blonde, blue-eyed Russian Stacy, 19-year-old,
Yeah.
and you're telling me that people are nice to you in Italy. People are nice to you everywhere. Your experience doesn't matter. I cannot take whatever you told me right now and go to Italy and expect the same treatment from people. That's gonna be crazy. So, but on the other hand, like on the other, if you flip the coin, you do not want to take the point of view of someone who is a true cell who never tried, who's bitter from the start. I'm not blaming him for bitterness. I'm just saying, if someone is like way shorter than me, then less attractive than me, and he's telling me like, bro, don't even try in the US. Well, I can see that since a lot of people are saying the same thing, then there is more truth to it. It's not like one guy is saying something and the other guy says something. Most people are agreeing
Yes, it's
that
a collection of
Thailand is
anecdotes.
better.
Yeah, and it makes
Yeah.
basically pattern
Too many.
later.
Yeah, also the comparison, like you are not the only guy who went to CMAX and told me that it is objectively better, like it's better on every metric. So with all these anecdotes together, it forms a sense. And if I had like a limitation in terms of money and time, of course I would not waste my time and money in this. But if I have the opportunity, and like, why not see it firsthand? Like, I want to see how brutal the West is, not to feel bad, but to laugh about it. Because I'm not gonna be, you see, if I go there and expecting with all my knowledge, I'm not gonna be like feeling hurt, or it's not gonna hurt my ego to get rejected by a goblin 2 out of 10 in US. I'm gonna be laughing so hard. Like, I'm imagining the scenario and I'm gonna be laughing so hard just because you confirmed everything that the guys I spoke to online have told me, you see?
Yeah.
So you haven't answered the important question. Which one? He said...
How to get Tunisian GFO.
Yeah, and it's about white women, or are white women. If you make a video series white guy how to escape MENA girls, I take everything back and subscribe to your channel. So you're not a subscriber. Fuck you. I'm not gonna answer your question. Nah. He's saying MENA girls maxing. I don't think how to say this. It is quite westernized more than the C area. Like, they are more. I would say it's in between. Okay, it is in between. It is something that if we're gonna pick someone we all know the looks of, if we get something like wheat waffles or aesthetics waiting, both of those guys will thrive in Tunisia because their GBW and relative SMV will actually work. But then you have also to account for the actual traditional Tunisian girls are gonna be less inclined to go in relationships with foreigners. While in Asia, like, you have like the Genshin hunters, or how you call them in Japan, and you have a lot of Thai girls actually encouraged by their family to engage in relationships with foreigners.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, Ahmed, you can comment on this. Have you had like girls actually like having their family approval of you, like they want you to meet their family and stuff?
Once I had this cringe experience, very short scenario where
but
I was actually like discovering random new neighborhoods on the outskirts, and there was some family on the porch. Yeah, and the elders tried to pimp, like, I guess the daughter to me, but it was almost way too pushy. Almost as I actually didn't like how pushy they went about it. and it all seems like a
Yeah, you see that
yeah.
pushiness?
But this was a very rare scenario.
see
They
that
were
pushiness?
they were actually very friendly, and they were drinking whiskey, so that's that. But yeah, they tried to pimp me their daughter, I guess. Pimp to me.
I'm telling you, you take all that pushiness and you apply the opposite in my original country,
Because it
because
is that they are
people were not
gatekeeping
gonna
her.
be
Yeah, they are gatekeeping her. Opposite.
yeah, they're gatekeeping her. So if you are dating her, so if you are a GBW maxer in my country, the girl who will be dating you will be doing it like she's gonna hide you from her parents. She's gonna do it in
for sure.
another. She's gonna put in another city. She's gonna be like trying to meet you in another city, because cities are very close to each other in Tunisia. It's not like it's like 50-40 kilometers and you are in another city. So she's gonna try to meet you in another city. She's gonna definitely hide you from her parents, possibly her friends, and she might ask you like, hey, if she's like outgoing and from upper middle class, she's gonna be like, well, because that's the only girls who would be speaking English, right? She will be telling you like, hey, let's travel together, invite me back to your country. So she's gonna be more like that. And again, if you are comparing are there like enough attractive girls? Yes, there are a lot of like decent, good-looking girls if you're like GBW maxing, but if you're gonna compare a country where the whole culture is pushing their girls to go with foreigners, where it's not frowned upon, to a country where it's actually frowned upon, you're just hurting yourself in the foot. Like, why would you go to a country that
correct,
frowns upon? Why would you go to a country that like everything else equal? Let's say, let me give you like a counter example. If you're Syrian, okay, or you are a very good-looking Syrian or Persian guy, like maybe in extreme cases, like some like but Muslim, like I don't know, Pakistani or something. I don't know, but not really, because then you have an ethnic and an ethnic. I'm saying you are GBW. Let's say you're Chechen, right? You're Chechen, and your name is also like Arabic, so like Idris or whatever, right? You fit right in. You go to Tunisia and you fit right in. You don't suffer any of that foreigner stuff. I think like even her family will be accepting, but then also another thing I have to mention, that even that regular dating between Tunisians themselves is often hidden from parents. It's not like you're gonna tell your parents, hey, I have a girlfriend, or hey, I have a boyfriend. It's not common. It's not the norm. And as a foreigner, not knowing this, not accustomed to this, you cannot come in. But when you go to Asian countries, I think that in these Asian countries, they're trying to fit you. They're trying to cater to you. They're trying to make their culture seem closer to yours. They're like, hey, look, we are drinking like you. Here we are. That's not going to happen in Tunisia.
I see.
That's not going to happen. In some hotels, maybe, like in some hotels, you go to like touristic places, but then touristic places are the Chad concentration of the country. So it is a scenario that cancels itself. So in order to meet Tunisian girls who speak English and who are willing to go to dates with and hook up with foreigners, you need to go to 5-star hotels in certain towns, and in those, and people who can afford to go there are Stacy's and Chad's, and they're so it cancels itself every time you want to create a scenario where it is possible, it is not. So that's why I do not suggest like maxing in North Africa, unless like you are some Middle Eastern good-looking guy and you wanna like, because let's say if you are from Saudi Arabia, right, and you are like a Chad looking and you don't enjoy the style of living you have in your country, you think it's like too conservative. You want to go to a place, but you do not speak like English, and you don't want to go to a Western country like completely. Going to the further you go from the middle, like, do you know how it starts? It starts like Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. Like the further you go from Saudi Arabia, the more lenient it is, the more westernized it is. So that would be a good trade for someone from those areas. But if you are like European white, I think like it's not a good bet unless like you are willing to do a crazy amount of integration, like learning the language, living there for a long time, like I don't know, like teaching English in Tunisia for years. And I don't think anyone is willing to engage in that. If you go there and like you're ignored for like 2 months, you're just gonna go back home. That's how I think it's gonna go. Okay, so he's not interested in Asians. That's why he says that. Yeah, you are shooting yourself in the foot. If you are a Western and
I'm
you are
not. I'm
white
not
and you
sure
are
if he's for real or sarcastic, by the way, in the first place. But anyway, we are almost 5.5 hours, and
yeah, let's
it
wrap
would
it
be
up. Yeah,
maybe
let's
good
go.
to wrap it up, because maybe tomorrow we can also have open mic if the guest situation will allow it.
Yeah, I will. Every time I have time, I can join.
Yeah, it's already 3 a.m. here in Eastern Europe, and we are sending 13
same.
people to the streets. But yeah, like snuggle the like button, I
Yeah.
guess. Join the Discord, I guess. And what else?
Thank you for having me. And thank you for listening, everyone.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Of course.
Yo, Medi, keep up these streams, man. In the future, we need more copes. This is the way we cope.
Yeah, there are some even more ideas and inventions in preparation, but I'm not gonna spill the beans here. Yeah. So that's that, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
Alright, so subscribe to Mercer and Guidance, I guess. Probably tomorrow we can do another one. Yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and leave a comment if you have any questions. Signing out.